Good morning and welcome to the inaugural edition of West Match Special. Thank you for joining. You've got Benedict Cole here and James Milmo Miller. We've just had the toss and Uddingston have elected to bat first. We'll run through the teams very quickly. So for the West of Scotland side, we've got John Oliver as the captain, Amal Deshmukh, Graham Etheridge, Sam Jacobson, James Lindley-Daw, Gavin Lynch, Junaid Malik, Dave McNulty, Jesse Mills, Gav Smith and John Strachan. For the Uddingston side, we've got Brian Clark, Gav Bradley, Hoffy's come in, Harmanjit Singh, Fergus Clark, Suresh Balakrishna, Tom Wilmot, Ross Wilson, not our Ross Wilson, different Ross Wilson, Essa Sharif, Sam Allen and Abdul Sabri. So looking at the two sides, there are slightly depleted sides compared to what you might be more familiar with from Uddingston and West of Scotland side. From West of Scotland side, we've had a slight drop in availability over the year with some of the more familiar names such as Fernie, Fenner and Youngie out for the season. From an Uddingston point of view, they've had a few of their players pulled away for regional fixtures. So Hammond Away is out. Ross Lyons and Gav Main are also with the regional side. So it's a lovely day here at Hamilton Crescent, sun shining. A very pleasant September day. Should be a good game of cricket. Milmo, thoughts on what we're expecting for the day?
There will be cricket then.
Brilliant. Yeah, we're going to have a match cricket. That's about as far as we've gotten so far.
Milmo's our resident cricket non-expert who will be giving non-expert opinion throughout the day for those new to the game.
Yes, definitely non-expert and the very stupid questions. But,
yeah, this is both an entertainment and an educational broadcast. So, just looking at the stats over the last few years, I'd say probably 180 is a good score here. Going back at the last few years, that's pretty much the average first innings score. So anything around 180, you'd say is very competitive. Really even 160, you're pretty much in the game.
I would imagine stats for late September cricket at Hamilton Crescent are rather hard to come by. So yeah, playing into late August, a bit of dew around should be interesting for the bowlers, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely rather damp out on the outfield as well.
Yeah, the sun, it's not exactly warm. The sun's out. It's here.
It's warm in here because we're in a greenhouse, but
yeah,
out there not so much.
We've made the mistake of not broadcasting from outside. We thought, well, it might rain, and now the sun is right in my face, and I'm just quite glad I can see the pitch. So we have actually had go and have a look at the pitch, and had shared our thoughts. So we'll show you what we had to think about earlier.
Go.
Cool. So we've come down to have a little look at the pitch. Being September, the little bit of kind of morning moisture still left on the pitch. We come and have a look at it down here. I'm trying to have a little listen. It's relatively firm, but there is a little bit of moisture on, which I think will go away during the day. And it should dry up. I spoke with the groundsman. He thinks it'll be a pretty dead pitch. We've been quite lucky. There's been no rain during the day and no rain for the last few days. So it's been dry, but it's not been warm. So there hasn't been a lot of grass grown on it so far, so we're thinking it should be a pretty dead pitch. Whether that means it's going to be a road, be nice to bat on, that's to be seen, but we're not expecting the amount of variable bounce and hopping we've seen with a lot of pitches throughout the season so far. If you come down to the grass, see a little bit of a glisten. There is a decent amount of moisture. Once again, that should go away during the day, but that's going to mean that you're not going to get purchased for your shots early doors. So I think really it's as ever in Scotland, it should be a bowl first pitch, let it dry out, have a look at the pitch, see what it's doing, and then it should be relatively easy to chase on.
And we are back live. Now, our very own Boris Johnson with the match report there. Yeah, should be an interesting game, I think.
Yeah, it's a shame it's not whiff-waff, but we can't get everything, can we? So yeah, I'm slightly surprised that Uddingston have decided to bat first. It might just simply be the case that they think that batting is their strong suit for the day. But also, as ever, pitch reports are generally utter nonsense, and it's generally people going and saying some words related to cricket.
There's things.
and trying to make it sound vaguely official. So we'll have to wait and see.
I was looking back through some of the highlights that are available on YouTube of the games that we've had away at Uddingston the last 2 years. Both been very, very tight, low-scoring games. Both been spin-heavy, actually, which is interesting, because there's not so much spin in our side today. So yeah, hopefully a bit more SEMA-friendly.
Thank you, Cammy. That's our resident.
That's good, because I can read that.
This is our first Cammy cameo for the day, going out live from Hamilton Crescent. A key part of the experience.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be quite a lot of interruptions throughout the day.
Yeah, we are.
Well, just big noises coming from behind the bar.
Yeah, just to clarify, we are inside the clubhouse, right next to the bar. So I apologise in advance for all the utter nonsense you hear coming from our regulars. But we'll try and keep it within Ofcom regulations. But as I'm getting clipped around the back of the head,
that physical abuse has been caught on camera,
Did we catch
and
that?
yeah.
So it's our resident John Strachan, who's playing his first Saturday game.
Yeah.
Welcome, John. Thanks for being available.
Yeah, I know. I'm
That's,
making up the numbers.
Yeah, and he'll be our first spinner.
This is probably a good time to run through maybe what the West team do, what the different, you ran through the names earlier, but what we can sort of expect, the type of cricketers that we've got in our 11 today.
Yeah, why not? That'll fill some time. So John Oliver, Jolly, is our captain. He'll probably open the bowling or be first change and be in the top order, kind of the linchpin of the team. Got Amol coming in, who will be probably a middle order batsman. He'll give it a decent hit. Graham Etheridge will bowl his cutters and his slower balls and all those tricks. He's very much the Tom Curran of the team. He'll come in and score some handy runs. Sam Jacobson is a very proper classical middle order batsman. Got James Linley-Daw, who is going to be our keeper of the day. And is
Huge personality within the team.
Yes,
Big personality there.
yeah, he's one of our. There's quite a few new recruits coming in this year. So Sam's one of our new recruits. James is as well. He's a pretty traditional, bullish Yorkshire batsman. We'll give it a decent hit and give it some decent noise behind the stumps. The ever I don't know how to describe him. Gav Lynch.
Defies explanation.
Yeah, he will try and bowl fast, and it will go somewhere. Junaid Malik, another recruit we've picked up over the winter, fine batsman, will score some exciting runs at a decent lick.
Also great fun to watch in the field as well.
Yeah, he's the most energetic man in the world. Club stalwart and the angriest man to ever play cricket, Dave McNulty, everybody. Jesse Mills. Who is currently gesturing at me
through the window.
He will hit some balls and.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gav. Careful of the table.
Don't injure yourself on the cables.
Disaster calling him.
So yeah, Jesse will hit some balls very far and plead with the captain to try and bowl some dreadful leg spin. And I'd quite like to see it actually. It'll be the most entertaining part of the day.
It's always good fun when he comes
Gav Smith will be the opening bowler who will bowl. As fast as the wind.
He's delighted that Gav Main has pulled out, so he can at least be the fastest Gav playing today, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's one of the small victories. And yeah, John Strachan, who will score some handy runs down the order and bowl some nice tight off spin.
Yeah.
So that's the makeup of the day. With us all being West members, I'm sorry that we don't have a huge amount of detail on the Uddingston team. But we'll try and give some vague description as we go along.
We're hoping to get some interviews maybe later with them
yeah.
as well, just to
get
get a
them
bit
on
of
camera.
information about who's around and whatnot.
So as well as commentary for the day, we'll also have a few other bits and bobs. We'll try and get some interviews. We've got Milmo and Thomas coming down later, who can update us on the adult beginner section. You've got Nadia coming down, who can update us on the women's section. And then you've got Tommy Suslak, who's our membership secretary, who can come down and tell us all about how fun it is to do player registrations.
I can imagine really exciting.
Yeah. Getting kind of correct home addresses and postcodes is really a thrilling part of cricket club admin. So it looks like we're almost ready to go. Batsmen out there, 2 umpires ready to go, and I assume a vaguely inspirational team talk. It seems Jolly's finally turned up. It's always good for the captain to set example and turn up 2 minutes before the start of the match with his rather splendid sort of wide brim hat, sort of looks like something you'd wear to Glastonbury.
To be fair, when you got Dave out there, you don't really need an inspirational speech from anyone else, do you?
No.
As long as he gets angry, then we're fine.
It's always a fun game of, will Dave end up the same colour as his shirt?
Yeah, as Ben mentioned earlier on, obviously there's a lot of new names for us here at West of Scotland, and with so many first-team players being away, a big chance for some of these guys to put in a good performance and get a nailed-on slot for next season.
It's one of those. We've been quite lucky to get in as much cricket as we've had. We probably had 10 weeks of matches, all of them being friendlies. There's no proper league table or any points or anything, so it really is just an opportunity for everyone to show us what they're made of, and try and kind of nail themselves on for a spot in the ones next season. Really.
Yeah, it's worth saying maybe quickly just before the first ball is bowled what our technological options are today. So unfortunately we don't have a full Sky Sports setup. What we do have is 2 little camera angles for you. So we've got one tight on the wicket to capture the batting and bowling, and one slightly wider view so that you can see what is happening in the field. Yeah, I hope that is enjoyable. We'll look forward to getting any feedback from any of you watching about how we could try out some different stuff. If anyone wants to buy us a nicer camera, the link will be put in the description. All right, well, I believe we are good to go. Gav Smith opening from the pavilion end for West of Scotland.
I'm not expecting any balls in the batsman's half.
Indeed. He surprisingly only has 1 man back on the boundary, which is 2 less than normal. That looks like he's edged it through first slip.
Yeah.
And not an ideal start. Oh, it's gone for 4. 4 runs through first slip, first ball. So here we go.
And an immediate move of the field. Slightly question that. I'm never a fan of changing the field for a bad shot, but there might actually be some movement with the pink ball, which isn't normally what you'd find. You might get perhaps an over of a bit of wobble, a little bit of swing, but that's about it. And again, and that's a bit more secure, tucked into the leg side.
Yeah, John Oliver there at first slip, who's normally a very safe pair of hands. Maybe we could just, because we haven't got the wide angle view that's very clear, we could just go round the field actually and describe what we've got for our viewers.
I'm just going to try and work out. I've got half a window in front of me, and then I've got most of the leg side field obscured. So I believe we've got, is that Gav Lynch down at a slightly wideish fine leg. John Strachan into mid wicket as Gav bowls, and solidly behind that. We said James Nador keeping. John Oliver at first. I can't quite make. Is that Dave McNulty?
It looks like Dave to me.
Kind of a third slip, sort of a gully, leaving a pretty sizable gap between him and first slip. A man down at third man.
I believe that's G.
That may well be our own Graham Etheridge, who might be making a appearance later on.
I can't see the ponytail anywhere else, so it must be.
Well, that's straight up in the air.
Oh,
that is.
Oh, it's going to be safe there, I think.
And it just about trickles into the boundary. Good chase there from John. I mean, it's a rather optimistic shot first up, and that's the problem with the dew, that those balls might just hold up and plug.
It did move very quickly out in the field there.
Yeah. So there might be a slight lack of value for your shots for the first probably the first 45 minutes to an hour as it just dries up. But I mean, there's also the opportunity that it could just slide through and just a bit skip on.
Yeah, I think with that first ball being edged to slip, you've got to think it's a pitch up day. Get what movement you can out of the pink ball. Gav's in again. Oh, he's chipped that, and lovely shot.
That is straight on to Peel Street.
Sixer.
That was gorgeous. I'm sorry that we don't actually have replays, because I'd quite like to see that about 12 times in a row, and then go into the nets and work out how on earth you do that, because I haven't got a clue. Any idea?
The umpires have just asked for another ball in the 5th ball of the game. Not ideal start.
I think the only problem is there might not be anyone who can go and get it. I might have to go and grab a new ball.
Potentially. I say,
I'll be
to
back in a
actually-
moment.
Well,
Viewers,
while we wait for the new balls to be plucked either from Peel Street or from our boardroom, we should just say a very thankful hello to our viewers, which is somewhere in the region of 20 odd, which, considering we only knew we'd be able to get this working about 10 minutes ago, is very gratifying. So I hope you're all enjoying this wherever you're tuning in from. Hope you've got as much sunshine as we have at the home of cricket today.
Yes, I'm definitely regretting my choice of shirt because I'm cooking in this. The sun just blazing down on it.
Yeah.
But
The scorers have gone to get their supply of snacks and sweets, given a bit of respite. Yeah.
we have a ball.
We've got the ball back. So a very aggressive start from Uddingston here. From 5 balls gone, we've had an edge through first slip. We've had a top edge down to a sort of cow cornerish, and then a very lovely flick off the legs for 6 into Peel Street through mid-wicket. So yeah, a really great start by the batsman who we do not yet know who
No.
this is.
Whoever it is had a cracking start.
That's also our first McRae maximum of the
Yeah.
day.
Indeed.
McRae Financial Services being our main club sponsor. Always there for all of your financial needs. Now I need the comeback from Gav here.
Did we get it from the street or did they require an
I think they've managed to pick it up from probably inside someone's car.
Yes.
Ooh,
Might have a
Hamilton
nice-
again.
Again.
It's another big shot in the game here. No, that has been smashed for another 6. So really aggressive start here from Uddingston.
Is that 2 McRae maximums in the
I-
first
I-
over there?
And the score after 1 over is
20 for none.
my word.
Really wish we'd held on to that catch.
Yeah, that
Yes.
would have made rather a difference. I think it's one of the differences between playing, obviously because we're playing in coloured clothing with a pick ball rather than the more traditional whites and a red ball. It does just slightly sort of change the mentality, which I think works for a decent level of cricket. Whereas if I try and do it, I just think I'm a slightly paler version of Johnny Bairstow, and just have an enormous heave at everything and just get skittled very early. But it seems to be working for the Uddingston openers.
We should say it's a 40 over game today, so although that start might seem a bit T20ish, we've got another 39 overs of cricket for you. And then however long our reply lasts.
Yeah, so currently they're on target to make 800, which should be...
Yeah, that 180 or 160 score we mentioned.
Yeah, that would be a slightly difficult chase, but I'm sure we've got the batting. We've not been anywhere close to that this season. I'm not sure we've actually passed 200, but it seems a day for runs.
I think
So
the
it's-
umpires are asking for a change of ball. I'm not quite... Maybe the
Did it take a nice
back-to-back McRae maximums have been too much for the
Back
quality
in a
of
moment,
pink
viewers.
balls we have. It's going to be Dave McNulty sharing the new ball, if it in fact is a new
Is a
ball,
new
coming up from the Borough Hall end. He looks like he's going to have a very similar field with a slip, a gully, point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg.
I'm going to pretend that I knew every single one of those field positions.
Our co-commentators heroically run out with to offer a new pink ball to keep the game moving.
So just to confirm, they don't quite need a new ball yet, but they're currently struggling to find a ball in a hedge, which is extremely village. Though in current regulations, actually, the earmark of a very good quality international game is trying to find the ball in the middle of...
It's in the crowd. They've had quite.
Yeah.
I think it was one in the Caribbean Premier League because they have all the fake pictures of people
Yeah.
and stuff, and it just got lost in the middle because there was no clear gap to see anything.
Right.
So it looked cool having a crowd, but it was also quite annoying.
No carbon cutouts on the steps here at Hamilton Crescent to worry about, and they have in fact retrieved the ball from the hedge and are enthusiastically running it back out. So it'll be Dave McNulty to bowl the second over, looking for a economy rate of less than 20 to improve our position in the game.
Which you think should be possible. We'll have to wait and see. Dave being one of the stalwarts of the first 11 for many years, has seen this enough times. He'll know exactly what to do.
Yes. And if he doesn't, we will see the angry Dave very quickly.
Ooh, he starts with a full toss.
That's been
Gets carved away through backward point for another boundary. So the onslaught continues early on.
perhaps slightly struggling with a semi-damp ball. Having a little stretch. I'm sure it's just the shoulder hasn't quite gotten working yet for Dave.
Before the
He is
ball
getting on a bit.
has just been freshly retrieved from the hedge, so maybe still.
There's probably just a
little bit
couple of
moisture.
thorns sticking out of it, which might help with getting a little bit of nibble off the seam, actually.
Let's hope.
And
Here
Dave
he is up
again.
to the wicket. He bowls. Ooh, a full toss come Yorker. Goes through the batsman, straight through to Jim Linley-Daw behind the stumps. Dave already trying to get some dust on his hands to get rid of whatever moisture is on that ball.
I think going death bowling, when it's only the second over, probably isn't the worst idea in the world, just to try and get a little bit of control.
Yeah, well, if they're going to tee off.
Dave in again.
Oh, he's
That's
beaten the bat there.
beautiful. That's classic McNulty.
He does like to see if he can get a bit of movement early on. Gav obviously kind of hit the pitch bowler very much up and down, got a good pace and a bit bounce with his height, but Dave much skiddier and usually gets a nice bit of movement, so hopefully you'll get the ball talking a bit here.
It's always the case if the batsmen are trying to tee off, you're always in the game.
Another full toss. This
That's
one goes
gone
through
through
Linley-Daw, and I believe we'll see that as the first bye of the game. Yeah,
Well chased by Oliver.
signalled.
Scorers just warming up for the day, haven't quite noticed that there was a run taken. It's fine, we did. We'll let them know. It is difficult as a keeper with those very full lengths. Occasionally the ball just doesn't really get off the
Yeah,
ground.
it was a nasty one. I think he did get a hand on it, to his credit. I said it went through him, but I think he took something off it on the way through.
Well, if he gets a hand to it, he should stop it. Those are the rules, Duncan.
So we've got a right-hander on strike again now, who was teeing off in the last over. Let's see how he fares up against Dave. To the wicket, bowls. Another full toss.
Just push down to mid-off for a rather pleasant dot ball, which is a nice change.
Yeah, it's only rare so far in this game.
We just look at sort of some historical matches, just looking at league matches over the last sort of 20 years. It's a relatively even matchup with West winning 11, Uddingston winning 10, a couple of draws and only one rained off on the records that I've got, as that's a dot ball to end the over. Slightly less expensive than the start from Gav Smith. If you look at matches played here at Hamilton Crescent, West having won 5, Uddingston having won 7, one draw and that rained off game. So it's a pretty even matchup. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see with both sides having lost some of their foremost players. It really is a test of the depth of a squad as to whether you can really maintain those performances. It's an issue you find in all levels of cricket. It's one of the strengths that England have had over the last few years, is that we've had enormous depths of quality on the batting and the bowling, whereas some of the sides have slightly struggled with their second string players. As Batsman Prez the start of the over. Gav looking to slightly pull back the momentum.
Yeah, first look at the left-hander here for Gav. See if he finds the length. Oh, he's hit on the pads.
Big appeal.
Looks a little bit leg-sidey from our admittedly terrible vantage point for LBWs at what is roughly cow corner for the right-hander. Kind of extra cover for the lefty.
No, if you've got a left-hander trying to whip it pretty square or even behind square to the right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket, there's a very very slim chance you're going to get any LBWs unless the umpire's got somewhere to be, really.
And I finally got from our sources who the two opening batsmen are. So after this, Gav comes in again. It's just outside the off stump. A bit of a loose back foot drive there. So the left-hander on strike at the moment is Allen, and the right-hander who has been teeing off so successfully is Sabri. So
Yeah, so it was a pretty ordinary little slash outside the off stump, minimal foot movement. If you are going to keep this aggressive and intent, you really have to be pretty precise with your shots and really commit to the shots. That's good. Just back of the length, well fielded there.
Good dive and stop there.
I think that might be Jesse.
Is that Jesse?
No, I think that's Sam Jacobson actually. There's a rather particular gait. That's good. That's better from Gav. Just keeping them slightly more tucked up into that channel. Keeping the pressure on.
This is definitely better from Gav, having more luck against the left-hander Sam Allen, who's I think yet to get off the mark. Finds the back of a length. That's up in the air. Oh,
just short.
Yeah, I don't think he picked that up too early. It did seem to hang in the air for a while. But yeah, Gav hitting his usual back of a length area and almost getting some joy on that occasion.
But a very good sand wedge in between bowler, mid-off and mid-on. It does show there's definitely going to be chances coming. We've already seen that edge through first slip and then that chip between everyone really. So West are definitely in the game here. They just keep their heads. That's a good single there, just tucked into the
Allen is off
leg
the
side
mark
down to square leg, aimed straight at umpire and groundsman Greg Watson. Actually, it's one thing to note is the youth of the umpires actually, which is always nice to see. It's often been reserved for people of a certain age, but it's quite pleasant to see two umpires who haven't yet qualified for a free bus pass.
Quite far away from the bus pass as well.
As Ben mentioned, Greg is also our groundsman here and former opening bat for a few years for
And
the West
first 11
Scotland
captain.
11. Yes, and former first 11 captain. Smith again up to the wicket bowls. It's back of length and he's had a huge go at that, and it looks like it's going to clear the boundary yet again.
Yeah, all the way.
Yeah,
That's
another big
McRae
six
maximum.
for Abdul Sabri. He's really gotten going this morning.
He's not messing about today.
That really is in the slots, you've got to say. I mean, if you're going to put it, if they're going to be just putting the foot down the track and having a swing, you've got to get a proper short ball in, or go very, very full and really test them.
Yes.
And try and get some movement.
Can Gav get his Yorkers going? And do they they haven't put anyone back yet. You'd be tempted to say the way he's hitting it that a sort of a deep long on might be an option, even this early in the game.
It's always a difficult balance with these things. As a captain, you don't want to feel like you're giving in, giving into the batsman and saying, all right, we'll just another slash outside the off stump from Sam Allen there.
Wasn't the prettiest shot from Allen, feeling the frustration with only one to his name while his partner's going so well, but he doesn't really need to do that. He just needs to knock it into a gap, get Sabri back on strike and let him continue to tee off.
I mean, even with a bit of movement, there's a big gap there through the covers. We can just push it in and take a single.
Oh, and he plays and misses again. It's just McNulty and Linley Daw in the game at the moment. No one else getting a touch from this end.
Dave getting good zip there for a man of his age.
Yeah, it looks like he's finding a good length and a bit of movement, all those front foot shots, but not really being able to get a good stride into the ball because it's just a good length.
It's quite a shame actually. This is about the point in the season with the number of games played.
Big appeal,
Yeah,
there's a
big
big
appeal.
appeal. Watson unmoved. Did look a bit leg sidey again, didn't it? Looking to put that through mid wicket. He rehearses the shot with a much straighter bat, which might have seen him have more success.
Yeah, this is the sort of the number of games played where you really start to feel like, especially as a bowler, you found your rhythm for the season and really starting to bowl at your top pace, getting your most movement. And this is the last game of the season. It is. We have a Sunday game tomorrow at Milgai, but this is the last Saturday game we've got.
On that,
Once again onto the
pads.
just rolling to Junaid at a square leg. I think he might be having a few words there. Keeping the pressure on, telling him he's eating up some dot balls while Sabri's stranded at the non-striker's end. This is better from West here.
West will think there's an opening to be had here. If they can nip one out, arrest some of the momentum that's been started early on, and McNulty's in, he bowls back of a length again.
That's more secure there from Alan. Nice straight bat, watching it
He's
all the
not
way
looking
on.
that comfortable though.
No,
Compared to his mate.
No, he seems more of perhaps a more traditional opening batsman. To stick on, wait for the fuller balls, and wait for drives.
Remembered it was a 40 over rather than a
Mm.
220.
Plenty of time to bat.
McNulty's up to the wicket again, bowls nice and full.
That's better from Alan, just waiting on the ball, giving it a gentle push into point there where Jesse Mills fields and into the keeper, and that's the end of the over. What's the score there, Duncan?
We are 32 off 4 overs, so a very tight over. I think it was a maiden actually. I could be wrong. What we don't have yet on here on West Match Special is a dedicated scorer, much to our sadness. So if anyone would like that position for future games, do please get in touch, because we'd love to be able to keep you updated with all the details of every batsman and bowler's score. We've just got a little bit of a running total going at the moment.
So I definitely don't think we're good enough at multitasking to be able to do that as well as this.
Yes, maybe a good time briefly between overs just to talk about our hopes for West Match Special, which is that we would like to be able to have all of our Scottish Cup home games next year covered, and maybe a few of the ladies' Sunday fixtures as well. So this is very much a trial run just to get things going, and we've got a change in the bowling. The infamous Gav Lynch is replacing Gav Smith from the pavilion end.
Similar in name, similar in bowling style, really. Bowl as fast as you can, back of a length, and trying to get a bit of wobble off the seam.
It's an interesting one. I thought they might have gone for a bit of Etheridge early on, look for that movement, but here's Lynch in, finds a very good length early on.
It's a good start. It's a difficult balance. Etheridge has a very potent in-swing. It does get it to move a long way, but he also has, compared to a lot of the bowlers, has more skill with sort of cutters and slur balls, so it's very useful. Can fill the kind of almost the Liam Plunkett role in the middle overs, just trying to tie it up and offer the variations, try and keep the batsman guessing.
Here's Lynch again, he's up to the wicket, he bowls back of a length and a very nice delicate Ian Bell-like dab down to third man in the throw-in. It's well fielded down there. Can't quite see who that is at third man.
I think that might be Amol Deshmukh.
It does look a bit like Amol.
I think he's got his characteristic black undershirt on. That's a no ball, unfortunately.
First extra of the day.
Gav Lynch does have a rather large bowling stride, so is quite potent for no balls. It's quite a hard stride to regulate, really.
And of course a free hit. Maybe a good opportunity for Alan to actually connect here. Because the batsmen have rotated strike, they can change the field, and Oliver's, both the slips are out into a more defensive posture for the free hit. Still only 2 men allowed out though. Lynch is in, he bowls, bangs it in, and he has hit the batsman in a good area in the ribs there. It's a good ball for that, defending that free hit. He's got very interesting bowling action. Gav Lynch gets that front arm amazingly high, and there's a moment he seems to be incredibly tall, and a very nice, really nice snap in his action to generate the pace. That's the infamous Bobby there in the background, giving his
I believe
opinion on
Bobby.
the scores. So yeah, 34 for none, off 4 and a bit overs at the moment, and Lynch is up to the wicket. He's bowling to Allen. He bowls back of a length again.
Aerial, but rather deliberately over the cover fielder and just holding up. Good chase there by Strachan.
Not such a
Gav
great
Smith.
throw, but yeah.
One of those situations where you just want to get it in and out, just to stop the batsman for trying to sneak one on the arm, keep the pressure on. That's
Not
two
the
there for Alan.
Not the safest shot I've seen. Didn't look entirely in control. It was over extra cover, but not by a huge margin.
It looked like he was trying to deliberately go. That's a shorter ball, and that's just really slightly stopped in the pitch. That's not got as much zip off as Lynch would have wanted, but still not in carrying any runs, as that's safely fielded in the mid-wicket circle by Mills, I think that is there. Yeah, I would apologise that we're slightly unsure of who the fielders are, but it is rather a long way away.
Yeah, it doesn't have the best view through these windows as well.
No. So that's chipped and safe. That's a lovely piece of fielding there.
That
was
from
a
Junaid.
great
Wonderful,
field.
wonderful
Great
throw.
piece of fielding by Junaid that we didn't quite capture because I'm too slow with my fingers.
He's a very fine fielder, Junaid.
He's great fun to watch out there.
Yeah. Exactly the sort of person you'd want in these good competitive games. Always wants to get involved, always energetic, always putting pressure on the batsman, and isn't really going to give up even if you're 400, chasing 400.
So there's some brilliant sides in that. The first intra-club friendly that he played down.
That's a
And
slow
side
ball
on
that
the
has
right.
gone horribly wrong and has trickled out towards first slip.
I mean, I like the idea with the batsman Sabri trying to go aerial quite a lot of the time. It's a good idea. Just try and change up the pace, see if you can dupe him into a false shot.
Yeah,
But it didn't work. It was dreadful.
particularly with the field up, it's a good strategy, isn't it? He's obviously going to hit through the line, whatever. And then just re-balling that ball now, back of length this time.
Once again, pushed just behind point, and that's another good piece of fielding. I mean,
Lovely tumble.
yeah, it seems slightly unnecessary. I think they've realised the cameras are on and are trying to take advantage of that. But I think West have been relatively secure in the field so far. So
Apart from, of course, that drop catch early on,
we won't talk about that, will we?
um, which would have been very useful.
I think we may just skip over that first over.
Mm. Unfortunately, we were on time with the start of our broadcast, so we were able to cover that. So McNulty to continue, of course, has looked quite dangerous. Bit of movement early on, but hasn't bowled too much to the right-hander Sabri. So this will be the one that West really want to get early on. Looking very dangerous.
Firmly hit, but straight to mid-on. Bit of a slap, not a conventional drive.
It didn't have
Really
the
just-
nicest sound off the bat either.
No.
Didn't really connect with that.
But the
Hopefully
intent
you've
is still
caught
there.
that from our ground cam.
Yeah, we have no idea how good that is.
I think windy. I need to get a little wind buffer for it, but it's another
That's
big shot
also-
towards Cow, and there's
That's
no one
much
out
more
there.
convincing as that
Yeah.
skips over to the I won't say cow, let's say straight mid-wicket boundary. Let's be
It was a good shot.
Very
I
good
mean, no
pass.
one out there, just hitting through the line really on his legs, but it's not where you want to be bowling to someone who's looked very strong in that region. He's got to find that back of length outside off, and he's got to slip in a gully in there if he wants to get them in the game.
Yes, will be a test for John Oliver, who's captaining today, to work out when he slightly concedes an attacking fielding position for something slightly more defensive.
That's what we were asking for, and it has been deposited through point for another very effective boundary.
Once again, the outfield isn't particularly quick, but when you hit it that hard, you'll generally still get it over the rope.
Yeah, there wasn't much chase in that.
No, I think that was given up from about the time that the ball was bowled. But no, it's nicely open the wrists there, just to find the gap between cover and point.
Yeah, good shot. Lots of gaps in the field early on.
It's a
That's
quite
slipping
quite
the gully.
aggressive back, to be fair.
Yeah,
start.
yeah, he's looked to really take it to the bowlers early on, put that pressure on.
Slightly stifled appeal. The rose that was going rather a long way down the leg side, and there was absolutely no point wasting the breath.
I think looking for the Yorker there, looked a very full ball on the stumps.
It does have a good Yorker. It's got me a fair number of times. I mean, he's not short, but Dave isn't the tallest bowler. So the benefit of those Yorkers is they are quite skiddy, and they do tend to get under the bat quite well. So he keeps going with that very full length, and it seems to be relatively effective. He's keeping it within the channel or onto middle or off.
Yeah, obviously a batsman who likes to free his arms, but also that risk that it was full and on the legs that he can just hit through that big gap at mid-wicket there.
That's a lovely shot. That's all timing, and that's all talent.
Yeah,
not
but again,
a
it's
huge
that
flourish.
big gap at mid-wicket there that
It's a reasonable sized boundary that got there in rather a flash. And that's the end of the 6 over, which now means we have a sanitation break.
Greg
so
Watson wiped down.
Yeah, we've monitored as the Greg Watson wipe down. So this is one of the many COVID regulations we have to adhere to during the season. So every 6 overs or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, the ball has to be wiped down, and all of the fielders have to go off and sanitise their hands. So it does slightly slow down the rate of play, but we'd rather keep these slight slowdowns and get some cricket in. And to us, this might be though it's not a proper break and they don't have much time to chat, and the umpires might want to get on with it, this might be a good opportunity for West just to take a breath, have a quick chat, get some thoughts from their captain, and try and win the next 6 overs. Really, Uddingston are very much on top at the moment, purely through Sabri. So yeah, they'd really want to win this next little 6 over period and wrestle back a bit of the momentum.
It's one of the really interesting changes with the new COVID regulations. These little 6 over segments really break up the game into little bite-sized chunks in the way that, just as Ben was saying, you can look to go and win those little sections of the game. Normally in Scotland, with it not being so hot, we just have one drinks break, so you've just got 2 25 over chunks, if you like, without a break in between. So yeah, a little chance to regroup here for West, talk about what their plans are, what lengths and lines they're trying to hit, maybe adjust the fields or lengths accordingly. Just coming up for our first hour of live streaming. It's flown by.
That has definitely flown by, that.
Yeah. I guess that is from when we started the screen, not necessarily when we came actually on air, if that makes sense. But still, at this stage in the life of West Match Special, we'll celebrate any landmark.
Yeah, little milestone there for us.
Yeah.
Lynch, a rare bearded fast bowler, which is a sight you love to see, the beard bouncing in the run up to the crease, and here he comes again to the wicket, bowls. Alan knocks that off his hip.
Should push for 2 here. And they do.
Good throw.
Ooh, good chase from Deshmukh, but throw slightly off target. But I think even though it was, at the top of the stumps, I think Alan would have been pretty safely home. Though we're have a stream of this, we don't quite have the capability to offer a review to third umpire, unfortunately.
One day.
Once again short, and oh my word!
Oh, has he caught that?
No, it's gone straight through his hands. I don't think he just didn't quite have enough time to stop his momentum as it went slightly to his left side. It's always a difficulty as a out and out fast bowler to stop yourself and actually move towards the ball unless it's come straight at you. But that is the chance that West were really looking for, and they'll feel disappointed that's not been taken. They really take anything they can get. Lynch comes back in, and that's a lovely ball. That's good length.
Yeah.
Alan hasn't looked particularly secure on that front foot, so we want to keep challenging it.
He's certainly looked to play a few of those front foot cover drives, hasn't he? I don't think he's yet connected with one. Looked more comfortable when it's on his body, able to just nip it into the leg side. But of course, if he stays out here, gets used to the pitch, chance to grow into the game. Short ball off the hip there. I think that's going to be a leg by as they run 1. No run signals, so obviously a little tickle on that.
So, being a new man to the club and really a new man to the sport, have you found your cricket education so far? Do you understand most of the stuff we're talking about?
Bits, and mainly because I can see it.
Right.
I'm not sure I'd be able to follow if I was listening rather than watching.
No,
the key thing there.
I think that's one of the. That's a wide ball there from Lynch, just slightly struggling with his radar. It's one of the limiting factors of cricket is that something like football is quite simple. You kind of kick the ball around and there's a net you kick it into. There's high nuances to it, but it's quite simple. Whereas cricket, unless you have a visual to it, it's really hard to make any of it make sense.
Yeah, so the visual is definitely key, and I have created myself a little guide on my iPad next to me of some kind of field positions, and even with that I'm struggling.
Yeah. Actually, I remember I played a game a number of years ago. I got sort of pulled into a side for a friend, and his change comes in, and that's left it, I think, just within the wide line. But no, his I think his wife and his parents came down, who weren't particular fans of the sport, but it was a nice day in Winchester, and so actually this is quite enjoyable. It's a wonderful sport if you like sitting in the sun and having a couple of glasses of white wine. So there's a part of cricket for.
Yes, I think that's definitely my key bit, is the beer afterwards.
That's a rather huge heave to a low full toss, which somebody's quite lucky not to have go through onto his stumps. I do think this very full length is really what West need to go for, because I mean you can see in the professional games, a low full toss can get chipped over the boundary for a large six, whereas at this sort of level actually it's a very hard ball to hit. So even if you do slightly get your Yorker wrong, there's still a relatively defensive delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess that part of the secret is just not making it so predictable that they can set themselves for it. Just keeping them honest with the odd one back of a length, but yeah, mostly getting them up looking for those Yorkers, but a low full toss, as Ben says, still a very dangerous delivery. That's completed the 7th over, incidentally, and Uddingston are 55 without loss. Not quite sure of the scores of the individual batsmen, but Sabri doing the majority of the scoring. I believe Alan is on a couple, or maybe 4 or 5 out of those, and there's been 2 extras. So yeah, Sabri must be then in around the 40 mark. McNulty bowls. It's outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Alan, and taken in by the keeper.
Well, it's 55 off 7. You're looking at a run rate of just under 8. So despite that 20 run over that kicked off proceedings, you've pulled things back to what is a relatively reasonable score for the kind of the first 10 overs. You expect that, at the level of first 11 cricket, as that's inside edge to square leg and tidily fielded by Junaid there, sneaking through for a single.
Yeah.
I just plugged into the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Our machine's on the rock to the card machine.
Right.
Every time we use a card on it, it's no connecting.
We're not using the actual Wi-Fi though. I mean, there's no reason that anything we're doing should
I
affect.
know, but I just keep saying it's no connecting. Every card we use.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
Can you? Is it just the machine not connecting at all?
No,
Right.
that was fine last night.
we didn't unplug anything. I take it in the.
No, nothing's unplugged.
As the tech man, do you want to have a look?
Yeah. And the only thing we can do is.
Providing a little bit of tech support for the bar.
No.
But is it on? Has it got? Let me grab my mask. 1 second.
So are we still live, Duncan?
Yes.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. There's some slight technical difficulties. We'll get back to the cricket, viewers. Oh, bowled him! What a time to come back to. That's a lovely ball from McNulty. Well, I assume we can't see much. Top of off, Alan once again looking slightly unsure on that front foot, and that's exactly what you're taught to do early doors when you're young. Top of off, get a bit of nibble, and invariably you'll take some wickets.
So he was definitely never set in there. was he?
No, never looked fully comfortable. So that's just the opening that the West needed, really. See, Sabri's still there, being destructive, but that just gives West an opening to try and make some inroads. And a couple, 1 or 2 more quick wickets here and there, they'd really be on top.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, don't really know what else.
So we'll find out the new batsman name as soon as we can. Once again, we are slightly unsure on some of the details of the Uddingston team. As we now have a stream of messages coming into our club chat. It's the benefit of having these streams is those people who are perhaps in different parts of the country or can't make it down to the match today are allowed to keep up to date with all that's going on.
We have some excitement from Mike.
Who may be popping in later. McNulty's in. That's good for the batsman, keeping on this nice and straight. Slight back of the length delivery. So we might try and find out at some point just how much movement the pitch is offering. I said earlier in the pitch report, having talked to Greg Watson, our intrepid groundsman, there hasn't really been much, if any, grass growth over the last few days. So you think the pitch should be relatively dead, but there's still a bit of moisture, a little bit tacky, as that's nicely pitched up, well into the ball there from the batsman. So yeah, it might, things fixed with that little bit of top level of dew and softness. It can just hold in the pitch to stick a little bit, and means you get a little bit more purchase off the seam. So there's definitely potential for the spinners there. Might not get quick spin, but should get some decent turn. As with like Etheridge putting in the cutters, trying to get some decent purchase.
Does that mean we might see a little bit of Jesse's spin?
I really hope not. I really hope not. That would be I think a lot of things will have to go wrong for us to have any sort of reason to bowl Jesse Mills.
It might make a little bit of comical viewing though.
As Lynch continues, and that's pushed into the covers, safely fielded there by a West player.
H. Singh on to in at number 3, incidentally.
That's good. Always good to know who's taking part in a game. So yeah, Hamilton Crescent batting at number 3 today, and always a key position in any team. Generally, the rule is that your best batsman will often be your number 3. It's a bit of a wild slash there, really trying to force a ball that wasn't there to score any runs off. I think they do remember there's still many overs still left to bat, and plenty more runs to score. As we see, Tommy Suslak has just entered the building, looking resplendent as ever, looking very much like the Doctor he is. That's good from Lynch there, nice and full, keeping him honest.
Evening? Afternoon?
Oh, it's an afternoon, Tommy.
I don't know what time of day it is anymore.
Losing track completely.
I believe it's about 10 minutes to 1, so it's definitely afternoon. So yeah, if you're running, there's a slight lack of there's a wide there from Lynch, who has always been prone to have a slightly wayward radar. It does pick up wickets. It's better when someone bowls quickly and potentially a bit erratically. Is that it's quite hard to predict. If you've got a bowler who's bowling tight line and length, you roughly know where it's going to be every ball, and you can at any speed to get a rough idea of what's going to happen next. Whereas someone bowling decent speed is a bit wild, as that's a full toss. Finally got one of those low full tosses away as that slowly rolls into the boundary. Gav Smith giving chase in vain. Once again, still a good idea, but I think I think that's still Sabri there, who's just found it pretty easy today. Pretty easy going. Yeah, if you're missing one of the voices, Duncan Sutherland has gone off to on a bit of tech support.
Yeah, some card machine tech support, I believe, is the issue.
Oh, as that's a big old heave, and that's gone for another McRae maximum there for Sabri, and that's 50.
50
off very few balls, actually.
As he said, it was a rather few 50.
Yeah, and if he keeps going like this for the next 15, 20 overs. Doesn't even need really to bat through the whole innings. That'd be a hell of a score for West to chase.
He's going to be a key wicket in this game.
Yeah. Not. I think. Yeah. It's if we can get Sabri out relatively soon, it does mean that the rest of the team will just have to consolidate and get themselves in, and just slow down the run rate, allow West to build a bit of pressure. As I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I mean, perhaps an inside edged.
There was a big shout from somebody.
And that's the end of the over. We'll try to work out what the score is. Yeah, as well as running tech support, Duncan was manning most of the technology and the scores. So yeah, if you've missed the wide angle shot, that'll be why. Is everything all right, Duncan?
No, we're going to have to go offline for a bit and see if that fixes it. So with just some apologies to our loyal viewers, but we are going to have to go offline for a little moment, just having an issue, a conflict of interest between the bar's Wi-Fi and our use of the streaming services. So hopefully we will be back with you shortly. Do bear with us. To check whether that was anything to do with what we were doing for West Match Special, but I believe it's an independent issue. We're just scrambling around to get an updated score. We've just had our second Greg Watson wipe down, so that means we are at 12 overs gone. Just trying to get the score for you now. And it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling, and the West of Scotland skipper John Oliver is coming on from the pavilion end. Delighted to say that my colleague Benedict Cole has rejoined me in the commentary box. Hi Ben, how did you spend your technical break?
I wandered around and tried to field some questions about why the scoreboard isn't working.
So it's not just behind the bar, but also out on the pitch that we experience problems. Milmo, did you manage to get a score for us?
Yeah, the current score is 83 for 1.
So we're 83 for 1 off 12 overs. And as I mentioned, John Oliver just into his work there, first ball.
And it looks like we're going to get an up-to-date feed of the score after every over on the radio.
Oh, nice.
Apparently. So we can try and keep track.
Yeah.
We're very well hooked up here with we've got walkie-talkies thanks to one of our lovely umpires, Craig, as Oliver comes in, bowls. Well, that's chipped in the air.
A pleasant little chip.
Yeah, safe.
Probably won't might
just going to make it.
It's a teaser for who is that? Junaid, Graham, and John running
all attempting
trio.
and straight in between them all.
Yeah, if any of our viewers do have any thoughts on the coverage, on the commentary, on even on the personnel, we won't take it personally. Do feel free to send us a tweet or an Instagram message, or go on our Facebook page, or can they leave comments on the
YouTube channel? That is a great question. If they are, then I have not been following them. I will try and work that out over lunch, how we can best allow you to get in touch with us. There's a lovely drive down the ground there, just pulling up short of the rope, and
Sabri continuing
has
in
his
his
slid over.
his work.
No, just a couple.
I've had confirmation from my sister that you can't comment. I don't know if we can turn that on or not.
No, I've just done it myself, and it says something about it's set up for children, so it doesn't allow for commentary.
I can definitely change that. When we get a little break, we'll as a
Give it-
full
What was that
toss
from?
is deposited down the ground. One bounce four, was that?
I think
Or
that's
six?
gone over by a
Four.
matter of inches. That's another McRae maximum there for Sabri.
You nearly took out that guy's pint.
Actually, we were enjoying some range hitting down here after a game a couple of weeks ago, and we strategically positioned a fresh pint of beer on one of the pipes of the sight screen, thinking if the ball rolled over, it would be safe as houses. Unfortunately, Sam Jacobson decided he would hit the pint fully flush in the middle of it, and that's been hammered down the ground. And that's a very good catch there from, I think that's Gav Smith,
Very
And that is
important wicket, that.
That was a very important.
That really was the key, and that is an end of a really very good innings from Sabri.
Yeah, we'll try and find out. He must have made. Must have made 50, I think, while we were off air. We'll try and get his full score for you at the end of the innings, if not before. But yeah, a really good knock. Put Uddingston right on the front foot.
Yeah, there was quite a few McCrea maximums in that innings from him.
71 we've just had confirmation from the scorers. So 71 from the 95 scored so far this morning. Really great knock, and you can see just on the edge of your screen there the West players clapping him off the field. Really, really strong knock. But a big opportunity now for West to chip away at the middle orders and keep this down to a respectable total. Does look like a good pitch. We were saying before the game that we thought 160 would be competitive. I think they might need to make a few more of that and push up towards that. You'd hope to be getting a good 240, 250 from their current position, but the middle order will have to bat as strongly as their openers. So John Oliver with the important breakthrough. Good bowling change from the captain to bring himself into the action. Tried various options from that top end, but slightly skiddier action of Oliver does the damage. Just get confirmation of who the batsman is for you.
So if any of our viewers have joined recently, just after the technical difficulties we had, just update. This is the first attempt we've had at live streaming a game as West Match Special. As Oliver continues, a little leg bye down to fine leg. So it's something that we'd, as most of these things are, something we discussed after a few beers and thought, well, I mean, if the professionals can do it, why can't we? And thought we'd give it a go. I think there's been a number of clubs who have started some level of YouTube channel. I think Sanderstead and Three Bridges Cricket being two of the more notable YouTube channels, and they've done good work. We thought we'd slightly up the ante and do a full live stream with commentary. I think Duncan's mentioned earlier that we'd be looking to try and next season, with this being the last Saturday game of the year, try and broadcast games on one of the Sunday games, so a lot of the Scottish League Cup matches for the first 11s, for the women's Sunday matches and games here and there. We'll also have, as the leagues go, a bye week occasionally. As McNulty comes into bowl, and that's pushed down to mid-on.
Just quickly to confirm that it's G. Bradley, I believe, who's come in at number 4 for Uddingston. And Dave McNulty into his, what must be his 7th over, I think. So a good stint for the old workhorse.
Holding up that end, although his legs might be aching for his walk tomorrow. Not the best idea.
So it's a good quick single there. Deshmukh being tight at the extra cover position. Or was that actually, no, thing is at mid-off. Sorry, apologies. Stracking it in the short cover.
As James was just mentioning, Dave McNulty off on the West Highland Way tomorrow with another of our West of Scotland Cricket Club members, so he'll definitely be feeling it in the legs as he sets off from Mulgai tomorrow. Bowls, he's beaten him.
Delivery there from McNulty. Mulgai also the team our Sunday team are playing tomorrow down at their home ground.
Oh, it's comping.
That was the unmistakable sound of Bobby.
Our scorer and occasional noise maker.
It's a definite noise.
Yeah, we might do a segment at some point of Bobby had to have a conversation with James Lindley-Daw, who has a thick Yorkshire accent, and work out if they have any idea what either of them are talking about.
I think for that point, Duncan will need to work out how to do subtitles.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. I don't think using the old, speech recognition software and Bobby aren't going to be best friends, are they? So, need to do some quick typing.
It's good over here from McNulty. As we've said, the wicket of Sabri really has slowed down proceedings. Keep nice and tight as that's gently flicked in front of square. It's a pretty wild throw there from Mills. You'd really expect better of him. but well backed up there from Etheridge with his rune on.
It's just
That's an interesting question. When you're playing in coloured clothing, is it still appropriate to wear a baggy cap, or should you go for the modern baseball cap?
I don't know. I think the baggy will always have a place in cricket.
It will, but I don't know. It feels slightly wrong with colour. I was thinking about this last night. That we think about sort of Milmo being a new man to the sport. There's a lot of. Score is 98 for 2 after the
14th over.
14th over. There's a lot of unwritten rules of the game and just nuances and things that people who have played the game for any length of time just accept as being fact and true.
It completely confuses you when you walk in and not really know anything, mainly around clothing.
Yeah, things like sort of if you're wearing a rather bright pair of, same as football actually, if you're wearing a very bright pair of spikes, you've either got to be very good or have enough money to get away with it, as that's pushed into point, and probably wisely not taking the single as Bobby unwinds an extension cord behind me. Apologise if you're getting any background noise, but I can't be bothered to argue with them actually. It's not really worth the
time.
breath.
I
are there any particular
Well, I heard some.
things you picked up?
Well, Graham was talking yesterday about some strange things of people on the Australian side going out wearing black socks, and apparently that is not allowed.
No, absolutely not.
I quite not know why that is, but
It's one of those little things which I think we should probably recognise that most people who will be taking part in the commentary today, there are people coming on later, are cricket tragics, really. We can't really escape the fact that we thought we could enjoy a Saturday in the sun. We decided to sit in the clubhouse and talk about cricket.
attempt to learn something about cricket.
Talked about cricket so much that we missed a gorgeous back foot cover drive there, which I think they picked up 3 for. An excellent shot off the back foot.
Yeah, sorry, we'll try and focus on the game at hand.
I'll keep you right.
But just going back to the Black Sox, yeah, it's one of those things which just feels a bit wrong. It's sort of the kind of ankle socks you get.
Yeah.
Even wearing those is a little bit off. I have some which are relatively short, and I always feel a little bit wary about wearing them.
So I kind of get the black socks things if you're wearing white.
Good from Oliver there, just keeping it on a nice length outside the stump.
If you're wearing whites, I kind of get the black sock thing. But these, when you're wearing colours and you're wearing black trousers,
yeah, that's more acceptable.
Not to Graham apparently.
We'll need to get our resident expert on how to look good in cricket gear, Jesse Mills, up here, who will have all the opinions on this subject.
That's another good ball in the channel there from Oliver. I particular things about sort of cricket shirts. So the current Australian one day and T20 shirts don't seem to have a proper collar or have buttons or poppers. They're not a proper shirt, and that really bugs me. I think you can have whatever, well, within reason. Oliver's there again, another full toss as that's just through the gap as I look behind the door, and it
has been sorted from the side.
Ah, perfect. It's 2 runs there. Any cricket shirt should have a collar and some level of buttons. So even
it basically has to be a polo shirt of some description.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like that's what West are wearing today. They're
no, there's
t-shirts.
so there's generally a bit of an odd mix with the kit we're wearing. So we do have a coloured playing kit, but you do get a mix of people with the official tops on, people wearing our training tops or sort of mid layers, and with the back trousers. Some people are wearing the official ones. Some people just have some ones they found in the back of a cupboard. So there's a bit of a pleasant mismatch of.
I think it's because it's rarely used, so it's a bit hard to get people to invest into another set of kit.
Yeah. So when you have kind of players who are, as McNulty continues, up to wicket. That's a wild heave. Well stopped there from Linley Daw. I'm not sure we don't have quite the audio here, but from the looks of it, I don't know if perhaps there was an edge there that he was disappointed on, or he just didn't quite enjoy that being fired into his upper thigh.
Certainly not a very delicate shot there, just leaning back and trying to really hoik that into the hill. McNulty's back in again now. fuller.
That's a much better shot. That's securely fielded.
We were talking, sorry to interrupt the clothing chat, but obviously we were talking before the game about 160 being a competitive score. Obviously 103 for 2, looking like they're going to blast past that. It looks like a good wicket, I think, as well. Do you think what do we think a good score on this deck is now, having seen 15 overs of cricket on it?
Well, I think good
shot
short
there.
ball. Should just be a single down to fine leg, fielded there by, I think, Lynch. Well, I mean, with the start that Uddingston have had, do you really think they should be going for... So how many overs gone? Just remind me, don't you?
We're in the 16th now.
They should really be going for about 240. With only 2 wickets down, you can have a period of sort of consolidation and go for... Because that's a big hit. Might not go to the boundary.
Good dive
Yeah,
down
great
there.
effort there in the...
Is that Sam? I can't quite see who that is.
Not sure.
Someone else who's torn. Yeah, I think that might be
Looks like a
Sam Jacobson. Excellent commitment there to keep it down to a couple. But yeah, I was at 240, and it's
certainly be competitive.
one of the difficulties we've had is I mentioned earlier, we're slightly low on availability. Yeah, we've lost that's
a good
flipped
shot.
down to fine leg, should be picked up for a single. A lot of players we've actually lost this year have been batsmen. So looking at our bowling attack with McNulty and Smith and Oliver, you're looking at a majority of last season's strong bowling attack. You're missing people like Kieran Chance or Fenner as your spinners. Most of the seam attack have remained. It's the batting where we're lacking. So that could be the difficult thing for West today.
No shortage of talent, of course, in the new boys. We've got Junaid and Linley Daw, both looking like they've got a lot of potential, but just haven't made a big score for the first 11 so far. So hopefully on this slightly flatter deck than we've been used to for most of the season here at Hamilton Crescent, they might get going and get a good score for us.
The sixes are flowing for the likes of McNulty, Jesse and G, though, to be fair.
Yeah, we do have some definite hard hitters of the cricket ball. It's just a case of whether they can do it on a consistent basis. If someone can play a Sabri-esque innings, will definitely be in it. And someone like James Lidor, who I think might be opening today, seems definitely a good shout. He could, he strikes the ball as clean as anyone. That's a nice dot there from Oliver, who's just finding his areas, keeping it nice and tight.
He's not given away too much so far, has he? Again, unfortunately, we don't have all the score details to hand, but
That's
a good looking shot.
full toss.
Good stop, yeah.
So. Yes, I do have to keep relying on you for anything that goes.
I have a nice view out here.
Yeah, I'm slightly obscured
Wherever that might be.
by a door. So if it goes down to the bowling from the pavilion end down to a very straightish mid-off from my don, I can kind of catch it. But anything else, I haven't got the foggiest, really.
Between the three of us, I think we've got the whole pitch covered. We just need to complete each other's sentences to give you a complete rundown of where the ball has gone and who has fielded it. I'm sure there'll be an update soon from the bar about whether they've got the card machine working as John Oliver drops out his square leg. So we've got a deep square leg and fine leg. They pull his length back here. He's up to the keep bowls. It's the double bluff of a
doing
Yorker.
And doing a Mark Wood tumble.
I can say around the bar thing, with the sun out like this, there's definitely going to be some beers needing to be flowed. So
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of doing this as a very amateur broadcast, and I'm not really having to abide by sort of Ofcom rules. Is that we can have a beer during commentary.
And we certainly will be doing that during the second innings. If you are listening, there's a good shot there, Pooh, through backward point onto the front foot there. It's been fielded down at third man. Another couple.
Again. It's getting a lot of work down there today.
Yeah, if you are listening in the west end of Glasgow and fancy coming down for a sit on the hill and what might be the last sunshine we enjoy in the very tail end of summer.
Due to COVID regulations, we can't have spectators, but you are welcome to sit on our terrace. That is for members and paying customers only. So if you did want a beverage, soft or alcoholic, you are more than welcome. Though I would advise you to bring some cash, seeing as we are having problems with our card machine today.
One of the highlights of the game so far.
It's always a disaster when a card machine breaks in a bar.
Especially when
Yes.
everyone is trying to use contactless at the moment.
Why?
And John Oliver completes us over there with that, I think 6 off it. So they are 111. And Nelson, no one observing the Nelson tradition of hopping around on one foot, but 111 for 2 off 17. So a definite slowing of the rate and a little bit of a rebuild here for Uddingston, who know they're ahead in the game. If they can get another good partnership going and keep chipping away and have wickets left in hand at the end, they'll be in a very, very strong position to push on for a big total.
We were talking before this about big totals. So when was the last big total that we saw here?
Could have asked me that about 30 seconds ago before I closed my
Before he
laptop.
decided
No,
to
thanks
close
very
his
much.
laptop.
Just rude is what that is.
Just putting you under pressure, because we have our very own Ben the Stat Man.
It's going to be a change of bowling in our first look at spinner and a first look in a West of Scotland maroon top for John Strachan. Who's moved across here from West Lothian. Believe he was an off spinner. Maybe someone will correct me. We'll see in a second.
Those of you who are familiar with West players, he used to play at the same club as Rob Corner, who's one of our 1s and 2s players, second 11 captain last year. So he rates him, which I think counts for a small amount in this part of the world. Let's see how he goes. Nicely tossed up. Good spin there, just off the inside edge. But yeah, going for the high scores. The high scores that this is for reference. This is pulled off the Cricket Scotland website archives, going back to 1998 league matches only. High score at Hamilton Crescent is 304. It's a big heave. Didn't quite get it, but it'll get a single out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, it's only a score of 300 we've got, but there's a good few in the kind of mid to high 200s. There was the most recent of which was 226, which was in 2018, which if you remember was a very, very hot summer, which turned most of the tracks into absolute roads. So it was wonderful batting conditions. So
makes a change.
Yeah. That's
That's
another
high.
big heave, and that I think just gets over for another McRae maximum.
Looking to put the pressure on the bowler straight away here.
Be a good test of character here for Strachan. He's tossing it up nicely, getting good flight, bit of spin. It's a fun game of will he keep tossing it up and say, go on, have another go, and go for chance of wickets, or just start bowling a little bit quicker and try and get better control. Yeah, that is a little bit quicker.
Oh, he's been hit on the pad. Big appeal, but nothing doing from umpire Watson.
I think with once again, we don't quite have the angle, but off spinner hitting in front of the pad and it trickling down to kind of second slip would indicate it's probably just a bit outside the line. Anything that bounces to the offside is generally difficult to. That's another
good shot.
That's a lovely hit over kind of a wide mid off. As that trickles over for another 4. So it started looking like a good over and actually become rather expensive.
I'm surprised that one didn't go all the way, to be fair. That comes out of that.
It's a lovely
The
choice.
inside out shot against the spin over extra cover there.
So it always shows a bit of class.
A little bit of a problem that he's sort of been. There you go.
That's a good quicker ball.
I was going to say he's been hit square with that sweep shot and then down the ground. He really wants to set his field so he's either protecting the straight or he's firing it into the pitch a little bit more. But completes the 18th over there.
So it's time another Greg Watson wipe down. Any of you have joined in the last probably 45 minutes or so, just to explain what's going on. It's part of the COVID regulations, is that every 6 overs or 20 minutes, was ever soonest. I think this generally ends up being every 6 overs. We need to sanitize both the ball and the hands of all of the fielders. And as we said earlier, what it does mean is you generally end up breaking the game into kind of 6 over segments, whereas traditionally you'd have, for a 40 over game, probably 20 overs, then a drinks break and 20 overs. You have these little kind of 6 over segments, which allows the fielding team to have a chat if they're on the back foot, or the batsman to have a conversation about what the pitcher's doing and their plan for the next 6, and you get these kind of little games of winning kind of 6 over periods, which can add despite slowing the game down, add a pleasant extra nuance to the day's proceedings.
Yeah, I don't think there's been many complaints about having to do it, bar from keepers, because the keepers are having to sanitise their gloves, which I believe for the first couple of balls makes them rather slippery. Yeah,
it is a bit of a difficulty, and also for the bowlers, it depends on the brand of hand sanitizer you've got, but ours is a little bit sticky. Unfortunately, we decided to buy in bulk, so despite the fact that we didn't particularly like and wanted some more, we didn't really want to waste any money, so we're rather stuck with it. But it does mean that you do slightly get gently sort of sticky fingers, which does make it a little bit harder to control.
It is very tacky. It's a very strange feeling. You kind of end up wanting to sort of, you wash your hands with the hand sanitizer and then you give it a wipe on the grass to try and get that off and get some dirt from the wicket, just trying to get back to kind of normal feel in your hand. I imagine it particularly difficult for spinners who really rely on that grip.
I, in a way, slightly enjoy it because I find actually I can get a bit more grip, actually a bit more rip out of it. So it depends on your bowling style, but I tend to find that actually I can grip the ball a little bit tighter just to make sure it doesn't slip out. But it does allow you to just, if you get it right, really get some revs on the ball. But it's a definite, difficult balance. But despite it being occasionally a bit of a pain, I think we're all happy to do whatever's needed to get some cricket in.
I think it's keeping everyone safe, isn't it? That's the key thing there.
Just on a quick technical update for, as requested earlier on, we have now turned on the live chat feature on the YouTube stream. So if you do want to say hello and let us know where you're listening from or watching from, indeed, it'd be lovely to hear from you as Oliver resumes plays up to the wicket bowls.
It's lovely. It's a very pleasant little drop down to third man. Classical ODI batting, keeping the strike rotated. Oliver's been bowling. There's been a few of these low full tosses. But other than that, Oliver's been bowling pretty well, so they will need to find these ways of sneaking a few singles and keeping the strike rotated there. I mean, they're in a pretty solid position batting-wise. But what you don't want to do is squander a very strong start and end up being on for kind of a 220, 240 score and ending up at kind of 180, 200 when you really could have... They could really bat West out of the game here if they keep going hard at the ball.
Of course, for West, they need some wickets, don't they? Need to really put the pressure on in these middle overs. And in previous Uddingston encounters, when Uddingston have made good starts, there has been quite a few very significant collapses. So West will hope that if they can nip one out here, they might get a couple more quickly and really put the pressure on the lower middle order. Nice start to the over here from Oliver. Ball's in the right area.
So you guys keep mentioning this low full toss. Care to elaborate exactly what that means? I know.
Right. So, we'll start with go back to complete basics. So obviously a full toss is a delivery which doesn't pitch before it gets to the batsman. Mm-hmm. With a low full toss, you're really talking about any kind of ball which would hit the batsman on the full, probably from about the knee downwards.
Okay.
So it's quite common if you're trying to bowl a Yorker, so trying to pitch it kind of at the batsman's feet.
Slightly higher than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, as I said earlier, with the professional batsmen, they are, especially when they're expecting kind of bowling at the end of innings and lots of Yorkers and very full balls, they're expecting it.
Yeah.
Because I think with this level of cricket where bowlers don't quite have that level of control, it's sort of a bit of a surprise ball, because when you're kind of trying to track the ball, you're trying to sort of track it onto the pitch and then up onto your bat, whereas because it's a complete change in trajectory,
it never actually hits the pitch.
Yeah, and it's quite hard to kind of get under the ball if you're trying to hit it for 6, and it's I think it's that little kind of 0.2 of a second trying to realise, oh right, it's a full toss. It can actually just you can miss it because you're late on the ball. Like Duncan said earlier, actually, if you do it regularly, it starts to become it's quite predictable.
Just throw one in now and again to kind of confuse the batsman. Okay, I'm with you.
It's good from
Like I said, we'll try and make this educational as well, mainly for my benefit.
Strachan just starts off another over there. A chipped shot coming down the wicket, almost found mid-off, so it's an interesting challenge thrown down early in the over. Strachan's in again, he bowls very full, just tippled around the corner. It's away for 4, good shot, good connection on that. Leaking boundaries rather earlier in his spell is John. Needs to just find a few dot balls.
Even if it's sort of 2 or 3 in a row, with batsmen trying to go hard at the ball, even 2 or 3 dot balls does put that little bit of pressure and makes them really go harder at the ball than they perhaps otherwise would want to do. That's nicely flighted up, and that's a wonderful effort there from Deshmukh. Just couldn't quite get to it.
It's chasing, it's plugged, so it won't go all the way for 4, but they will run 3. Good throw in there from the deep.
Good effort, but he's obviously not the tallest man in there.
No, anyone who is probably average height would have nestled that gently sort of just below the chin.
Is that average height for you, Ben, or average height for...
For the general population.
Okay.
I fully accept that I am very much below that average height, so I would have equally gone nowhere near that.
Strachan comes in again, up to the wicket, bowls, digs that into the pitch, that's too short. And it has been dispatched through square leg, so really under pressure here to try and find that short ball. Obviously, the result of the back-to-back shots played off him so far this over. In other news, we've had messages so far from West of Scotland member Dylan, who says hello, and from who I believe must be Ben's sister, one Helen Cole.
That is indeed my sister.
So hello to both of those guys. Glad you're enjoying the stream.
Actually, so my brother is currently today moving in with my sister. So I hope the move's going all right, guys. Let me know how
Hope you haven't fallen out already.
Give it a week.
Yeah. Speaking of falling out, John Strachan's falling out of love with cricket at the moment. Oh, but he's bowled a good ball there. That segue, too good for my fellow commentators who have now collapsed in a heap. Might be the Quote of the Day award that I will claim for myself.
That definitely tickled Ben next to me, that did.
Ooh, that's a leading edge there, actually. Strachan fielding off his own bowling. I was thinking about it earlier, but you've got the likes of Benno, Cozier, Smith, Johnston, Aggers, and they've somehow allowed the likes of us to enter the hallowed halls of cricket broadcasting, and we're thanking them with terrible links like that. And that's probably about the Phil Tufnell level of commentary, and that's not as a compliment, Tuffers.
Yeah, at least he gets paid more than we do, though. So we can aspire.
He gets paid.
That
He
level.
gets paid. Yeah, it doesn't take much to be paid more than this.
Slight disagreement between us and the scoreboard, but I tend to think that we're more likely to be right. I think we are on 136 for 2 after the 20 over mark. As John Oliver continues his spell, coming down the hill now. He's into the wicket. He bowls. He's come down the wicket, and he has outside edged that down to third man.
Slight fumble from Deshmukh, but they're not
running anyway.
Not chancing the 2 on that arm.
He's been in the game, hasn't he, old Amol?
He's been busy. He's definitely getting his match fees worth. So that for sure.
So when it comes to the scoreboard, I would imagine that there is the usual technical issues with the West scoreboard.
Yes, it's
Good
it's
from
not
Oliver
done
there.
well through lockdown for whatever reason. The Old West scoreboard needs some TLC before the start of next season.
And if any listeners fancy being a benefactor of the Club and buy us a new one, you are more than welcome. There is a contact us page on our website, so just drop us a message if you feel like.
Well, we believe to be water damage, I would imagine.
And that's once again tickled down to
Shot there.
third man. Well fielded there, not letting, giving Deschmark a break.
I've had another little message on the live stream from West of Scotland youngster Robbie Walsh. Good to see you tuning in there, Robbie. Watching some of these experienced bowlers and learning, I'm sure. But we're maybe not learning from all of them, given the current scoring rate. It's another good shot there, expansive cover drive.
Good spank through the covers.
Gav is running, and it's made it to the boundary.
Another boundary. Yeah. They really do need some wickets now. It's the only thing that really is going to peg back the score. You can try and put defensive fields, but two batsmen in who are going along nicely. The only real way to stem the flow of runs is to get them out.
The only bowler we haven't seen yet is Graham Etheridge. Could be a different option, and I wonder.
It's well bowled from Oliver. I think the batsman just advancing a little bit too early, making it a little bit too easy to make a change as the bowler. Any thoughts on who would be a useful bowling change here?
Yeah, I mean they've really put this pressure on Strachan, haven't they? They think they'll give him one more, but if he keeps going at mid-teens and over, it's going to be hard to keep him in the game. So they might be tempted to bring back Gav Smith, and
that's chipped in that.
And there's the wicket.
There was the wicket.
Very
so all we needed to do was talk about a change in bowling, and that's brought about the wicket. So we'll be doing that more often. Caught at mid-off by
Gav Lynch.
Gav Lynch.
Yes. He was doing a lot of work out there, so glad he's finally got that.
I'm sure he's loving every minute of it.
Yeah.
He's having a wonderful time.
That's that. It will be now that he's taken the catch rather than just run into the boundary.
It's the end of that John Oliver over, so a successful one, and I think that wicket was deserved. He was finding some good lengths there. At the end of the shot, he didn't really need to play though. They were going along so nicely, just looking to play maybe one too many big shots when they were already ahead of the rate and putting the pressure on at the other end. It was just there to just milk Oliver around for 4-5 and over. So an opening for West of Scotland, and we'll see shortly whether they can push on and they really need a couple of quick ones. You think they need to be looking to bowl Uddingston out rather than letting them bat the full 40 overs as the game is today, 40 overs aside. Let's see if we can find who the new batsman is for you. So I believe this is Fergus Clark. I'm afraid we don't know the Uddingston team so well, so if anyone is watching from Uddingston and wants to write in correcting us for who each of the batsmen are, please do.
Or any kind of information about them would also be handy.
Yes, we're so far away it's very hard to even give sort of descriptive names unless we get a right-hand, left-hand combination, which it looks like we might now have. So I believe Fergus Clark is the new man just looking to face.
So from this distance it's hard to see the West players, let alone the people we don't actually know.
Yes, exactly. So Strachan will be hoping for a change of fortune here.
Hands in the air.
Okay.
Good throw back in. Let's go for 2.
We've got a question from one William Cole, who presumably is also a relation, about the type of match that we're watching here.
Will, so we're doing a 40 over match, and
this could be a catch here. No, it drops just short, sorry.
No, it really should. I think, with the requirement for wickets, I think that should be perhaps a slightly more intent in the effort to catch that. The dive might have been well appreciated, but I guess you want to stop the boundary. So yeah, 40 over match, clearly coloured clothing and pink ball, and we're how many overs through are we, Duncan?
This is the 22nd over we're in now.
Lovely. Will, I don't know if you're in London or still up in Glasgow, but if you're in Glasgow, do pop down for a beer. We'll be here all day. We've got nothing else to do.
No, and the beers would be welcome.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball.
This is Clark's first ball, and Strachan looking to get the ascendancy over one of these batsmen. He's been put right on the back foot, but you can see straight away a much loopier delivery there to the new man, and pulled him forward and beat the outside edge. That's really great spin bowling.
Us off spinners do love bowling to the left-handers. That's from the leading edge. Not looking assured. Very much playing with his hands there, foot just planting early doors and going at the ball.
Catch that?
Ooh.
Oh,
Just short.
Didn't really get up that ball, did it?
Yeah. Evidence that he's less comfortable against the slower pace here. So this is a good start from Strachan to the new man.
He'll be enjoying this one a bit more.
Lovely. It was really good
Good
from
work,
Strachan
yeah.
there.
I think that might be the first leave since the first over of the day. That.
But I think that highlights the importance of getting out of your over. Thing is a common problem with amateur cricket, club cricket, is that you can have sort of 3 or 4 good balls and think, I'm bowling well, and slightly relax and end up bowling a hit me ball in one of your last 2 balls. And first of all, it makes it easier for the batsman. Also, the problem is that it actually affects the person you're bowling with, because as much as you bat in partnerships, you bowl in partnerships, and if you allow them batsmen just to get that little bit of momentum and one up on you at the end of an over, they go into the next over feeling a bit more assured. So I think keeping it tight, right through all 6 deliveries is an area that we need to really focus on and make sure we're keeping all the pressure that you build. So Oliver in again, and good work there from Nidor. I don't know if perhaps there was a bit of something on it. Oliver with his hand to his face.
No call for a wide, so it must have at least flicked the pad. Just a note on the fielding restrictions today. I believe we're basically on a sort of standard format, so no 2 out for the first. What I imagine is 8 for a 40-over game.
Good wide Yorker there from Oliver.
Yeah. And now they should be able to have, I believe, 5 out if they want it. At the moment, just a fine leg and a third man. Ring field with a square leg, a short mid wicket and a mid on. Standard ring on the offside. So Oliver comes in bowls. It's very full, and that short mid wicket is in the game there.
So everybody bringing in to keep up the pressure. Is that why they do that?
Yeah, I think normally you would have your sort of extra cover in your mid wicket tight to stop any just drop and run either side of the wicket, and then you sort of drop them back the harder the batsman are looking to come at you. So what they're saying there is he's looking to play big shots through the offside, but they don't think he's so likely to do that on the onside. Silver produces the play and miss outside the off stump. He's
Continuing with the kind of the death bowling practice of the wide Yorkers, making sure the batsman has to reach the ball with a good defence down on the third man boundary there from Deshmukh. Once again getting, it's been kept busy today. There's Oliver in again. Bowled.
Bit of a loose shot there, just sort of planted on the crease and wafting the bat at it. Not no foot movement into that cut shot. Maybe a bit tight for the shot. As we've been saying, Uddingston quite comfortably ahead of the rate they'll feel they need here, so they can afford to just pick off the ones here and not have to go too hard after Oliver.
Another piece of advice from my sister is put our social media into the YouTube description box. That's something you could sort, Duncan?
Say again, sorry Ben, I was getting another bit of feedback from someone else. What was the
Right,
request?
well, first of all, thank you to everyone who's actually giving us feedback. We said it's our first broadcast. I'm sure there's lots of things we can improve, so we won't take it personally. Do feel free to let us know something you'd like to see or like to hear or would like to not hear or see. So the piece of advice was to put in the description box of the stream our social media accounts, so you can keep up to date with all things West in the future.
Thanks, Helen. We can certainly arrange for that, or maybe do that over the tea break. That's
a lovely shot there.
Extra cover shot beats the short extra cover that we were just talking about there, and to stop that single. And that's the downside, of course, if it is hit well. Don't have much reaction time, and they pick up a couple. The relentless nature of having only a 3-man commentary team, one of whom is also trying to do all of the live tech, means I have definitely missed a meal and my tummy is already telling me that it should be tea time.
Starting to get to food time.
Oh right, it is. Yeah, it's in fact quarter to 2. It's really has flown by.
Time does go rather quickly when you're here, to be fair.
The three of us were here bright and early before anyone other than the groundsman were here. We turned up at 10:30 this morning to get everything set up, having done a little bit of it the previous evening. So
That's lovely from
well
Strachan.
bowled.
Just pulling that length back a little bit. That's exactly where you want to be as a spinner. It's that in-between length where you can go forward to it, but it's very difficult to get over the top of the ball. I think it's enough time to spin past the edge. And again,
it's really shown how important that wicket was to break the momentum, and to come in against spin is quite different than being set, having seen off a few overs of pace.
Yeah.
And
In the air.
Oh, wonderful effort there from.
Just over the top there.
I think that's Mills, perhaps there at mid-off, or perhaps Jacobson. The two look exactly the same from this distance.
Tall and blonde.
Let's call him Millsubson.
No, we'll go with that.
It's time for the next Greg Watson wipe down. Cleansing
Apologies. I just went through about 6 incorrect screens in my efforts to get to the Greg Watson wipe down coverage. There's a reason that professional sports broadcast producers don't also try and commentate.
The serious amount of multitasking that you're doing over there.
Yes. Just another hello to the other people who've said that they're tuning in. So Manish, who I believe is going to be playing cricket with me at Mulgai tomorrow. Hello, Manish. We also had what is now a retracted message, so that's exciting. Who knows what they said? The mystery goes on.
Can we see who it is? That'll dob them in.
Oh, Raheel Janazeb, I think is how you would pronounce that.
Okay, not a West member we can run an inquiry through.
We've got another message from another West of Scotland member, from Anuj Chowdhury.
Hi, Anuj.
Enjoying the stream. Hi, Anuj. Don't know. I should know who's playing tomorrow. Maybe I'll see you as well.
I believe he's playing tomorrow. I do have the team list here somewhere.
This is a great time for me to ask all my fellow Sunday League cricketers if anyone wants to give my bag a lift so that I can cycle to the game. Truly great commentary. You don't get Mike Atherton asking Nasser Hussain if he can take his bag to Lords next week. This is the kind of special treatment you only get here on West Match Special.
I think that's the benefit of this level of amateur commentary. You can relate to the commentators,
and we can also ask for favours, which
is
quite nice. Do you think if we have anyone listening out this side, they can do drinks runs and things for us?
Yeah, if anyone fancy goes to Greg's and getting me a cup of coffee and a sausage roll, I'd be most appreciative.
Now, where I might have outdone you two here is I've actually brought my lunch with me. Got some leftover chili to get tucked into, but I will need a pause in the need to keep speaking all the time in order to do so.
In order to eat that. I finished off my chili last night with some nachos, so
that's a great combo.
Although I had my first sensible Friday night probably this year because of this morning, which was a bit strange, waking up on a Saturday feeling okay.
We've just had a message from the umpire that there's a streaker on the pitch, but it's not a very good streaker because he's currently fully clothed, and it's also Paul Coffey. So, just to give you a quick update, we are 150 for 3 here at the home of cricket. So Uddingston winning the toss, electing to bat first, and very much making the most of the conditions. And Sabri with a 71 early in the innings, really setting the tone. West just managing to peg it back a little bit with 3 wickets now. So. And
Gavin Main is not back in the attack because Gavin Main is part of the Uddingston squad and also isn't playing today.
I don't know whether the listeners can pick up the walkie-talkie in the background, but the report back to the scorers of who's bowling was the incorrect Gav, who plays for the incorrect team. So it's in fact Gav Smith returning, and West obviously looking to get a couple of breakthroughs and really get into that lower middle order.
Spotted Jordan Carlisle, one of the Ones players this season, who's unfortunately unavailable to play the last few weeks as he's a football journalist, and so has been off reporting on games and such. Can't quite make up for the
big shot.
That's a lovely uppish drive over mid off, which should be and is another 4.
Yeah, my name is gone. There's a very gentle jog out there, so it must have already gone. Yeah.
Yes. Sometimes with Gav, he really needs to, because he doesn't get a huge amount of movement, so he really relies on sort of pushing batsmen back, and then following up with a full bowl can just sort of be a little bit in the slot for good batsmen. And be interested to see if he pulls his length back here as he comes in. He does, and he might have some success here. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, it's Gav Lynch coming round from mid-off. And it was good effort. He slid in there, but not been able to grab onto it, just slip through. It's a big opportunity that. Would have been a
I
very
would say
useful
at this
wicket.
level of cricket, you really should be expected to take those.
Yeah,
It's,
it wasn't the most difficult. He did the hard work and got round. But and yeah, apologies, didn't quite quickly enough to catch that on camera. Although the wide angle is very, very wide. It's very hard to make out what individually is going on. Yeah. So Smith to Clark here, having already created been gone for one boundary and created one opportunity. What will he do with the third ball? That's that back of the length.
Tucked into the side. Good from Mills there, showing a little bit of aggression.
Yeah.
Which you really want from West at the moment. It's very easy at this point when the catch has gone down, the batsmen are on top, just to go flat. You just need something to happen, just to up the field. It's perhaps the role of the keeper and the captain just to keep making noise and keep the intensity up.
Stop the batsman feeling relaxed, I guess, is a key point here.
Don't want to go full Australian and for the mental disintegration. I know Dave McNulty's on the field, but there's only 1 of 11. But yeah, you just don't. You don't want to make them feel comfortable at the crease.
No.
And want to make sure that they feel like they're earning every single run. They've really got to work for it. It's we need to go back to the basics of cricket. It's about being a very complicated game. It's quite simple. It's pushed into the offside, no run.
Dave hasn't yet turned the colour of his t-shirt, so he must be feeling reasonably comfortable out there.
But it's also quite sunny, so I haven't seen him put any sun cream on.
No, one of the bonuses that I'm not out there, I would be bright red as we speak.
There's some bottles being disposed of behind the bar.
Don't get that on Sky Sports either.
That's a good single tucked into the leg side. You won't mind that. I don't. Yeah, you'd be happy with a few singles, few dots. 4 and over from here. Just keeping control of the game. They're struggling to do so far.
West certainly be looking for subsequent breakthroughs. They won't want another partnership to get settled. And
I guess one thing we don't know is the strength of the Uddingston tail. Being 3 down?
Yep, 3 down now, and obviously a bit of a mixed side. A few new faces in as
I think they've got a few juniors in as well. I'm sure they're highly talented, but an angry Dave McNulty can put the fear of God into any man. Is that questionably going back there to Strachan? We've seen a few just keep low back of the length. It's always a dangerous shot in Scotland, but I think what you've got to do is do it there and play with a straight bat. Ooh, I believe that's a bit edgy between keeper and wide of Oliver. Kind of a wide first slip, almost a straightish gully type position.
You think with the left-hander's not played Strachan well here, and he's been put under a lot of pressure at the other end, so you think they'll be keen to really stop the one here, keep Clark on strike and maybe just defend the boundaries at the other end.
That's well bowled again. Once again, edgy. Oliver going for unnecessary tumble.
That was a very slow motion tumble, wasn't it? One for the camera, which was not on him.
Yeah, there's people I think have been trying quite hard to get into the highlights reel there. It's a Cordon bowled. Full toss, low full toss again. Just chips straight back to track, and a good catch there. Hit firmly, nice and low. Had to make a bit of a decent move, and that's a really important wicket here for West.
Yeah, we called that a little bit, didn't we? Really putting the pressure on. He wasn't really able to get him away. A few outside edges, looking a bit scratchy in the end. Saw the opportunity to score, maybe a bit over eager, and got underneath it and just chipped it back to the bowler. So a good opportunity for West to hopefully push on. And
also, I think good for Strachan there. Just, he's been bowling well, but I think that wicket, first wicket for the first 11 for West. Nice moment for him. I'm sure he'll feel a bit more comfortable, relax a bit, and hopefully that'll help us bowling there. A little bit of confidence. Hopefully, allows you to get a bit more energy into the ball, a bit more turn, a bit more dip, more revs. It could be an opportunity to make a few inroads. To get another couple of wickets here for not too many runs, and it starts to look a very, very even game.
What are we at now, Duncan?
we are 158 for 4 from 25.4 overs. According to my calculations, but not according to the scoreboard. But again, just trust my working.
Yeah, I do not trust that scoreboard.
Got a leg slip or leg gully in now to the new man.
Pleasantly flighted, but securely behind that.
Yeah, an interesting little phase of the game here. Strachan, the last ball of his over, tosses it right up there. He's given us a wide.
Snuck down the leg side. So I guess it's the problem with that leg slip, and you think he'd probably target trying to turn it around the corner, but with the one-day style rules of anything down the leg side, it's a dangerous ploy if you're trying to keep the runs tight. As that's once again
Half-hearted appeal there, obviously, for
securely defended.
Hit the pad first, but
there's definitely that involved there.
Exactly. So 26 overs completed. Uddingston at 159 for 4. We'll just try and get the name of the new batsman for you.
Sharif, I believe the.
Oh, Sharif. So it's Sharif, the new batsman, and Singh at number 3, still going strong. Got another over of Gav Smith coming down from the pavilion end, down the hill here at Hamilton Crescent. A gentle decline down from the pavilion towards the Borough Hall end, but the first team players very much have their favourite ends, and Smith's up to the wicket, bowls back of length just on the hip there.
Tucked around the corner to a well, I'd say a deep backward point. What's your favourite end to bowl from, Duncan?
I'm a suitably slow pace that I don't really mind. I guess a slight inclination to come down the hill. It's a little bit easier, but mostly as a sort of swing bowler, you're looking for which way is the breeze bowling, looking for the breeze to help my in-swing whenever possible.
What about you, Ben? Do you have a favourite side?
I guess one of the difficulties as a spinner is actually you want to...
Want that long boundary for the right side for you, don't you?
Yeah, I think I quite like coming up the hill. I think cause as you meet the pitch, it makes it a little easier to come kind of up and over and get down. I guess one of the difficulties, especially if you're kind of maybe a little bit sore, haven't loosened up, or feeling a bit rusty, actually getting kind of up and over your front leg as a spinner is really important. So it's if you're a bit rusty, that doesn't always happen. So you don't get as many revs, you don't get as much spin, a bit less control. So I think actually that sort of front leg hitting the pitch allows you to really push over the top of it.
Okay.
I believe we have a few Uddingston players. It was a good shot there.
Not letting it go straight past his right ankle. And good work there from Strachan.
So another couple there. Just saying on a comment section with the unknown man who Raheel Janazib, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, presumably with a bit of Uddingston inside info, letting us know that it is in fact Sharif that's come in, and he says, and I quote, technically very good, but won't score boundaries due to his sticks for arms. So we'll see if that proves to be true. Gav Smith,
thank you for that. We'll I'll make sure to run that out to Jolly at the next sanitation break.
Smith beats the outside edge there. Looked good now. He's found this sort of good back of a length here.
Could I guess we could ask the clarification of whether he's a junior or not, because I think he looks relatively young.
George Thompson B has agreed with Raheel's analysis of Sharif's batting abilities. He also says he bowls some pies.
Right.
A pie which wouldn't go amiss in the commentary box. A very hungry commentary box up here. Hamilton
That's good.
Crescent.
What is your favourite type of pie? Let's go into the kind of the TMS style stuff of just chatting about food and things non-related to cricket. But yeah, thoughts
And
on
make
thoughts on
us
your favourite
seriously
pie?
hungry as well.
I like a good, if you're going sort of British traditional, like a good chicken and leek pie.
Ooh, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, and a
Bit of bacon in
big
there?
pot. Yeah, absolutely. Got to
Yeah.
get some bacon in there.
So I would say actually with that thing, I'd always go for a lardon rather than kind of a rasher.
Yes.
You want some body to it.
Big
That's
chunks of. I'd also probably add some mustard into it.
oh,
as
very good
well.
from Linley Door.
For those who might have missed that, there was a sort of half pull that came off the splice into square leg, and the throwback was not very friendly to the keeper, but was alert enough to stick out a paw and get down to stop any
Once
any
again,
buzzers.
trying to get onto the highlight reel.
27 overs completed now of this 40 over game, and Uddingston leave 163 on the board. There's always a slight doubt with the scoreboard disagreeing with us. Yes, we're getting potential offers of being picked some stuff up from Greg, so there'll probably be hungry silence while we work out what we all want as a
Well, that's,
huge waist high full toss comes in and appropriately dispatched out to the mid wicket boundary.
That's and
So, yeah,
and correctly, that has not reached the boundary.
Poor cricket all round there, has to be said. Just to say hello again, it's lovely to have some people from Uddingston joining us on the stream. I hope you're enjoying the inaugural West Match special. We have to apologise that we don't know your team as well, so you won't be getting as much insightful coverage, but if you keep us right throughout the game, that's very much appreciated.
And also, if do feel free to. That's very well flighted. Straight to the short mid wicket man there. It's David McNulty. Yeah, anyone from Uddingston listening or watching, do feel free to sort of share it on your social media accounts. It'd be great to get as many people watching and getting people from your club being able to see their team in action. So that's a slightly wild throw, but not gone for any buzzers. Also, yeah, that's the thing, Milmo. So obviously overthrows are a thing, and just the kind of standard cricket language is that we generally refer to it as buzzers.
buzzers.
I don't really know why.
I think Nasser
It's a-
Sain started this. Which
So that's the description of an overflow, isn't it?
Well, it's just it's just a slang term for any
Okay.
overthrows.
I always assumed it was about that he would be buzzing as in angry when it happened in a game that he was captaining, but almost anything made him angry, so who knows. Strachan's up to the wicket again, bowls a bit flatter this time. It's a good strong sweep shot in front, very straight through almost wide, long on. Fielder out there fields it and keeps it to a couple, but very strong stroke there.
Down to that. It's a pretty sizable boundary going down to what is kind of a wide mid on kind of cow corner position.
See, I would have said buzzer in terms of my slang would be buzzing that you got an extra run. In terms of exciting as the batsman.
Very good quicker ball there from Strachan. So you're not really sure what to do with that, and actually a very tidy piece of work from Linley Door, who is showing his skills as a keeper. I think David Braithwaite is often our first choice keeper at the moment. We generally end up with a number of keepers in our keeper batsmen in our first 11, likes of Linley Door, David Braithwaite, Rob Corner, Mikey Miller, who hasn't appeared this season. He's been doing a lot of coaching with I can't remember which club, one of the Glasgow club's women's football team. That's keeping occupied on Saturdays this summer, but he's another keeper batsman. Amal Deshmukh has been our keeper for the second 11 for the majority of this season, so there's no shortage of people who own a pair of gloves.
It's all about looking good in the kit, isn't it?
Actually, I purchased some new keeping kit recently, but I didn't really like how white it was. So I just the day after I got it, I just kind of brought it down and just rubbed it on the grass for about 10 minutes.
Well done.
I think I got Jesse Mills to stand on it a bit, just to make sure it didn't look too pristine.
Well, Jesse Mills, as we have previously mentioned, is the master of looking good in cricket kit, and I believe the arbiter of what is correctly good and what is not. So you got the right man involved.
Could you not buy that kind of pre-faded stuff like Chris Ross's hat? that it comes pre-used.
No, you don't really get that with cricket kit, unfortunately. It's really built for purpose.
Smith in again, bowls a good Yorker.
But that's another kind of a hot debate for cricket kit for sort of tops and trousers. Is that obviously you have whites, but they're often really kind of slightly cream coloured. And actually, if you get I think the West Indies have their whites or a pearly white, and this looks I think this looks slightly odd.
What, just being too white?
It's too white.
Okay.
This is something that I've tried to explain to my girlfriend. She thinks is the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard, that you can have whites that are too white, as the ball's chipped into the leg side there for a single. The first run off the Smith over.
Junaid throws himself a catch. Yeah, it's and I guess one of the problems you sometimes get kits where actually the trousers and the top are the same colour, but the jumper is different.
Okay.
I think England had it for I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, a few years ago they had it where the jumper was a different colour, and it just looks frankly ridiculous.
Intentionally different, or just an accident?
I think they just buggered it up.
Just can't get this right. We need to get.
That's a good slap out to the
Deep
counter
extra.
boundary.
I believe.
Kept it to 1. Strong shot. It's very good bat speed there. I'm sure Gav Lynch will try and emulate that later on today, should he get a chance to bat.
Do you think we'll see Graham come into the attack at any point then?
I'd hope so. I think this is really the position that you'd want him to bowl. Like I said earlier, with his slur balls and cutters.
Decently quick delivery there from Smith, getting back into his work. I think with Graham, with the pink ball, not likely to swing for as much. I would have been tempted to get him in early, because really what you're looking for is a bit of movement with him. It gets very awkward back in at the right-hander angle, and as a left-hander who's faced him a lot as well, it's very difficult. It hoops across you, which is quite an unusual type of bowling to face. Smith in again to the wicket. Bowls back of a length, tries to force it off the back foot but misses.
Not able to get it away.
Connected with too many in that over, and that's the end of the 29th. So 11 overs to go after this, and Uddingston are 168 for 4. Quick hello to one West of Scotland legend, Stuart Brown, who's said hello in the chat. Hi Stuart, hope to see you down at Hamilton Crescent again in the not too distant future. And I know we were chatting about this early on, but a question of what a good score is on this wicket, and Uddingston obviously 168 with 11 to go. What kind of run rate do you think they'll be looking for off these last 11 overs?
Well, I mean, with like I said, we don't know the quality of the tail, but with 6 wickets in hand, I believe that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
You'd really want to be going at kind of 6s for the next 11 overs, so another 66. You're looking at kind of 130. Sorry, 230 rather.
230. Yeah.
Which is, I think, anything over 200, I think is a pretty intimidating score.
Yeah. Always gone.
And that's another wicket for Strachan. Lovely piece of bowling, tossed up, seeing advancing down, beaten the flight, and a very tidy piece of work from Lindy behind the stumps. And that could just be the opening there for West of Scotland. Timmy batting very well, stuck around, batting at number 3, got some good runs, kept the run rate up, but with knowledge of the batsman to come, we don't know if that might just swing it in their favour. I mean, Sharif has been struggling to get it away so far, so I think some tight overs here. We could really have a game on our hands.
They've definitely slowed that run rate right down recently over the last few overs.
Yeah, for sure. Another young-looking chap coming out to the wicket. I'm sure our Uddingston fans on the stream will let us know who we've got coming out to the wicket. Starting against spin, as we said earlier on, never easy, and he looks like he's in a decent rhythm here. West will be keen to keep him on strike and get a few dot balls in here. And Uddingston, obviously, if they can get a boundary every over, or just tick away 4 or 5, they'll be happy that they can keep going at 6s. And as Ben said, anything they can do over 200 is going to be very competitive. Strachan bowls really tossed up wide, and it spins past the gloves of Linley Dorr. I've been informed that this is in fact the fake Ross Wilson, not the real Ross Wilson, who is captaining the West of Scotland 11 tomorrow at Mulgai, but some other Ross Wilson, who's a young wicketkeeper batsman, who beaten there. He plays a defensive shot.
Just edged it onto his back pad. Stifled appeal as I realised it was Woody. A little bit quicker. Let's turn down the leg side. That's on the wide. Like I said earlier, it's slightly difficult, dangerous tactic if you haven't got runs to play with. Trying to get those balls turned down to the leg slip. But they are persisting with it.
As we just had a request for a little recap of the field, which I'll try and get you after this delivery. It plays a big, expansive shot, but it just doesn't middle it, and it goes out to cover. So on the offside, we've got a cover, a short extra, a cover point, and a backward point. This last ball comes in a slip, a leg slide there. We've got a leg gully, a square leg, and a mid on, and a short mid wicket. So no man on the 45, that leg gully covering that position. So I hope that gives you an idea. Quite an attacking field with the two short men in front of the bat. Last ball over here.
I'm glad you did that update, because that update from me would have been this field is out on grass. It's probably the best I can give you.
This field is in Glasgow. So that's the 30 overs, and then time for our fifth, I believe, Greg Watson wipe down. Let's go and see if there's any other. We are meant to have some more commentators turning up at some point through the day, so you have to listen to our dulcet tones for the whole game. So I might just go and investigate to see if there's any others who fancy a stint.
Hunt somebody down.
We have been going for a long time now, so it's probably worth resting our voices. So I'll be back. And actually, I see the actual Ross Wilson has turned up to enjoy the sun, so we can let them have a competition about who's the better Ross Wilson.
Obviously just hurling abuse at his namesake from the boundary, as is his way. So a great opportunity for some of these younger players to come in and try and find their feet at this level of cricket. Hopefully we'll see some of them get some runs or get some wickets today and really get themselves into the game.
I was going to say, it's been a good year for it. Then there's been a lot of unavailability from people due to kind of lockdown issues, etc. So it's a good year for people to make a break into the sides.
Absolutely.
I mean, even I played cricket, so that's got to be something, isn't it?
James is a member of our adult beginners section here at West of Scotland, where it's amazingly hard if you like cricket but have never played it before to find somewhere that you can learn the basics. And we had enough requests here that we've started up an adult beginners section. And maybe, do you know how many people were in your cohort of adult beginners here?
I believe there was around about 10 of us, I think, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, we kind of, over the winter, I turned up a little bit late because I only moved to Glasgow January time, but some of the other guys have been in it a bit longer, and this has been our first year of games. I think everyone's enjoyed it, had some good time out there.
Yeah, and when did you start your training sessions?
It was, I believe, in January, I think.
January this year?
This year, yeah. So I've not been playing cricket very long. And I'm one of the ones who breaks the mould, who finds cricket in Scotland, which appears to be a very rare thing to do. Especially for coming from England.
Yes, exactly. It's great though. I mean, we've got people from all over who've never really played before. We've got people from India as well as from the UK. So, and it's great because, like you say, a whole group of you only started in January, and learning those skills that are it's quite an unnatural sport, cricket, in many ways, and being able to do that over the winter and come in and get some games over the summer.
Yeah, I think it was nice having a group who are also in the same position as you, so there was no kind of judgment. I know stories from other guys who've tried to go to other clubs, and you kind of get put in with the others' senior training, and it's a bit out of your comfort zone, and you struggle to get into it. But because there's a group of you all in the same position, it made it a bit more easy to get into. Not that they don't all smash me out the park now anyway, but I was definitely the one behind.
So if anyone is in any avid cricket enthusiast who've never had a go and would like to come down, do get in touch, and we'll see what's happening over. Obviously, we don't know when we'll be able to get back inside with the COVID restrictions, but we'll keep you informed if you're interested. There's also been a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Gav Lynch back into the attack, so we're going through the Gavs from the top end. again, keeping pace on that similar sort of back of a length action, and we've got a ring field with just a fine leg and a third man back and short mid wicket and short cover, trying to really protect those ones and put the pressure on here. Back of a length ball, and that's been dispatched, pulled strongly through mid wicket, and that is going to be comfortable 4 runs. Great shot there, really dug in, but the batsman very quickly onto it, and yeah, very nice pull shot. As with most Scottish wickets, maybe a little bit slow for those really banged in balls. Got to be really, really high for that bouncer, really dug in hard, or keeping that back of a length area. And in fact, looking like he'll persist with that length, because mid wicket has gone back 3/4 of the way now, with Lynch just back of a length outside off stump this time. Goes through to the keeper. Ben's disappeared, obviously failing to coerce anyone into a commentary stint. So
yeah, I think instead of getting somebody to do commentary, he's just decided to have a chat with the people who's meant to get in here. Or they were having none of it. Either or.
Lynch in again. Oh, he tries the same shot, doesn't quite get hold of it this time. Maybe not quite as short and a little bit quicker, but he's obviously a good player off that back foot. It'll be interesting with the man out. The first one he pulled very straight, so mid wicket wouldn't have been in the game. Maybe Lynch, but the short men either side here, maybe just needs to be a little bit fuller. See if he can pin him back here, up to the wicket. Oh, but he's lost his run up. Hopefully he'll find it again soon. Got Thomas Williams on the live stream. Thomas, who may or may not have stolen my West of Scotland shirt and has yet to give it back.
Was that an accusation or just?
This is the wrong Thomas. I don't know everyone's surnames actually, so maybe I've falsely accused someone on a live stream. In which case if
there's a Thomas listening, Duncan wants his top back.
Yes.
I've been reliably informed that Tommy Suslak, who was one of our other commentators, has been called off for childcare duties. Unfortunately,
it's an important duty to fulfil for sure.
Yes. Not important in commentary, so I'm upset by his lack of commitment to the West Match special team. That will be in our post-broadcast review.
It will be fed back.
Speaking of fed, we've had some input onto the pie debate from one Brian Beck, another West of Scotland legend of the terraces here, who's all about the steak and ale pie. And if anyone wants to deliver any steak and ale pie to Hamilton Crescent, we will gratefully receive that as the tea break approaches in 9 hours' time. Strachan in again, and that is too short, and that has been dispatched with disdain to the boundary. Very strong shot there, well played.
So I'm not a massive fan of pies myself, to be fair. I love the filling, but not the topping.
Really?
That's one thing, yeah.
What's the best bit?
So I normally just lift up the top and then just spoon out loads of the filling. Normally works for me.
You are a strange man, Milner.
Get off this commentary floor.
Does that mean kick me out now?
My opinion of you is just sunk quite dramatically.
Surely the filling is the best.
Oh, that's
bit.
a dreadful full toss.
Yeah, he's been put off by that last one, and they've actually put out a deep mid wicket for the short ball. But when you bowl waist high full tosses like that,
that really
what's
deserved to go
at this level. Which moves Uddingston on to 181 for 5, and they'll be keen to get some more overs out of Strachan here before having to put pace back on the ball. The only real spin option in the West of Scotland team. Needs to find his lengths again here. Digs this one in short. And that is racing away as well. It's a good shot again. Playing well off the back foot here.
Looks at his hand, perhaps wonder if it's coming out wrong, but I think, that's just a bad delivery. You can't really blame your fingers for that. He needs to get his... just sort his head out a little bit.
You can see Linley Dore getting in the game now, trying to just do a few little fielding corrections to see which shots they're trying to cover. They've now got a square leg behind square, back on the boundary, and a mid wicket. A kind of cow and a straight mid wicket, splitting the gap between there and mid on, as you can just see on screen. Strachan's up to the wicket, bowls a bit short again. The man at the 45, Gav Lynch, fields comfortably and back into the keeper.
I'm sure the keeper generally always is making lots of noise out there as he's prone to do. Yeah. It's another
Good stop there from Lynch.
got away with that a bit. That's another slightly shortish ball. He's looking very comfortable on the back foot. You really want to get him coming forward.
He did pull a nice pose as he laid on the floor, though.
Oh, shame I missed that. Once again, I'm obscured by the door.
Just enjoying a little lie down was Gav Lynch. It's a fuller ball
That's
there.
better.
He decided with the cameras out there he wanted a photo shoot.
It's a bit of a hike. Good strong arm out there from John Oliver. We did see him down doing a bit of fielding practice a couple of days ago to remember how to catch. It was rather hit and miss.
I think with 8 overs to go, that might be the end of Strachan's spell. We'll see, but you'd think the last 4 overs from that end they'll want to finish off with some death bowling. We're not quite sure who will be the option from that end. John Oliver obviously still have quite a few overs left. I think
Probably a
Smith
couple.
has at least a couple.
Yeah, it's probably not anything else. Scorer with us, but I think does Nolte have any left?
Maybe a couple.
Yeah, I think he got through 6.
Bowled a good long spell first up through the middle of our technical difficulties, and I think he got an 8 over spell in, so maybe that's him actually. Forgetting that the probably 8 overs a bowler in this 40 over format.
Is it 8 or 10 for these guys then?
Ooh, a little inside edge there down to third man. I believe it's 8. It's the kind of playing restrictions we should have checked before embarking on a live stream.
Some valid information we require right now.
Well, I think you can safely assume that with any length of game, simply dividing by 5 will give you the number of overs that are.
Well,
a bowler
50's
can bowl.
10, isn't it? So
Yeah.
dropping by 10, 8.
Yeah. It's it's on the assumed makeup of a team as you generally would have. Kind of
Slower
5.
ball there it looked like from Lynch, and Oliver fields it short extra.
Yeah, you'd always assume you'd have kind of 5 out and out bowlers, and perhaps 1 or 2 part timers in case someone's having a bad day. So you generally say, 5 overs. 5 bowlers, and then just divide the number of overs by 5, and that's your lot. Unless of course you're playing a timed game.
They do timed games.
Yeah, so it's a format that's it's kind of got out of fashion. I think they do play it in some areas of England still. They'll sometimes do kind of half as a timed game and half as limited overs.
So I know obviously with the limited overs you have to get a certain over rate in. I didn't know there
Yeah.
was ones that was actually just generally timed.
Yeah, so you'll sort of there's variations on how you do it. You'll sometimes do it as purely timed, and there'll be sort of 20 overs from 6 o'clock as Lynch is in again, and that's certainly false pull shot fielded tidily by McNulty at short mid wicket. They'll also do games where it's sort of there's 100 overs in the day, and the batting team can bat through to kind of 55 overs, but can declare at any point before that.
Okay.
And then the team batting second can get
Whatever's left.
yeah.
We're of course in the minority in the UK in that we play almost exclusively 1-day games, whereas in Australia, India, and I think a lot in South Africa they'll play 2-day games from Saturday to Saturday. So just like a test match or a first class game, you can bat as long as you want. It's up to you, and unless you get bowled out, obviously, and then it's up to you when you declare and try and have a go at the other team. Obviously, a lot of those games end up being kind of 1 and a bit innings aside, and usually you get points for scoring more in the first innings than the opposition. But yeah, I guess it allows batsmen to bat long and attempt to pull the other team out twice. So partly preparing people for first class cricket.
Guess you have to rely on the weather a lot for that.
Yes, that is one of the reasons we don't do it here. Getting 2 nice weekends in a row would be a luxury.
So is it one on Saturday and then one the next Saturday rather than the Saturday and the Sunday?
I think so, because then
Yeah.
they play 1-day tournaments as like a kind of cup thing on the Sunday quite often.
Okay.
As that over is
That's,
completed, I believe it's 187 from 33. So Uddingston going really well here. 7 overs with 5 wickets in hand. Can afford to.
I'd say you probably want to be looking at 220, 230 from here.
Gav Smith looks like he's having a change of ends and is going to come up the hill from the pavilion end.
You know, both these batsmen seem comfortable hitting the bad ball, but I think if you get it in the right areas, they are slightly struggling to get it away. Gav Lynch in the last over, lots of balls in on a good spot or very full. They're just not quite able to, drop and run. So some nice, simple, basic bowling. It should be okay for the next 7 overs. Might keep it to a low 200 score.
John Oliver attempting to field to captain, from third man, which is always a difficulty trying to shout across the field, and his wicketkeeper helped me out a little bit with some refinements there. Basically got a third man, a fine leg and a deep square leg for Smith, and a ring field right back on the ring. So looking to just protect the boundaries now. Etheridge fields that ball. Smith gets the back of a length. Might well see some people drop back on the boundary if they get a couple away here.
It's one of the difficulties with John Oliver being down at deep third man is in these periods you need your fastest and some of your best fielders out on the boundary, and Jolly being one of those men, you need to balance being able to captain with making sure you've got yourself in the right position. Smith into bowl and another dot ball.
Nice little crowd starting to filter into Hamilton Crescent today. Obviously the bar open, and with it being such a nice sunny day in late September, many people from the West End keen to get down and enjoy some sunshine.
So there's a few people out on their bank and round their boundary.
Yeah, nice day for it.
Yeah, it's it's a pleasant little kind of oasis within the West End of
definitely
Glasgow.
one of the biggest green areas around here.
Yeah, it's you've got sort of Kelvingrove Park as a nice expanse of Greenland, but this is our own little kind of hideaway in the West End.
Got Kev Singh on the commentary with his trademark cover drive, asking if the bar is open. It is open. You're welcome to pop down and
it'll be lovely to
catch a
see
bit
you,
of this
Kev.
game. Yeah, exactly.
It looks like quite a queue for the bar there, which
Gav
is always
continues.
a good sign.
All slow ball, and that's chipped straight up in the air.
Junaid underneath
That's a
it,
very
takes
simple
it
catch
easy.
there for Junaid at a close-ish cover, and that's the end of... Was that Ross Wilson?
Yes, we kind of lost track of who each batsman is.
Yeah, I believe that was
Yes,
Wilson.
it was Wilson, yeah.
Who's chipped that up. So
Serves him right for being the wrong Ross Wilson, really. Get the real Ross Wilson out there.
well, he is on the bank, so we could use his services. But no, I think that example of where these batsmen are struggling to get away, few dot balls.
If
Coming
he's
into the last few overs.
if he's tuning in and the real Ross Wilson could please stand up, that would be very much appreciated. Maybe run across the field so we can see who you are. Yeah, important breakthrough there for West, and good bowling change to bring Smith back in. They'll be hoping that they can get a few wickets in these last few overs and really potentially bowl Uddingston out. Uddingston obviously looking to just keep chipping away. If they keep going at sixes here, they'll be in a decent position and very defendable total.
We'll let you know who the new batsman is as soon as we get the required communication.
I've had a genuine inquiry as to whether the card machine is working again at West, and I don't know if I know the answer to that. Another slow ball there from Smith.
I don't believe so, but I would advise you either way still to bring enough
Bring
cash.
I will respond just now.
Do you want to swap out for the song? Yeah.
So this, I think the last ball of this Smith over here to the new man. This is Suresh, according to our very helpful Uddingston followers on the stream, and Smith's in big long levers here, looking to get after this ball. So Gav Smith completes a successful over. 6 to go. 187 on the board. I think that might have been a maiden as well. So very
Wickets
strong.
made at that. So yeah, and there's still in this pitch.
We've had had to ask about how many did Wilson score. I'm afraid we don't have a scorer in the box with us because of the number of people it's taking to run this live stream. But we'll take a little break over lunch, and we'll get the scorebook copied down and up for you to review all the numbers for the second innings. And we have a new man in the commentary box. Hello, Thomas.
You alright?
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourselves?
Yeah. Feeling wired after what's coming up for 3 hours of non-stop live streaming.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I've been watching it whilst I've been travelling to and from work. But yeah, it seems like a really good match so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Lynch continues with the full balls, keeping the death bowling going. Thomas being one of our other adult beginners.
Aye.
To another new man at the club. But yeah, we've had a lot of new faces over the winter. Actually, there's been a pretty decent turnover of members. It's always good to have fresh blood come into the club.
Exactly. Even when one of the people that's in the commentary at the moment still owes Duncan his T-shirt back.
I would never have mentioned that, obviously.
Smeared down to mid on, no run there. It's good, tidy bowling here from West bowlers. They're really going to, pulling it back to an extent. There's still a lot of runs on the board for Uddingston so far. So they're still going to have a really handy total, if not a very competitive total. But yeah, I think West are really doing damage limitation at this point. So that's another slash, and it's probably just going to be a single out to the square leg.
Yeah, a little
Feel it's
inside
Junaid
edge
there, tidy as ever. He's not made any mistakes in the field so far, and I think he'll be looking forward to having a bat on this. He's definitely a man who can score at a decent rate. He's got plenty of expansive shots.
Kev saying that Gav looks rapid on the stream. I can only assume that's the frame rate that's been very flattering to him. I don't even know which Gav you're referring to. They're both so fast.
We'll tell them, both of them, that he meant each of them. Hello. Oh, you're wonderful.
Gets the player miss.
There's been a Greg's delivery.
There's a Greg's delivery happening in the commentary box, and everyone's very excited.
This might be the greatest moment of my life.
We were just talking earlier about obviously all the things we've had to do to get cricket on during COVID times, and it really, talking about all the new members, it's been such a sort of social lifeline to go from, what was appeal for a catch behind?
Perhaps just
nothing, just hit the ground maybe.
Just looking at the bottom of his bat, I think it's probably just clip the ground. But a good appeal, good decision there from Craig McDonald, the umpire.
But what I was going to say is, it's been such a great opportunity to go from lockdown to having some people to just socialise with and see on a regular basis, and really good for everyone to get outside, get some exercise, and just to see some other humans. So important for everyone's well-being. So we're really thankful that we've been able to have so much cricket this year.
And I think I've said it so often, as that's well fielded there by John Oliver, short cover. I think with cricket compared to pretty much any other sport, apart from maybe golf, is that because you're spending, you spend your whole day with these people on a Saturday, and sometimes a Sunday as well. It takes up so much of your time and becomes such a key part of your social life during the summer. You look at something like football or rugby. There for a few hours, and you'll still got a decent part of your day left. Whereas I think with cricket is such a large part of our social lives, that to have that taken away does have quite an impact. You realize, I've got no other friends. So yeah, it's wonderful just to be able to see old friends and at least spend a bit of time together.
Smith in it.
That's
chipped up in the air, but is it gonna clear mid? Oh, it's miss.
It's always a difficult one with the ball going. There's still a chance for a run out.
Oh, but it's fumbled.
A lot happening in one ball there, and in the end, I think it was just a single, maybe two. Oh, it was two.
Picked up two.
I think it's Sam Jakes from there. I think those ones are always difficult to judge. You just feel they sort of seem to just keep going and going.
Looks like he kind of got caught underneath. I don't know whether it is. It doesn't look too windy out there.
There's a little bit of a breeze. I don't think it was quite swirling in the wind.
No. Bit of a light breeze out there, but not too bad for the ball for today.
I think it's
a swing and a miss.
that's a little cut there from
been travelling far and wide this morning, Thomas? While you're listening
East
to the game?
Renfrewshire came from, and watching the live stream pretty much from the moment it started, and yeah, the live stream's been going pretty well.
Yeah.
Any critiques or anything you'd like to see us add to our coverage? Budget dependent.
Possibly maybe adding batsman score.
That's a wide ball from.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's.
And that's something that we could look into.
Yeah, I think it's. So this is our inaugural West Match special production. Yeah, I think things like that where. Because the difficulty we discussed is not having enough people to have a dedicated scorer.
Exactly.
It does make it a little bit difficult. I think there are plenty. There are scoring apps you can hook up and perhaps have it auto updated. But that's
Big swing there.
I would say the ball has started just to die a little bit, which might put a bit of worry into the minds of the West batsmen. We did see a few from Strachan not quite get up earlier, but that's often the case with spinners with the balls dying.
Maybe the ball getting a bit soft. I mean, those pink balls do tend to hold because they've got such thick lacquer on them. They do tend to hold out for most of the game, but maybe gone a bit soft and just dying in the pitch at the back end here. Slow ball, and it should be caught.
Oh,
He's
spilled from an ulti. As the army crawls to it, he'll be disappointed.
He's not going to be happy that is caught on camera because that was, at this level, a dolly.
It's one of those difficult ones where it's a big swing and the ball just doesn't come off quite as quickly as you think it does.
Is that one, Dave, going to be very angry McNulty at mid-wicket?
That is a yes.
Expect that face colour to change any minute.
Yeah, I think he might not be one to interview.
Big shot there, but just doesn't quite get hold of it. Goes out to mid-off.
Oh. Milmo very kindly providing some refreshments to us.
So Smith, one ball to go in this over. West in general have pegged it back quite well here. Uddingston's not really been able to get away these last few overs.
It's a good slow ball, and that's again up in the air. This really should be taken. Oh my word. Deshmukh there, spilling what should be a pretty easy chance and still get the run out though.
Good wicket there. Bit of a fumble, but good wicket to come from it.
It just shows the value of having a bit of awareness, not sulking. Good pick and throw. There's always a chance for somewhat of a double play in these situations. So if you feel disappointed, I think Smith will be somewhat chagrined that wicket doesn't go against his name, but it's a wicket nonetheless, and it is of course a team sport. I believe that's the end of the 36 over. And we go in for our final Greg Watson wipe down.
Yeah, well bowled there from Smith. Found some good length. Should have had a couple in that over. McNulty's now explaining why that was the hardest catch that anyone's ever had in the history of world cricket, as it was gently tapped to him at mid-wicket.
The sort of thing you'd perhaps underarm a ball to a 6-year-old and expect them to catch.
Of course, if Dave had been the bowler, he would have torn through whoever dropped that catch. Absolutely. Yeah. Sent them off the field. Rather have fielded with 10 men.
More than likely.
He's just a passionate cricketer. Cares deeply about West.
So with 4 overs to go, Uddingston 192 for 6. And really just licensed to tee off these last 4 overs and see how many they can get. Glorious day down here at Hamilton Crescent. Sun shining, good crowd down.
Yeah, the weather's been quite good for us today compared to previous weeks. As you can imagine, lots of rain, but today it's been very nice.
And it's also been one of the few weeks where we've had a few consecutive days of no rain and Greg's actually be able to go out and work on the pitch. It's
one of those debates, isn't it, about whether we should play more into September in Scotland, and because you see glorious days like this, but of course if they're preceded by 3 days of it raining sideways and you can't prepare a wicket, then that doesn't really get you anywhere. But given the year we've had and how late the season started, we're obviously delighted to get as much cricket in as we can. few questions earlier about what type of game this is, and it is just a friendly. We did have ambitions in the West of trying to start a 6-team mini league, but with the lockdowns coming in and out of effect, we've just kept those fixtures, but just made them all competitive friendly games, and there's nothing to play for except the pride of having won this encounter. Lynch with another low full toss, collected by Linley Dorr.
So we did actually we did play Uddingston for the first game of what this season has been. They won that relatively convincingly. At their ground, but as I mentioned, start of play, they are missing a few of their key players who are selected for regional games. So it does make this a slightly more even affair than you might have anticipated a few days ago.
Oh, he's bowled him.
There we go.
Beautiful Yorker there from Lynch, right underneath him.
That's
very well
absolutely
bowled.
perfect death bowling. Quick, full, straight, and there's not really much you can do about that. As we hear some glass bottles being deposited behind the bar.
In scenes that Graham Everidge would be proud of, we've had a joke in from Kev Singh regarding the recent Greg Watson wipe down, and he asked, "Is that the final wipe down?" You're getting grins of affection, if no actual laughter.
I can't use my usual response just to make sure we're keeping this PG, but thanks, Kev.
Maybe leave the puns to one Graham Everidge, and maybe Graham can just leave them out altogether.
Yeah, we might try and catch through the players during the lunch break and get some views, thoughts on the innings. So we might see if G can get in some characteristic questionable humour.
So, reliably informed Thomas Wilmot. That might have been the previous batsman who just got out. Don't know who this is.
Yes, very
left-hander coming in now.
there's
Just a small field change happening with the cover and extra cover swapping round.
just making sure they're not in line and covering all bases.
So we've got fine leg third man, a deep square out, and mid on is just hanging back for that attempted chip. So it looks like it's going to be full and straight. Oh, and it's hit him in the midriff there.
To have popped a little bit.
He's quite a bouncy bowler, Gav. Gets a lot of snap in that action, and yeah.
Very, very, very good braced front leg. I mean, you can really get over and down and get that sharp bounce.
Bowls a heavy ball, as people are fond of saying. This is Lions in now. As Lynch comes up to the wicket, into that snap, and it's full, and he's got a hold of that. That is over the top of Smith, and it's one bounce for into the rope there. See the umpire signalling, so much needed boundary there.
That's a fine shot after you.
Yeah, much needed boundary, especially after taking a wicket just before. They really needed that 4 there.
Yeah, it just balances out the momentum. It's one of the things, with the tail coming in, there's always the opportunity for the bowling side to just kind of skittle through them. And
It's a good experienced player, Ross Lyons. Been around a long time, played at a good level.
Tempted slur ball turns into
nothing, I think. Quite sure what the
it
signal was there.
initially signalled a wide, but I've not.
I think he must have maybe got a little.
Seems having a senior moment for a man in his mid-20s. Perhaps Gav had a word in his ear that definitely wasn't a wide, and he was a little intimidated.
It's interesting for Uddingston now. Did they just try and knock it around and get one a ball, or do they tee off? Look very much like that.
That is certainly a wide.
Yes, that's a wide.
David Hinchcliffe, former first team coach, has turned up. You might be familiar with his highlight reels on our Western Scotland YouTube channel. He was very excited to see there was a full live stream of those matches, slightly outdoing him. How are you, Hinchy?
I'm good. I feel like I've been usurped now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You can take over, it's fine. Oh, big shot there from Lyons, and slices away through third man, and it's going to beat the fielder down there, I think. Or it's, he's done a good job of just kicking that into the rope.
attempting to go head first into the wheel of the sight screen.
And that is 200 up for Uddingston, so very good effort with a few overs still to go. Really looking to put the pressure back on the bowlers at the end here. Let's see whether they put the man back out straight. I think mid-on has gone back to long on. So we'll be looking to bowl full looking for those Yorkers on and round middle and leg stump. Jenny bowls. Oh, it's a waist high full toss. Is that going to be given as a no bowl? No, there's buzzers. It's got to be keeper's end. Oh, he's missed the bails. Not high quality cricket all round there, it has to be said.
No, that was a useful reminder that this is definitely amateur cricket, and that these things do happen on a worryingly regular basis. I think we could slightly blame the throw for that. Lindor not being able to quite get it in place to reach the stumps. Full extension could have perhaps taken a step forward and it would have solved the problem, but that's a lesson for another day.
It's an interesting example, really, of the West haven't really been on the front foot in the field for most of this game after that early onslaught. They've been a little bit behind in the game and they haven't really been able to impose themselves. A few little sloppy moments in the field coming from that. And
I think they've been, in general, relatively okay in the field. It's not been a consistently bad fielding performance, but it has been those little moments which, could have swung the game in a different direction. Sabri, who scored 71 in the day. Yeah. I think it's very, it's very expensive and explosive innings. Was dropped at first slip off the first ball of the game. That dropped by McNulty, one by Lynch. It's these little moments. It's a common phrase, but catches do win matches.
Just a
few things to ponder and perhaps rue for a.
Don't know how much of you caught that on camera, but we had Gav Smith ready to bowl this the 38th over, but he may have bowled out or possibly just a tactical change. But John Oliver, the West of Scotland skipper, is coming back from his second stint, this time up the hill from the Borough Hall end, and we've got a deep square leg, a fine leg, a third man, and a deep cover, and otherwise a pretty standard ring. Oh, and a long on, and the rest up in the circle. As Oliver's up to the wicket here, bowls.
Well, that's been deposited, and is that going to goes over the fence? Hopefully, there's no one got in the way of that, because that was hit very firmly.
That was
creeps over into Peel Street
in the friendly to the batsman zone, I believe. That ball.
That is a ball to dispatch. I'm quite glad I didn't get the chance. I was about to say that John Oliver, having played Scotland under 19 cricket, should be experienced enough to deal with that situation, but that went a little bit wrong.
I guess he was probably looking for that kind of Yorker length with his long on out for cover, but if you just miss it and it's in that slot, it's easily deposited by a man of Lions class. A really good clean connection there.
And we might be slightly struggling to find the ball. I think the problem with depositing the ball into Peel Street is it can bounce off any number of cars, bushes, flats and people.
Yes, a few of those windows been damaged over the years by a few firm connections across the road.
Though you do live there at your own risk.
Let's see if Oliver's got a comeback in him here as he takes the ball in hand.
Be a fun little battle. It's another big heave, but no connection, straight through to the keeper in the door. Good dot ball. I think there's only one way that Niall's going to bat here, really, and that's.
You can see that preference to get on the front foot, though, can't you? Rather, so maybe that back of a length is a good option. He's got the cover.
Perhaps a slur ball bouncer. So that's whipped very
square
nicely.
Leg should get round.
Is that Jacobson?
No, it's
Strachan.
Strachan, yeah.
Okay, it just comes through for a single.
So just a couple onto the total there. So I remember to update. None of this complex computer software, just entering the totals by hand at the moment. So occasionally get a little bit behind as the good bowl there from Oliver.
Yeah, you probably want to keep this man on strike for the majority of the remaining, what is it, sort of 15 balls?
Yeah, Sharif not really got going. Obviously got the long levers here. He'll be looking to get them into the game. Good Yorker there from Oliver.
That's really
Sharif.
well bowled. It all gives chase. Be slightly disappointed that hasn't just snuck through. As you see Craig trotting across. So is the problem with the left-hand, right-hand combination. We always talk about it making it difficult for the bowlers, but it doesn't half make it difficult for the umpires having to run, 30 metres every single ball.
Indeed.
Oliver starts his run up. That's York length again.
Linley Dawes done well there.
Very
It's
well
not
bowled
really
there.
getting up above the grass height once it's on that Yorker length. So Linley Dawes having to get down well and get his fingers underneath it. And good comeback in that over from Oliver in the end.
In the end, yeah, I think you should be relatively happy with that. You know, with this last few overs, you always know that the batsmen are going to go hard, and they're within their rights to connect with a couple, but only going for what was that? Was that 7 or 8 off the over?
Well, there was a 6, wasn't there? So it must have been 8, I think. So Uddingston in a good position, 2-1-3 for 7. Two decent hitters at the crease here, and 2 overs to see how much damage they can do. They'll definitely be looking to get a couple of overs in the teens here and take that up to a very healthy 230, 235 if they can. But they're already a good total on what's a decent pitch.
Yeah, but West will definitely be looking for a wicket or 2 in the next with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, if they get one of these 2 out, you'd think they'll be able to keep men back on the boundary and defend one end and keep the other one tight. So Smith, good start to the over there, just a little inside edge from Sharif out to McNulty mid wicket. West quite a tight ring field still, even at this late stage, with Oliver and McNulty either side of the wicket in close. Here's Smith up to the wicket. He bowls slower ball, which chipped in the air, but into space as Oliver gets after it. And get a couple. Linley Dawes appeals for the run out, but I think he was home safe.
Yeah. I think that looked like one of the difficult run out decisions for an umpire at this sort of level, where you'd probably really want to send it upstairs, but you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. So
also, we don't have the technology to refer anything back yet.
No. It's always the case with umpiring at this level. You've really got to be sure of anything, whether it be run-outs or LBWs, or a catch behind is a little bit easier because you just have to, look for deviation and noise, but you have to be pretty damn sure.
He's hit that hard, and I think he's got it in the gap. It's past Sam Jacobson there, and a comfortable 4.
That's gone for 4.
Good connection.
Good hit, finding the gap as well.
So that was not much timing, but a lot of bat speed and good amount of strength and long levers in that, just to get enough on it. A nice teaser for Strachan there.
It does seem that having the sort of short mid wicket in, and in fact they've moved the cover one back onto the ring now, you'd think it's worth just keeping him back on the ring and give them the one, save the boundaries. Smith coming to bowl again, just always has this little hover before he gets into his gather, and it's on a good length, and Linley
wonderful work
sticks
from
out a
Linley
great
Dawes.
paw, slightly just out of frame for our viewers, but a great take to his left.
Yeah, keepers were often traditionally quite short men, but it's the benefit of being a small man, much like Ben Folkes, that you do have more of a chance to get those.
Also, a very decent goalkeeper as well, Jim Linley Dawes. It was a good goalkeeper style dive there, lots of leg power and full extension.
Give it 7 out of 10.
Smith's in. Good Yorker there, just in at the toes. Welcome dot ball.
So 218 the score with 6, 7, 8 balls remaining.
Just the 7 to come, I think. So it's going to be all about Yorkers and slower balls, and the two Uddingston men trying to get underneath them and get as much bat speed as they can. Get it sailing towards the West Match Special cameras.
But please not too close. Bit of a slash, couldn't quite connect there. It's a very good end to the over there from Smith, and a good spell.
Yeah, he's bowled well today. Been a bit unlucky, a few drop catches. Generally found pretty good lengths.
As with the batsman scores, we will try and get the bowling figures during the lunch break at some point. Make sure we're doing full representation of their spells. As John Oliver sets his field for the last over of the innings.
Expect Lions to be really trying to tee off here. Lion, sorry, not the Australian off spinner, sadly. Just a singular lion. What can he do here? Cow corner left temptingly open for anything in the slot. So Oliver comes up, and it is in that slot. It's a little bit top edge down towards long off.
Should be pushing for 2 here.
Yes,
In and out quickly.
Well fielded down there.
That's the 220 up for Uddingston. Should really hope to be getting at least 230 here. 5 balls to go, 10 runs to get. It's not should be relatively straightforward for them. 1 boundary, and that's pretty easy going. As Oliver's in, slow ball, and that's
that has been dispatched.
Brilliant.
That is
once
a
again into Peel Street.
huge 6 there. Great connection from line. Rory Kleinfeld last year would have been proud of that.
Yeah, just a brilliant connection from the batter there. Just up, over for 6.
I didn't look like he was trying. It was just shit.
It's great timing.
I mean, if I had tried to that would have plunked probably slightly short of a short square leg.
The umpire's almost out in the road to confirm whether the ball has in fact been lost. As the batsman just re-rehearses that shot, enjoying the memory of that sweet connection. But yeah,
Couple more McRae maximums. I'm sure Uddingston will be very happy.
I think they've hopefully learned the lesson now, John Oliver, that he doesn't want to be in that slot. It needs to go Yorkers, or it needs to be slower balls and taking the pace off.
I guess the question is, the Uddingston viewers, is how comfortable you feel defending scores can be around the 230 mark. He said it's a pretty decent total. Should be a hard chase, but be good to know your thoughts. So feel free to comment in the chat. Oliver's in again, and that's
He's been given as a wide.
left alone. It's the right idea going wide, trying to get it out of the arc, but poor execution there from Oliver.
You won't want to give too many wides, especially with it being the last over.
No, it's always that risk of trying to go for the wide Yorker. Get it slightly wrong. That's
He's done well there though. Beats the
Missed
outside
out.
edge. You can see Lions really looking to play through the leg side, so Oliver coming round the wicket here and trying to get it wide outside his off stump and force him to play on the other half of the pitch, and executed that last one well.
he just needs to make sure he bowls to his field. What was that?
Connection there.
Sliced away.
That's gone for 4.
For last over this for Uddingston.
That's a no ball and 6 on the McRae maximum.
I
And
will correct myself. It's not gone for 4. It went for 6. Sorry.
And a no ball, which is a free hit in this level of cricket. So
this is turning into could potentially be a rather a disaster of a final over for Oliver here.
it's good from Lions though, isn't it? Putting the pressure on the bowler. As Oliver comes in again, a slower ball, which isn't quite picked, and it trickles into the onside for an easy one. But good to get that out of the free hit. And a really competitive total now for Uddingston with 2 to go, 237 on the board, I believe, although the scoreboard hasn't quite caught up with that yet. And Sharif with a couple of balls to see if he can add some boundaries to the total. Cover going back deep now. Deep mid wicket. Deep long off.
Start
Like
with
third
run.
man.
Full, quick.
No, that's good cricket awareness in this final over.
Yeah, very good single. Quick leg by. And that quick single has contributed to take his helmet off. A bit too much exertion for him. Now, what can I do with the last ball?
Uddingston on the live stream very confident now that they'll be defending this total as Oliver comes in for the last
Yeah, I
ball
think
of the
I might have
game.
spoken a little bit too soon.
Oh, it's
That's-
a good dive, but it's through him, and it's away for another 4.
Yeah, another
So
4.
really devastating last over this. Excellent batting, you have to say. Really put the pressure on the bowler.
As Oliver kicks his hat away in disgust. He knows that's gone wrong.
So we'll double check the scores, but I think it's 242 for 7 that Uddingston finish on. Some great hitting from line at the end, and a great 71 earlier on from, what was the boy's name? Sabri. Really setting the tone. So,
Yeah, West looking slightly dejected as they walk off, hats askew. I think as a group, they very politely clap the Uddingston batsmen off, respecting a very fine show of hitting from a number of men.
yeah, they started off so well, didn't they? I mean, that 70 early on really set the tone, and then you just need a little bit of acceleration at the end. Quite sure how many Lions would have made, but it must have been a good high 30s. So, and everyone else just chipping in.
Yeah.
That's all you need. So very competitive total here. Bernard Thomas, any final thoughts? We'll shortly be taking a quick lunch break while we gather our strength and gather all the correct numbers for our viewers. Thoughts on the innings, Thomas?
I mean, West had a bit of a interesting first innings. I mean, the heat today and with the lack of breeze doesn't really help when you're fielding. But overall, I thought West did pretty well to hold off as much as they could. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they fare in batting and who they bring out, who the first 2 batters will be when they come out. It'll just be a waiting game really, and seeing what happens in the next lot of innings.
Yeah.
I
Any
think
final thoughts from you?
no, I think West bowled fine. I think they just weren't quite a match up for some very high class batting. There was a few moments where they let the game slip. I think there's those kind of key moments that determine which way the game goes are the moments that West lost. So just dropping Sabri early doors, a few more drop catches, a little bit sloppy in the field, a little bit where with their bowling, and probably an 80% of where they needed to be, and with a good batting lineup, they'll always take advantage of that. So they've got their work cut out for them, and they you got to say they've slightly put themselves in that position, but they've got a lot of talented batsmen to come. And it seems to be a decent pitch. So if enough of the West boys turn up and a few of them play a Sabri-esque innings and get us off to a good start and get some runs from the bird early, it could be an interesting game.
I feel that's important, isn't it? Getting off to a good start with some of those pinch hitters up the order and getting ahead of the rate early on. So yeah, we're going to take a very short break, and we will be back with you for the coverage of the West of Scotland reply to Uddingston's 242 in about 15 minutes. Hello and welcome back to Hamilton Crescent. For those of you who are just joining us, you've missed a very entertaining first innings where Uddingston won the toss, elected to bat first. And I'll just run through the scorecard for you very quickly. So at the top of the order we had, what's the chap's name? Sorry, get my two different bits of scorecard going here. So we had Sabri, who scored 71 off 40 balls, got the innings off to a flyer. His opening partner, Alan, made 12. And then we have... So Harry Singh came in at 3. He made 37 off 50 balls. And a useful middle order partnership with Gavin Bradley, who made 28 off 31. Then we had Fergus Clark, who made 7. We had Sharif, who made 13. The fake Ross Wilson made 14 off 16. Suresh made 8. And Wilmot was bowled second ball for a duck by Gav Lynch. And very useful at the end, Ross Lyons came in and teed off and got a very useful 33 off 15 to push the score right up to 240. I don't have... Oh, we do have bowling figures. So the bowlers were as follows. We had Gav Smith, who bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 48. Dave McNulty, the other opener, bowled his 8 overs, 1 wicket for 33. Gav Lynch, no maidens, 1 for 45. John Oliver, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 55. So a couple of useful wickets, but suffering at the hands of Ross Lyon at the end of the innings. And the off-spinner John Strachan making his debut for the club, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. So I'm joined again by Ben Cole and James Milmo.
Afternoon.
Wilson, who see us all in the commentary box there.
Who's Wilson?
Oh, Milner. Miller. I still got Ross Wilson on my mind, you see.
The fake Ross Wilson.
Who doesn't?
Yes, exactly.
He occupies my dreams.
So we've been very kindly granted some gifts during the lunch break. We've been brought down some chocolate eclairs and a box of grapes, as well as our various Greg's packages. So we've been very well catered for in the commentary box. So thank you all for your generosity. You can see the players just making their way out into the middle here. And I'll let Ben tell you about who we've got opening the batting for West of Scotland.
So we're going to start off facing the first ball with James Linley-Daw, our keeper. For those of you who weren't tuned in earlier, you have missed me discussing these solid, hard-hitting left-handed batsman. Kind of a Matthew Hayden-esque type figure. Being a Yorkshireman, he's relatively familiar with the sort of pitches that we get up here in Scotland. So, bit of nibble, not hugely quick off the pitch, and will do a bit. So a good start from him would be incredibly useful here for West. Trying to do a similar job that Sabri did for Uddingston and get us sort of up with the rate as soon as possible. And then his opening partner is going to be Jesse Mills, who will he'll try and hit it most of the way to Edinburgh.
Every ball.
Yeah, it's been
only if it's in his half of the pitch, of course.
Yeah. He's one of those who's been sort of in and out of the ones for a number of years. Knows his game. Has will hit the ball very hard. But hopefully, if he's one of those blokes where if he can stay in for half an hour, 45 minutes, even an hour, that would do wonders for West chasing this rather imposing total of 240. So 241 to win. So, yeah, and I believe
it's young Tom Wilmot who's going to be opening the bowling from the pavilion end.
Ready to go. That's the first ball is left alone there by Linley-Daw, nice and watchful.
Yeah, good action early up. Tall, very, very lithe young man.
Uddingston employing rather in a more attacking field than West did. I guess at the runs to play with. They've got a first slip, second slip, with more a gully and a point. Hopefully looking for some good movement early with that pink ball, which you only really get a few overs of movement with. Once again left alone there by Linley-Daw, nice and watchful. Not worrying about the rate.
Just getting himself in a little bit. Ball.
Yeah, Milmo, where's your money in this game? As a man who knows very little about cricket, give us your rash opinion.
The rash opinion would be that when we were talking this morning, earlier on, we were saying that 180 was a good score. So 241 is probably going to be quite a difficult chase, I must admit.
Yeah, need a good start here. And Lindor lets that go as well, having a good look at it, but
I would say that these balls, I mean, Wilmot's not a short man. Some of these balls are rather struggling to get through to the keeper. I mean, the keeper could possibly take a few steps forward, but there is a slight lack of bounce here.
yeah, you mentioned that at the end of the last innings. We wondered whether the ball was going a bit soft, but maybe it looks this is already a used pitch, so maybe the surface just starting to come a bit loose. It's always a bit damp underneath these Scottish pitches. So
Once again, that's a big
he's
drive, and he's gone
gone.
upish. Good catch there, making good ground, but that is not the start that West needed.
No.
he's watchful for all the 3 balls, and then the first big shot comes out, and he's got underneath it.
I think
Just like we were talking, a bit stuck in the pitch there. Came a bit early on it.
I think he's going from being very watchful to really trying to climb into that. That was probably not the way to go.
Start to get a bit impatient, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
It's something.
it's the pressure runs on the board that even a few dot balls, you still feel like you're behind it. So he'll be very disappointed. Having not played for a few weeks, he hasn't had a chance to train or have any matches. He'll be slightly out of nick, but he'll be a disappointed man. He puts a high price in his wicket, so he'll be disappointed. But it does mean the arrival of Captain John Oliver at number 3. Really the key man in this chase. He's a very talented batsman, ability to score a lot of runs, but once again hasn't had a huge amount of cricket so far this summer.
Just to confirm, that catch at extra cover was by Issa Sharif off the bowling of young Wilmot. So great start for Uddingston, defending this decent total. I agree with you, Ben. I think John Oliver here is fresh from his stint on last week tonight, flown over especially for the game. He's the key man. Obviously famously being on the bugle back in the day. Wilmot comes in, he's pinned him back on the crease there.
Oliver with his characteristic trigger movement involving him taking a good large step down the ground.
Has he been playing well recently then?
He's not really played much. He's been away for quite a few weekends with social plans, and just, we've had a few inter-club games. He has slightly struggled just to get going this year. Hasn't really shown the best of what he can do, but hopefully this is the day to come good. You would hope. As well, and again, that's more secure. Just tucked into the leg side, a slightly closed face, and mid-on doing a good job of tidying up in the field. That's
the end of the first over.
First over, 0 for 1.
0 for 1, a very good over. We'll start over for Uddingston there.
Yeah, it just shows the benefit with an opening bowler on Scottish pitches. You just put it in a good area. Pitch will do most of the work for you, and just really have to wait for the batsman to make a mistake. Runs on the board, they'll always need to make something happen.
It's very difficult to see from our vantage point how much movement there is sideways from any of these bowlers. Just have to judge on the batsman's shots as to how much they're moving the ball. So coming on from the Borough Hall end, who have we got? I think this is Suresh Balkrishna coming up the hill for Uddingston. Jesse Mills to face his first ball. Big hitter, excellent squash player, but a man who likes it in his half of the pitch, so it'll be interesting to see where they bowl to him.
Ooh.
That was
been hit firmly. It's potentially a chance for a catch there, but very hard, and I think is just behind. I think there might be a slight injury there.
it was hit hard.
Holding his hand there at the short cover. He picked up 2, but still on his knees. I'm worried that might be an injury to the hand, having had one recently myself. I can tell you it's not fun.
I was going to say, potentially like your earnings the other day.
Unfortunately, there's no Liam Howgate to blame, but that was rather a half-tracker.
It wasn't a great opening ball, was it? Very short and wide, and A little bit of a freebie hit first up for Mills.
In that distinctive green helmet, which I think is the only one that's green helmet
behind it. Yeah, that's another weird quirk of cricketers, is having a funny coloured helmet is always a bit rogue.
Bit rogue. Different colour rather than just the navy kind
Yeah,
of
I mean,
colour.
the casque is the navy. Obviously, with players in this club, having a red helmet makes complete sense, being club colours. But yeah, the green helmet is questionable, to say the least. As Alakrishna comes in. That's short again, and
He's got hold of that, I think.
did well there. It didn't bounce as much as one would have expected, but he's watched the ball nicely, and he'll pick up another 2. Tidy fielding out there on the boundary, going in pairs, as you do in the modern age. Saying, like I'm an old man, I'm 24.
He just sounds like an old man.
He's not quite found his length here early on, has he? Just a little bit too short, Balkrishna. And needs... Although we were saying you don't want to bowl in Mills half, but those are kind of rank half trackers, really. He needs to find that in-between length.
That's much fuller.
That is in the batsman-friendly zone, and that has been deposited.
Green through the colours.
This
Uppish, though. I mean, I'm slightly obscured by part of the window frame. I don't know how close is that to the fielder.
No, it was pretty safe, I think. This is what West need, obviously, to get off to a flyer, so they're relying on Mills to put the foot down early on, really, and try and get them ahead of the rate, especially after losing that early wicket.
And even if not up to the rate, just slightly knock the confidence of the Uddingston team. Putting a high score on the board, you go into the second innings bowling feeling pretty confident, but you've got a few of our, the West blokes showing that they can do the same. It's just put some doubt in the mind as Alakrishna comes back in.
But Jesse's
That's full again, and that's squirted through to the covers. There should be another couple here. It's not quite going to run away. It's not perfectly timed.
Apologies for forgetting the option for the wide angle shot for the start of this innings. This is what happens when you get beer involved in the commentary process.
Yeah.
Yes, being an amateur production, we have decided to have a pint of Joker, which is from Williams Brothers, one of our favoured breweries here at West Scotland Cricket Club.
Good start this from Mills, 10 from 4 balls.
So he has one pace, and that is hit the ball.
That's certainly more consistent bounce there from that ball. Just back of a length. Mills not able to do much with it, and that's the end of a good over there for West of Scotland. So I'd say 1 over to Uddingston, 1 over to West. So it should be a...
Well, if it keeps going at that ratio, it won't be much of a game.
No, we need a few going West way, I think.
Some jolly admirers already even from the Uddingston side. After that, 1 forward defensive.
Yes, I'm sure we can probably find the John Oliver Appreciation Society.
Yes. Although there's often a confusion with the other John Oliver, fake John Oliver.
Well, I think the other John Oliver probably has a larger fan club, so we'll take them.
Yeah, if they get confused and come in, we're not going to complain.
I mean, if they get our viewership into triple figures, we'll be delighted. As that's
he's got that through.
Squirted through, edgy. Should just be a single. Not going to chance it yet. No need to take any risks. That's just a single to Oliver down to third man.
Yeah, there's been an interesting little battle here. Looks like the main strike bowler come down the hill, the youngster. Looking to get it full though. Can he get some movement to challenge Mills?
So is it Jesse who doesn't like it in the top of his body, does he?
Yeah, he's definitely a front foot player.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that
Case in
is-
point, but he's got under that. Just plugged a little, so it'll just be 2. Oliver very quick between the wickets, but
He needed to be there.
He's a good athlete, is Jolly. But that's it was just a check drive. He really committed the shot. He probably could have sent it over the boundary.
Jolly famously so quick between the wickets that he made me tear my hamstring early in the season, so I've never really forgiven him for that.
The rogue.
Running 2s. What is that all about?
That's just pushed into the... The only, as much as it's lovely to see lots of people down enjoying the cricket, the only problem with having a slightly fuller terrace is I can't really see as much of the game as I could previously.
No, I'm having to kind of lean forward a little bit just to get a
so
point over people's heads.
So there is a there's a queue for the bar, which means there's a queue going down the steps, which is rather obscuring the wickets at the pavilion end. So it's somewhat difficult.
I think it's the people sitting in front of you, Ben, which is also not helping.
Well,
That's a good
picked up.
shot from Mills. Pulled disdainfully through mid-wicket. Dropping just a little bit too short again.
Rather odd shot, actually. It was slightly short, but didn't fully get up, and that's pulled off the front foot with a slight twirl. Not quite a pick-up, but who cares? He's gone for 4. Go on, take it.
It's needed.
Yeah, just dropping a little bit short there, Wilmot, and maybe that's one of the things about stepping up to first team level that just, I remember my cricket coach used to call that old man length, you know, where you can just stand there and if you've got a good eye, you can get it away. Just need to be a tiny bit fuller, but the margin for error is so small.
Well,
but he almost gets him there.
That's a ugly heave as well, actually. They'll stick to a single. Mills isn't quite as quick as Jolly. Won't chance the 2, but I think he did slightly get away with that. That's just excess confidence, head up in the air, big swing, distinct lack of ding.
For the youngsters watching at home, it's always important, even when you're hitting the ball, trying to hit the ball hard, you still want to be playing it late and keeping shape in your shot. And Mills there just maybe a little bit overly keen and trying to overhit it, losing a bit
A
of
good
shape.
example will be Martin Gupton, actually, with his slightly characteristic way of hitting a 6 while still looking down at the ground, as that pops off Charles' front pad into the leg side. Big appeal, but no movement from Craig, was umpiring at the pavilion end. That's the end of the over.
We've got a viewer from Ontario, so our first overseas viewer that I'm aware of. I'm hoping Cammy Gibbs tuning in somewhere in deepest, darkest Mexico, who will maybe give us a shout later on.
That's whether he remembered to set up on it.
But great that you're tuning in there, Phil. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Don't want to think about what time it is in Ontario. My brain's too tired for that.
Yeah, is
early morning
this
now.
Phil? Is this early morning viewership or late night viewership? Be good to understand.
I think Canada is now early morning,
Right. Okay.
I believe.
Well, we're helping you to the start of your day.
A good start to the day, we hope.
As Jolly doing some Jadeda-esque bat skills at the non-striker's end as Balakrishna comes in. That's full and... Ooh, there's a chance there. Thickish edge.
Nearly got a hand to it.
Mills continuing to chance his arm. A little bit streaky. Pick up one.
Some risky shots, you'd say.
Yeah, it's the way he plays. He is a bit of a pinch hitter. He comes out and goes at the ball as hard. And if he gets a few away, pushes the field back, it changes that momentum, doesn't it? And you feel that they really got a head of momentum up with those final overs with the bat.
But I'd say one thing for Jesse to really sort of cement himself as a... Ooh.
No, it's bounced. Good take by the keeper there, just out of shot for viewers, but I think a genuine little outside edge from Oliver, but it's just skidded on the grass before getting through to the keeper.
Slightly wafty drive. Very wristy, which is always a risk. Straight at bat, and he might have been in a safer position.
Reliably informed from Phil that it's 11:15 in the morning and enjoying breakfast with a bit of West Match special.
Lovely job.
Ooh, lovely shot there
Good
from
hands.
Jolly. Lovely wristy backward drive, advancing down the pitch. No runs, but a pleasant shot to watch.
Good cricket all round,
As,
well fielded in the gully.
As more people continue to arrive on this lovely Saturday here in
When
west
we
of
were
Scotland.
out at lunch, it's rather busy out there today. Everyone enjoying the sun.
Fernie has turned up unavailable today, but
Available for drinks.
yeah. Pleasant flick through to a sort of slightly squarish mid-wicket. No run. This is a better over here from Balakrishna. He was rather loose in his first 6 balls. He's really tightened it up here.
It's important for Oliver to bat long here, bat most of these 40s, so if he takes a few to get going, that's all right, but doesn't want to give it away. He knows that there's a weaker than normal batting order. Oh, and as I say that, he advances down the wicket, and outside edge is one just past gully, so looking to go on the attack.
Well, I guess the case is that chasing 241. It's a runner ball, which.
Got to keep that strike rate up. Haven't you?
But I'd say really for a batsman of Jolly's quality, he's good enough to give himself 2 or 3 overs and then catch up to the rate. If he just sticks in there, we'll have a good chance of winning his. Oh, that's edged and gone. Good ball, nice and full. Jesse just not really getting his feet moving. It's a little tickle through to the keeper, and no issues for Greg Watson there, the umpire, to give that out. And that's the end of Mills. A entertaining little cameo. One we'd rather see continue for a little bit longer, but that puts us into a rather a spot of bother here. West 2 down with
2 early
not
wickets.
many on the board.
Yep, 20 on the board. And as you say, that first over from Krishna, really quite loose, but this second one has been right on the money and really testing both batsmen, and that last one just too good for Mills there.
I think the worry here is how deep we bat.
Well, I'd say at this point, as I see, it's Amal Deshmukh coming out to bat for. I think this might be his first game for the ones.
Is it Amal or is it Junaid?
Right.
Or maybe it's Amal. Hard to see.
I'm going to go Amal.
Yeah, with his no, I think it is Amal. I recognise the heavy layer of tape on his bat. I think it might be an over the winter investment.
Yeah, well, Janae's just got his brand new bats that he was showing off earlier.
Oh, they're lovely, actually.
Yeah.
We'll have to get him in with his bats later on
his 2 new
to
bats.
show them off.
Got them shipped in, didn't he?
Yeah, so Jay's come over. Was over in. I think his sister shipped him over from Pakistan actually. Nice. He'd moved over, found the club, but didn't have any kit with him, which was limiting. It was
Wide ball.
a wide ball down the leg side.
So yeah, the 2 big hitters gone early for West. So
I think they've got to just consolidate for 5 overs. There's always a risk that in these situations you feel like you've got to keep going with the rate, where actually what you need to do is to stay in. If you stay in and keep wickets in hand, there's always a chance. There's enough people who can come in later and give the ball a hit. You've got McNulty and Etheridge and Junaid. That's just pleasantly clipped to a pretty short mid-on actually. Very, very tight on that single. The important thing is just staying out there.
I guess also with both sides being a bit weakened, we don't really know what the change bowling is going to be like for Uddingston, whether they'll be a little bit weaker in those middle overs or not. So definitely worth getting through the openers and hoping to fill your boots later on.
So you're definitely giving your team more help being out there than sitting back on the side.
Yeah, as Oliver pleasantly glances that down to Reese. A pretty backwards deep square for a single. I think one of the things we were talking about earlier is that with these not being actual league matches, there's no points to win. There's pride to win for sure, but this is a great opportunity with plenty of time for bat for Jolly to go out, get some runs. Amal show that he can do a job on the ones. People like Junaid and Sam to show that they deserve a place in this team, and put some runs on the board. Thinking of next season. As Deshmukh is very solidly behind that. Pleasant shot.
Yeah, Sam's an interesting one as to where they slot him in. Very, very technically correct player. Obviously a big total, not normally known as a big hitter, but you do need a bit of glue in this innings to.
I say you could fill that Ian Bell role of playing some pleasant classical shots, and you can sort of. He's the sort of bloke I would feel happy kind of batting around in that middle order, sorting in at kind of 5 and holding things together for the innings. Oh, that's big appeal.
Big appeal.
Massive.
Very thinking about it. I don't think there's any movement of that little.
Of course, Craig, unlike Greg Watson, actually knows the LBW rules, so relying on him
much
to
harder
make.
to pay off, actually.
Yeah, tried. Offered him an eclair at lunch, but he said
Having
that
none of
was
it.
abhorrent and immoral. So he continues
He's
to
much more of a yum kind of a guy.
Yeah.
From what continues this third over here, bowling very nicely. That's short and
No run there.
perhaps a little bit of bat or a little thigh pad on that. It's down the leg side, but not given wides. Good piece of keeping there. Keeping look very tidy. Very secure.
Feels good down to his side.
Just having a look at young Wilmot's action. A pretty gentle run up, getting most of his energy from the snap. Looks like somebody who maybe leans away a little bit, and as I said earlier, hard to get a sense of what way it might be moving. But with that action, looks like he'd move it back into the right-handers. Decent enough pace. Here he is again, up to the wicket. Bowls, gets it full.
Oh, it's a lovely little. Once again, that mid-on is really quite close, pretty much in line with the non-striker. So there's little tucks into the leg side, not bringing the singles that Oliver and Deschmuck might be looking for. But yeah, he looks like a good bowler. Still looks young. I feel like, if he were to get a bit more, a bit more muscular, he could be a ball of good pace, very natural action, looks very comfortable, and also being quite tall.
Yeah, looks like someone who could get an extra half yard at his run up as well. Not really any acceleration up to the just the kind of gentle run in all the way. So I'm sure the coaches at Uddingston, and if he plays any regional stuff, will be working with him on that.
Yeah, he looks like the sort of bloke who sort of goes away over one winter, then comes back about 10 miles an hour quicker, just because he's just fully developed. And Balakrishna starts his third over with Oliver on strike. Ooh, that's very well bowled.
Yeah,
Oliver
really
drawn out, good length, pushing at it. No edge, but encouraging for bowler and keeper.
He really had a loose in that first over. He looks like a good bowler now, though. He's got going. Surprised they've only got the one slip in, really. Although they've got a gully and a backward point, both in good catching positions. 2.
So I'm going to say it's Gully, and that's what I'm going to pretend it is. Has had a few chances.
Yeah, they've hit a few through there. You're quite right.
Yeah.
Spot on with
Very
your
good,
learning your
Milmo.
fielding positions there, Milmo.
I know one. Yes, come on.
Yeah, Jolly trying to come down the wicket to open up the leg side there. Got a good ring field on the offside, so just needs to plenty of gaps.
Ooh, really stretched that.
Another wide
Another
ball,
wide ball.
yeah. As Ben was saying, almost dislocated his shoulder trying to reach that. I think again he was maybe stepping away to leg that time, and the ball was extra wide outside off. Maybe the bowler trying to see him going and trying to fire it a little bit wider, but not quite getting it right.
I think that sort of Jolly looks at the position where he needs to get one good shot away, just time one ball just to settle him down a little bit. And once again, that's just pushed into the gully region, comfortably fielded and no run.
He's keen to come out the bowler, isn't he, Jolly? He's not taking too many. You can see, I think he's batting outside his crease anyway, and then taking a decent step down at the bowler. So trying to put off his length, trying to get on that front foot, just trying to get one away.
It's quite a good step forward, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's opened up the leg side just for a single there, but let's see what he's looking to do. Oh, I'm on the wrong view, apologies. Too much to do between commentating and keeping the score up to date and actually keeping the right camera on at all times.
It's fine. We can just comment. You're not really adding much, Duncan, so we'll take the commentary. Wait, as Balakrishna comes in for his first look at Deschmuck, I believe, and that's just tickled around the corner as they saunter through for an easy single. No need to push for the 2. It's fielded comfortably.
Yeah, I do feel a bit sorry for Duncan, the fact that me and you were just sitting having a pint and he's working
Oh,
on
I'm
about
having a-
5 different things over there.
Yeah, we should say that this has really been made possible by Duncan. Most of us have just had a chin wag and a beer and thought about funny things we could talk about, whereas Duncan has managed all of the technology, provided pretty much all the equipment, all of the know-how, and we wouldn't be doing this without him. So thank you so much for actually putting in
cheers.
so much of the time.
You're very
Thank you
welcome.
very
It's
much.
been good fun. And what are we into our live stream now? 4 hours and 20 minutes, so flown by.
Did you change it 10? 10 overs.
Oh, what's it? It's only at like 5 now.
I think this is the 6th over. Is that alright?
See you in a bit.
It's like that.
So we're just preparing our next tranche of commentators as Oliver push that into the offside. Just
got through. It's going to be a 3 probably. If they can get back, maybe they'll settle for 2.
a gentle
placement.
2.
I don't think Amel's the quickest one over there, is he?
No, you know, he's got quick legs, but one of his legs are quite short. So
Not getting the pace.
no.
I think that's more of what Jolly just needs to do. There are gaps early on. Just play it under your eyes, knock it into those gaps, and get yourself going. You don't need to tee off. I know that there's obviously the power play, and he wants to get a few boundaries away, but that looks like it's going to be a wide
not
again.
gone up.
Yes, signalled by umpire
Also,
Watson.
should note the keepers come up to the stumps just to stop Oliver having that little step down the track, keep the pressure on.
What every keeper loves when he comes up to the stumps, of course, is for the bowler to then fire a wide down.
Oh, I love
a
it.
dream.
Oh, it's wonderful. Always catching the end of the finger as well. I'm sure there'll be a few words in the ear telling him about the rate. Because that's very full, and we'll just manage to dig that out to trickle into the leg side, and there's no run to end the over. This is very good bowling here from Uddingston as we go into the first Greg Watson wipe down of the West of Scotland reply to Uddingston's 240. That's the state of play. If you're just joining us, Western Scotland are 2 wickets down. The men to fall, James Lindley Daw, who was caught at cover. He's checking off the ball of Wilmot, and then we had Jesse Mills, I believe, caught behind off the bowling of Balakrishna. So it's been a good start from Uddingston. West have got a few shots away. Mills was acting as pinch hitter mostly, but they've tightened it up and really keeping West of Scotland below the rate. Can I check the what is the West of Scotland score, Duncan?
We're on 26. Oh, sorry, no, we're not. 29 for 2.
Okay, so just shy of 5 and over, requiring needing to go at sixes for the entire innings. So there's plenty of overs left, plenty of things to happen. This game could go either way. One good innings from one of the West of Scotland players could really change the game, but another 6 overs of tight bowling from Uddingston could put us really behind the cosh.
They can afford to get set for a couple of overs, but then they really do need to up it a little bit.
Yeah, as we said, we've seen the opening bowlers, they've bowled well, but the quality of the first change, second change, even fourth change, we're not aware of yet, so it could be rather interesting.
I believe Ross Lyon bowls a little bit. We've got more updates from our number one Canadian fan, Phil, who's saying he plays for a local club, Hamilton CC, founded in 1847. And apparently, like West of Scotland, once hosted a WG Grace Touring 11. So there you go. Thanks very much for that. I think that's our first fan anecdote so far on West Match Special, so very much appreciating that.
Yeah, if any of you aren't familiar perhaps with the history of the West of Scotland Cricket Club, we as that's fired down the leg side for a wide, good keeping there.
Very good keeping there.
Throwing himself down the leg side. We built a new website over the winter and the kind of start of the season when there was nothing else to do, and we've tried to include a decent amount of the history of the club on there and stories about days gone by. So if you're interested in the club, do feel free to have a read. Much of it been provided by our resident historian and declare provider Tony Lewis, the great man, who knows.
Provide us the eclair.
Yeah, who knows more about West of Scotland history than I think anyone else alive. As that's another wide from Wilmot, just perhaps struggling with the hand sanitizer, as many of the bowlers do.
There's quite a few wides crept in the last couple of overs. Not what they need really. So strongly on top early on.
Oh, that's a rather wild. I don't know, slash.
That is the only word that one could use, I believe.
Luckily, found a gap.
But in the end, it's the thickest edge down to third man and a single, and it goes down as one in the book. So we could pretend it's a nice little dab down to third man, but that would be a lie. And we're a truthful organisation here at West Match Special. As Oliver is back on strike.
Just talking about
with that Joss Butler-esque wiggle of the left shoulder as he drops down into third man. The shot that Deschamps possibly should have played, but he doesn't get a run for it, so Amel wins.
Just talking about the history of the club, of course, many people will know that this is the Hamilton Crescent is the site of the first ever international football match, which took place between Scotland and England and resulted in a thrilling 0-0 draw. And it was the highlight of Scottish football history.
Yes. It's still talked about even.
Yeah, but there's been some great players to play here over the years. That's once again fire down the leg side, not. Oh, and it is a wide. Craig deciding that he can't be that lenient. We've had the likes of Gower and Dravid have played here.
Yes, I saw Raoul Dravid's first game for Scotland when we saw Scotland were playing in the English 50-over competition at the time, and they had a warm-up game against, like a friendly against Pakistan, and he came out and got out first ball.
I think Gower got a duck as well, actually.
Many great people got ducks at Hamilton Crescent.
Yeah, so that's another dot into the leg side. We also had some fine collection of overseas players. Last season we obviously had Rory Kleinfeldt, the South African international. We've had Trevor Bayliss, the former England coach. Colin de Grantham, the New Zealand international. And,
Who did nothing but play golf the entire time he was here. I think he made one score for us the whole season.
It's better than most of the West batsmen. We also had, I think, Daoud Milan came down to have a net here. Well, a few nets with David Hinchcliffe, our former First 11 coach, with our indoor nets basically being a small piece of fabric on top of a large piece of concrete. It's rather similar to the Wacker, so quite good training. It's also dreadful training for playing Scottish cricket outdoors.
Yes, it is rather quick and bouncy, and good place to be a leg spinner as well. Get lots of turn and bounce out of the indoor school. Which, as Ben said, it kind of looks like an old Anderson shelter, big corrugated iron shed behind our clubhouse, but we're very lucky to have it. Tees off there, and he's got that down.
It's a very pleasant whip through the leg side, uppish. That'll just roll into that piece of rope that signifies that it's a four. Good there from Deshmukh, just getting his hands through the ball, nice and controlled.
So I always think it's fascinating. All the history of cricket here, and the first fact you always get told is about football.
Well, I mean, it's rather a claim to fame. But it's also quite an easy story to remember.
Yes.
I think even I can remember that one.
Yeah.
It's funny because used to, back in the late 19th century, used to get very big crowds for cricket in Scotland when I guess the pace of life was slower, but at some point it's kind of become a bit of a anglified idea in the Scottish psyche, and it's not so popular
it doesn't
anymore.
help that you've got two Englishmen commentating and a
2.5 probably.
Yeah.
I was born the wrong side of the border, even despite my Scottish name, and I've lived here my whole life, but yeah, still not quite. Put it this way, every time I get in a taxi, the taxi driver will be like, here in Glasgow, and I'm like, actually mate, I'm from Glasgow, I'm just a bit posh. So that's the end of the 7th over, and West of Scotland are 38 for 2 in their pursuit of 240 from 40 overs.
Looks like, oh no, I thought we had a change of bowling, someone's just messing about.
Just chucking the ball around to each other.
Yeah.
West of Scotland legend Stu Brown, remembering one of the fun things about the indoor school is obviously all our quick bowlers coming off 14 yards, something that all club cricketers enjoy on a bouncy fast track.
It's one of the problems of it not being particularly long. You can't get anything akin to a proper run-up. As that's just pushed back to the bowler by Oliver. Balakrishna continuing. As a spinner, it's absolutely fine. But yeah, I mean, it gets used to some serious heat coming down at you, but there's sort of a couple of ridges which sort of slightly back of a length, the ball will absolutely fly off, and so you think I'll just press forward for a simple defensive shot, and next thing you know it's like flying past your neck as that's pushed through the gap, and they're going to pick up one, they're going to chance the two. No, it's probably the best decision not to. That would have been
good call, I think there.
That would have been run out by an absolute country mile, actually, if he'd bother going for a two.
Jolly a fair bit quicker than Amol, I think we're
Because I think
realising.
they've gone for that second, Amol would have been run out because they wouldn't actually had the time to cross.
See, Jolly just looks a bit fidgety at the crease at the moment, doesn't he? He's not quite settled in. He's really anxious to just get one away and feel like his innings has got going.
Ooh, that's
Fired in at the leg stump.
That's a missed stumping there. It would have been a wonderful piece of work behind the stumps, but chance is a chance. I think another wicket there would have really put another nail in the coffin of this West of Scotland innings.
We need that. What is it Sky have for their predictor thing? It's got some name.
Crickviz.
Crickviz. We need
Winviz.
Winviz. That's
Yeah,
it.
Winviz.
That's it. Oh, back of a length there. Amol off the hip, tucks it away.
I'm assuming it's Winviz provided by Crickviz. If anyone from Crickviz is listening and want to provide any stats and predictions, please feel free to get in contact with us through the YouTube page, one of our social medias, or through our website.
I don't think we'll be able to present it, but we can definitely say it. We don't want to put Duncan under that much pressure.
Well, in the meantime, I'm really interested to know what we've got. Obviously, some Uddingston boys on the stream, and as well as some West guys. So, where's your money at the moment? Let us know who you think's going to win this game. As Oliver just knocks that calmly to extra cover.
Bowler's keeping it tight here.
Somebody watching from Abu Dhabi.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Tariq. I believe this is the same bowler, isn't it? Check
Balakrishna.
names. Balakrishna, yeah.
I believe so.
And Wilmot from the other end. Both bowling very well at the moment. Not much given away apart from a few wides.
That's Oliver once again trying to sort of dab it down into the point gully region, but
Just getting a little bit too much on it, isn't he? Not quite getting it fine enough, and that's the end of the over.
no, it's been an odd mix of either bowling pretty rank wides or bowling a really nice line and length. There's not been really much in between.
There's no in between. There's nothing nice.
West of Scotland fan Andrew Strong has written in with his Winviz prediction, which is West 15%, Uddy 85%. No confidence there.
No. He's also sitting out the front there. So
No.
he does have a good view of this.
Somebody can give Andrew a good kick out there.
Yeah.
Tariq's son is playing today. Yeah, had a decent game so far. I think he's taken a catch. Believe that was him that took the catch of Jim Linley-Dore for the first wicket of the game. As Wilmot comes up to the wicket, bowls very full.
That's slapped down the ground there by Deshmukh.
Looks like he's got enough of that. A good shot by Deshmukh.
4 runs.
Went completely out of mine and Ben's vision, so we're relying on the umpire there.
Yeah, once again, I'm very much in my position in the clubhouse, obscured by about 5 different doors, a window frame, and a person. So my ability to see the ball is very limited unless it goes into a very small part of the ground.
More explosions from the bar behind us. Wilmot and Deshmukh's got the gap there. That is very well placed. I don't know if it's going to go quite all the way.
No. Yes, it did.
Another
Just
4.
tripled
Really
over.
good
from Deshmukh. A little bit of a fight back here from Amol. Put a bit of pressure on Wilmot.
He's decided to get going, definitely.
He looks like he's got a bit more width than Oliver has. Oliver looking to try and manufacture that width, playing those dab shots, but Amol getting the chance to free his arms there.
He's also a man who naturally likes to get on with it when he's batting.
Kev Singh, no stranger to a good cover drive, enjoyed that one.
Oh, very pleasant. Push back to the bowler. Bump ball, if anyone thought perhaps capped there. Good come back there from Wilmot, just keeping it tight. As I said, all you've got to do on these Scottish pitches really is line length. They've got enough runs on the board where that scoreboard pressure will build up. Just keeping the back of mind of the batsman. There's still plenty of overs to go, but you have to keep thinking about it. Comes in again.
Well, that's a full toss, and he's got hold of that. That should be another 4. It's not been a great over from young Wilmot.
Much more convincing boundary. Really raced into the rope.
Definitely got a piece of that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe just a young lad into his 5th over now, looking like he's tiring a little, just missing his lengths that he was hitting very well early on. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a change from this top end after this over.
Give him a little break.
There's always time to come back at the end.
Deshmukh predicting that after that full toss there might be a short one there, and really sitting back for that. It wasn't really that short for the shot he tried to play. I believe I've missed a wide this over. Apologies. So, yeah.
You're really keen to just close out this over here, Wilmot, and just save a bit of face, really. That's just nerdled down to fine leg. There really should be coming back for 2 there, you think?
There definitely was 2 there.
Yeah, it's I think if you run the first one hard, give yourself the chance. I know it's it's not a cold day, but it's not roasting. And when you're chasing 240, there's you kind of need to push those fielders. I think it's Balakrishna down there fielding at the wide fine leg, so he will be tired from his bowling stint as Oliver finally gets one through to the boundary, and that will be his first 4.
That was a good shot.
That's the width to be looking for that kind of wristy slap through the offside.
So an expensive over for young Wilmot there, who started off really, really well. I think that's just an age thing. As he gets a bit more strength in his body, be able to keep that accuracy through longer spells.
Absolutely.
But looks a good prospect for Uddingston, the young lad. But useful runs for West, who are now 58 for 2 after 9 overs.
So you just build up some of that strength and endurance.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, just say this with that good over, it gets us up to the rate, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we're over 6s now, so up there where we need to be.
And as Uddingston showed earlier, there's decent purchase for shots out there today. It's not always the case in Scotland. Often a bit of moisture, slightly long grass. You don't always get purchase, but there's runs out there as Deshmukh clips that into the leg side. They could push it once again. There's chance for 2. They decide not to take the risk. Single into the.
So when we did the pitch report this morning, it definitely didn't look like it was going to play like this, as always.
No, for anyone who caught the pitch report I did at the start of today's broadcast, I got it horribly wrong.
It's basically the opposite.
Yeah.
You're not the first one. It's not quite Nasser's same batting, like bowling first in Brisbane wrong, but
Yeah, as the benefit, I didn't have to back up my thoughts on the pitch by tossing, as Oliver pushed that into the offside again. Well, I guess I think I read it relatively well, and then things changed.
To be fair, the sun has been beaming all day.
Yeah,
I think it's been a really good cricket wicket, right? When people have hit good lengths, it's been hard to score. But if you've missed those lengths, people have, the outfield's been quick and the ball's come off the bat nicely as it comes in here. Oliver's getting frustrated. He's still a young lad with a lot, even though he's obviously very talented, played a lot of cricket, but he needs to just keep his cool here. Only ever a couple of good shots away from feeling back in, Nick.
I think also the case of if Deshmukh's going to continue to try and hit it around, though you would see Jolly as perhaps the senior batsman in this pair, if he's still finding his feet and finding his form, then he's trying to find those singles and just get Emil back on strike, and he can take the time. That'll be beneficial. There's some very tidy work behind the stumps today, actually, from both sides. There's been some excellent keeping on show, which isn't something you can always say about club cricket, but it's been a...
It's definitely not that village. Which is
no.
Ooh, that snuck through.
I'm intrigued to see what that's recorded as. Well, they're saying that there was a high quality keeping. That's 4 byes through the keeper's legs.
I think you took that one up there.
Yeah, that's. I think that might be my first commentator's curse. Actually.
Oh, that's exciting.
Day. That's
Do
really
more of them.
Do more, yes. Only relating to obviously.
It's a tough job. I mean, standing up if it's doing a little bit. He's nippy enough, this bowler. Not an easy job, especially when someone plays a big shot right in front of you like that. It's got to be hard, and it's keeping a little bit low.
I think that was only his first mistake though, so gotta give him that.
Well, it's a little high, perhaps a little leg side-ish.
As mentioned earlier, Greg Watson famously doesn't know the LBW rule, so just purely guessing as to whether that was actually out or not and just making an arbitrary decision. No,
I think that's the sort of LBW call that it's quite difficult to go out in this club cricket where you're unsure. It's, no ability for review. I think it's always the safest option to give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman in these cases. There's a change of bowling perhaps coming on.
I believe this is Mr. Paul Hoffman, who ex-Scotland international, who a few years behind him now, but still, I'm sure, a very useful cricketer.
Although it was we played at Uddingston a few weeks back, and one of the cricket basics did bowl him out, so that was always interesting. Ex-international versus a cricket basic, and the cricket basic won.
Yeah, if anyone isn't aware, so as comes into bowl, that's just nudged into the backward square leg. So we've Milmo can tell you more details, but over the winter we've had a cricket basics group run by our very own Mike Ashworth to get people who perhaps played a little bit in the past or not at all into the sport.
In my story, it's not at all. But basically, it's just obviously, as a kid, it's quite easy to get into sports because of all the children's things. But when you come with no idea you like a sport until in your 20s odd, being able to actually get in.
I think the difficulty with cricket is, I mean, there's kind of a barrier entry of all the kit and needing the space. And it's a very deeply technical sport. I mean, like football, you can kind of get away with being pretty poor at it.
To be fair, all you need is a football and a couple of rucksacks, and you'll get away with that, won't you?
That's a good quick single there from Oliver. Just pushed into the offside.
I'm all desperate not to take the very quick single, which maybe needs to just switch on to the game situation here. We need to keep busy and keep the pressure on.
Yeah, but I think it's been a smashing success.
It has, yeah. There's been quite a lot of us around, all been playing our first games this summer. So
it's been a number of the that's
good shot.
Flays through the leg side, very wristy again. Not going to
go.
Not
make it. No, it's not.
Should really be pushing for 3 here. They do come back.
Yep, Hamill getting a little bit more of a hard run on when it's his runs on the line.
Yeah, as ever.
But a nice shot. Very much the flamingo through a wide mid wicket there. Very pleasing.
We've had a number of them taking part in. It's like an injury there, the man at mid off, but yeah, taking part in our Sunday games. So often comes in again, and that's perhaps not got up fully. Oliver tucks into the leg side.
I think we've all had a fair few games. The rest of them are doing really well. I'm just the one, all the gear, no idea.
And Milo is definitely a specialist fielder and provides good chat.
Yeah. I can waffle away and I can throw my body about. But anything else, I'm not your man.
Again, pushed into the offside. Deciding not to run there. I'm all keen to get back on strike and continue his run getting. But I mean...
Well, he will be on strike because that's the end of the over, the end of the 11th. West of Scotland is 68 for 2, so keeping up at exactly just over 6 an over, but up with the rate.
Interesting. So, not out of this yet.
Hilariously, me and Ben both tried to sneak off at the exact same moment there, but Ben is slightly nearer to the door, so therefore got away with it.
I think he's going to go and try hunt down our next commentator to replace one of us.
Indeed. Be interested to see if they make another change here, Uddingston, or whether they'll continue with Balnakrishna from the.
Looks like no change.
Yeah, no change. So Slipper's come out now, so just a gully in the catching position as he bowls, and that's round the leg side, giving the wicketkeeper no chance, and I think it's going to run away for 4. Some pretty disappointed looks around the Uddingston fielders with that delivery, and it is in fact 4 byes. I don't think it was given as wides. Maybe a touch harsh on the keeper there.
Don't think it was. There's a few teapots after that.
Oh, we had a double teapot, yeah.
There's a few after that.
Not giving the keeper a huge amount of chance.
All right. That's solidly behind that from Deshmukh. A lovely forward defence. One for the purists, you'd say.
Yes.
For all the kind of fun of T20 cricket and blasting the ball about, I do still have kind of a soft spot for a good, solid forward defensive shot.
Proper cricket.
Indeed, proper cricket.
Proper cricket.
That's once again characteristically tickled down to the leg side by Deshmukh, just picking up a single there, keeping the scoreboard ticking along. Bring Oliver back on strike, who's just slowly starting to settle back into his innings.
So talking about that short format, it does bring a bit more excitement to it, I believe, rather than,
Yeah,
especially for new watchers.
Oh, 100%. I think. Ooh,
So with the likes of the IPL starts today, is it? Tomorrow?
it's edged down to third man. Yeah, I think perhaps one of the difficulties with cricket is that with it being such a complex game, to sit and watch 4 hours of a test match, not fully understanding what's going on, you won't really understand all the.
Yeah, especially when it's maybe a slow aspect and they aren't really teeing off. You
Yeah.
can sit and watch for it, but not much happening. And if you're not that interested in the beginning, you're probably going to turn it off.
Yeah, I can happily watch sort of 6 maidens in a row if it's sort of good cricket, because I can understand the excitement of all. That's another ball pushed down the leg side from Balakresh, another wide. Yeah, just slowly starting to look a smidge ragged here. Just giving some free runs. They need to make sure that
They have been rather loose with the wides recently.
they need to make sure that West are really earning all their runs and not staying close to the rate. They really want that to be climbing as much as possible. That's sort of flayed into the offside again by Deshmukh down to point, but securely fielded there. No chance for a run.
As we talked about earlier about just being at the crease, they've been there for quite a while now, these two.
Yes,
I think
this
holding
is
off a bit.
once again. I don't want to have my second commentator.
It's the wrong way round.
Wrong way round.
I'm going to risk it, but this is the point where I actually say these two need to kind of continue to push on.
Yeah. They got themselves in.
Well, they're up with the rate, so they just need to keep ticking away. And of course,
That's a full toss, just patted back.
get
I
a
think-
boundary every couple of overs at the moment, and keep it ticking in between.
Yeah.
They'll be there and
and
thereabouts.
that's what Uddingston did very well in their innings. So they had people who just stayed in. It's exactly if you start to lose regular wickets, you can't just settle in and up that rate.
Of course, they got such a good start that meant it was easier for them to do that. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Very different start. First over that we went, was it 20, and then our first was a wicket. So very different starts, but
Well bowled there, a little outside edge into the covers, and that completes the 12th over, and we're in for another Watson wipe down at
Full table.
76 for 2.
I don't think we're getting it out at the moment.
No, I'm used to it there. That.
Oh yeah, I was using it as a store of all our rubbish.
So West of Scotland built themselves into half decent position now as we go into the second sanitisation break.
The old
Part
Greg
of the,
Watson wipe down.
Watson wiped down.
Yeah, the Watson wipe down, sponsored by Greg Watson. Yeah, I think this partnership we want to go for a little bit longer, get us into a really good position. Even if we're a little bit behind the rate, we've got some decent hitters to come in later on, so we
I
can
think
rely on.
and saved by a few wides by Hamilton as well. There's quite a few come over the last couple of overs.
Yeah, a little bit of looseness sneaking in from Uddingston, who've pretty much been ahead of the game for most of the day so far.
I thought you just walked in this standing.
As mentioned earlier, it's a lovely sunny day down here at Hamilton Crescent. Really good crowd down now to watch this last cricket game of the year, and can't quite see it from here, but right round the old bank at Hamilton Crescent, there's people laid out on picnic blankets and lots of kids around. Really nice family atmosphere.
So I was slightly distracted. I just want to check that if you are coming down to watch today and you fancy a beverage or two on the terrace. We're having issues with our card machine, so make sure you do bring some cash with you.
Yeah, I was glad of the commentary change earlier, so I could run to the cash machine to get myself a pint.
So what do we think, people on the live stream chat? We haven't had any updates to predictions since West have had a nice little fight back here, right back in this game. Two very changed 11s from some of the top of the table clashes that these two teams have enjoyed over the last couple of seasons. Two great clubs, two really strong teams. But yeah, a little bit of some new faces on both sides, some young players, some new players for West. So maybe a little bit of unpredictability in the result. So we're back up to 24 viewers at the moment for again, considering we only really decided we were going to do this live stream about 8 hours ago. It's very, very pleasing. So hello again to all of you. It's really great to have you join us. I hope you're enjoying it. We're still learning as we go along, but we hope we're keeping you entertained. Hoffman to continue from the provoked end.
It's like pause here from the umpires.
Yeah,
I believe somebody may be trotting past the sight screen. Hard to tell from our
Pet peeve
current
of all batsmen.
none of us can
vantage
see
point.
what's happening.
Someone's had a tantrum behind us, and Hoffman's up to the wicket, and he bowls back of length, and Oliver just pops it down into the
I
offside.
believe Cammy Gibb has just tuned in. So welcome,
Has he?
Cammy. Hope Mexico's all right.
Yeah, all the way from Mexico. So. Oh wow.
We've been missing you this year, Cammy. It's not been the same without you.
We will try and. I mean, it's going to cost a bomb, but we'll try and work out anyway. You could possibly call in, or if you want to record a message and send it in, we'll always show that later in the day.
I thought the better idea was to book some flights and get over and go see him.
Yeah, Mexican
well,
tour.
if you're paying, Neil, no, you're more than welcome. But
If we get
I'm
on
good.
a cargo ship.
You can find a way. Can we not get Ali Maddock in this helicopter? I don't know if it'll go all the way, but make us a bit.
I'm pretty sure that was a medical helicopter.
Medical helicopter. That'll be fine.
Been very full there.
Those are mostly for emergencies, not to be co-opted for us to go and have a jolly in Mexico.
Also, I don't think helicopters have a range of Glasgow to Mexico City.
Well,
I'm not
a
an
few
expert.
fuel stops or something.
What, in the mid-Atlantic?
I'm sure there's some oil tanker we can stop off, and it's like, can we just steal some fuel? Be fine. Hoffman continues in and
Found a
So
good
it's-
little nagging length,
yeah,
yeah, hasn't he?
it's-
Oliver unable to get him away.
just not looking comfortable at the moment. Not able to get it away. Lauren and Nadia sneak behind.
Hoffman, who I don't want to guess at random cricketers' ages, but it does feel like a good decade since he was playing for Scotland.
Oliver finally managed to tickle one down to the fine leg
I believe
boundary,
it's in his
pushing
40s.
for two. That's good running there. That's what they've been slightly missing in this partnership. It's been very good, but slight lack of intensity in the runs. But a good two there. Good to see some more of that.
What I think everyone on the commentary wants to know is, when are those eclairs getting opened?
I reckon
The
that's-
gift eclairs.
I think that was a hint, was it, Duncan?
Oh, well, I'm just speaking for the people.
I will open them.
John Oliver. Oh, there's a chance of a run out. It's a direct hit, but I think he's got back just in
That was,
time. Good bit of fielding
some-
in there.
but also
cover.
some questionable communication there between Deshmukh and Oliver. And that's a good way to end the over.
So West of Scotland 78 for 2 after 13. 78 for 2.
And we've got a change of commentary here for once, which I'm sure many of you will be relieved to find out. So we'll... Duncan, are you happy to stick around and man the computers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. We've got Lauren and Nadia coming in from our women's side to provide a change of view.
Yes. Hello.
How are you both?
Very
Good,
good,
and
thank you.
yourself?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. A bit overwhelmed with all the technology I've suddenly got to look after, but it's all good.
I'm not very good at public speaking, so
Me
I'll
neither.
try my best.
No, don't worry. It's a very modest public listening in on this broadcast, I assure you.
How many at the moment?
We're about
20.
20, and mostly friendly faces, mostly some
Family
West.
members.
Well, yeah, most of Ben's family, from what I can tell, seems to. They're obviously missing him dearly.
Will they
Moral
drop up
support.
now? So.
Yeah, they're no interest now. Ben's gone, and yeah, some other West people. So yeah, it's been good.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of you've had much cricket this year, have you? Both been away for most of the year.
Yeah, I've been back home. I came back yesterday, so
Where's home, Lauren?
Gibraltar.
How's the cricket scene in Gibraltar? I would suspect they must have a cricket club there, mustn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've
Which
got a
does
new
it-
ground, so
It used to be on a
gravel.
gravel,
so
sorry.
anything's
Does-
better than that.
A bit of grass now, isn't it?
Astro.
Ah, sorry.
I don't think so. You have to field on a gravel
We
on a
used
gravel
to have
outfield.
to. It was like rock hard.
Ooh. I'd be wrapping all my arms up in everything I could find to stop me cutting myself on it.
Hardy bunch over there, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you play on what you have, don't you? So
Yeah, that's
at
very
least you got
true.
to play.
Yeah.
How about you, Nadia?
I've been up north in Ross County doing a bit of friendlies. Obviously, there's no actual professional games going on, so we just played friendlies with the closest people we could find. Just had a bit of fun, really.
Good. I think that's what it's all about this year, isn't it? I mean, there's not really been much in the way of competitive cricket, just everyone trying to.
Just get any cricket in what they can do.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about how nice cricket is to have as like a social thing when
Yes.
it's been really hard to get out and see people and hang out with friends, but sporting gatherings one of the few things that's kind of allowed, so it's been really nice for everyone to be able to.
Yeah, and during the height of lockdown, I thoroughly enjoyed the Zoom meetings we had. Meetings or like all our quizzes and just get-togethers.
Yeah, there's just Deshmukh just tries to pull one there and just sort of top edges it very close to square leg. We've also had a change of bowling that I have missed, but the Uddingston guys on the stream I'm sure will let me know who it is that is now on from the far end. Off spinner up to Oliver, gets a little inside edge. Is there a run there? Amel calls him through and they make it comfortably in the end.
Been a couple of runs through there today.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't put a fielder out there.
There is someone, but I think.
They've
They
dropped.
moved him. He's the bowler.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, they've dropped the deep mid wicket, which seems a bit complimentary given he hasn't hit too many through there as he tries to absolutely hammer that and it's given us a wide.
Classic shot there.
So what's been happening in the women's game in Scotland generally this year? Has there been any regional stuff or has it just kind of been
There
all...
has been regional stuff, and one of our own, Neymar, she's been doing very well. She's got herself some wickets, hasn't
Yeah.
she?
She's
And
done really
Abdihar
well.
as well. So the West women have been getting some regional games, which is good.
I faced Neymar for the first time this year in a little intra-cup game and she was very, very good.
She-
She doesn't give you much.
No, she's pretty sharp.
yeah, she's
so
got a really weird swing, so it's really difficult to bat against, I think.
Yeah.
It's a really
Yeah,
good ball.
gets good movement and always on the right kind
on
of
the money,
length.
isn't she?
Yeah. The line that you don't want to bat against, basically.
I'm happy when I'm batting with her in the nets. It means I don't have to bat to her normally.
Yeah.
Oh, cracks that one.
Ooh.
But no, I think since all the regionals have stopped now, it's a bit of a shame, but it's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
mean-
difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone quiet now though. And
Like, it is the end of the season anyway, isn't it?
I mean,
Would have been,
yeah,
so-
well past where we'd normally
Yeah.
finish. Oliver comes down the wicket there and just knocks that one straight back for another dot ball. One to come in the over.
Yeah, with weather like this though, you'd want to carry on playing, but that's just the person in me who wants to play cricket all the time.
Yeah, it's just getting harder and harder to get enough days to prepare pitches during the week. I
Yeah.
think as much as anything.
Yeah. As long as it's sunny, we should be able to play, I think.
Ooh, still one to come, according to the scorers. Loudly shouting over the little walkie-talkies we've got.
Oh, is that who's speaking there?
Yeah, so
I
we've got
see.
one of the umpires has got a walkie-talkie out there, and the two scorers have got the other one. So we're very lucky as Oliver just punches
So
that down
the
through
umpire hear
mid-on.
us?
No, we can hear the umpire.
Right.
I think they would have given up by now if they heard all our chat.
So tell us a little bit about the ladies' team at West of Scotland, because it's a reasonably new installation, isn't it? What, a couple of years old now?
Yeah, I think we've been for about 2 years now. But I think we've had a good amount of people joining us in the first year, definitely.
Yeah.
We were quite lucky because I just came because I messaged the club and Mike got in contact and he said, oh, we actually have a women's side, so I thought I'd come along. I was actually really surprised the amount of women.
It's great.
Yeah.
I think one of my highlights of last year was watching, I think it was against Carlton, it was a ladies' game. It was a really sunny day.
I think, was that our first home game?
And we absolutely
Did we
smashed
thrash
it.
Sophie made 49, didn't she? Then
Yeah.
got out and was suitably angry with herself. But batted very well up until that point.
And we got a lot of young girls, so it's actually really nice to sit on the sidelines and just watch them bat and gain confidence.
What is the age range like from oldest to youngest in that ladies' team?
So I think the youngest is like 13, 14 maybe, and
Great.
the oldest, I don't want to say ages, but
You don't want to show
maybe about 40
So-
maybe, I'd
40?
say.
I was going
The
to give you
oldest.
older or younger than Paul Hoffman in his
Oh.
40s.
Okay. Maybe a
I'd
bit
say
younger.
we've got some mothers in the team.
Okay,
so.
yeah, that's true.
But then I think there's quite a few people like mid-20s, early 20s, like uni age, so
Yeah.
as well as the youngsters around 15.
Quite a lot of young
Quite-
girls
yeah.
as well.
Ah, it's a really good mix and
Yeah, it's good
Few
to see
people-
them develop as well from year to year.
we've got a few Scotland ladies, don't we, in the
Yes.
mix of that. So great
Yeah.
for those youngsters to learn from.
To look up to them, definitely.
Big appeal there against Oliver from the experienced Hoffman, but again, Craig, who actually knows the LBW rules, unlike Greg Watson, refusing to give that out. There is a slight backstory that Greg gave me out LBW once this year.
Okay.
Probably entirely correctly, but I still
did think so.
choose to be bitter.
Yeah, that's fair. But no, it was quite sad because the women's team was moving along, wasn't it, before lockdown?
Yeah.
It was getting a lot more Scotland girls in. So obviously it felt like it was becoming a stronger team.
Yeah, the standard was definitely increasing, I think.
Yeah, and I think we felt quite confident going into games against obviously other women's team.
Yeah. Just a shame that lockdown happened and we had to basically start from scratch when we can go back into the nets, I think.
Yeah.
It's
yes.
like that for most teams.
Yeah, at least we're like all on the same level and nobody's got an advantage over anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for your normal league structure in the ladies, what sort of teams are you playing against? How far do you have to travel for games?
Oh, I think our first game last year was down in Galway, so
That was a friendly, yeah.
Yeah.
But then we also were playing some English teams as well, weren't we?
yeah, in
Oh,
a
wow.
in a separate league. I think it was. Oh, what was it called?
I can't remember.
It wasn't the Scottish league. It was something else. So we had to go down to Newcastle to play.
You used to play for one of those teams.
I used to play against them. I don't remember who it was. But I remember I had some friends when we went down. I saw them. So.
And then we was obviously doing the indoor stuff as well, which we
Yeah.
Keep
did
you busy,
quite well
don't they?
at. Yeah. That was over the
great.
winter, which kept our eyes in.
I think it's good to have something indoors over the winter to keep your skills up, because the nets is good, but like game competition really develops the.
Yeah. We've just been moaning about how unrealistic the indoor school is at West of Scotland unless you're going to go play at the Wacker the week after and
Yeah.
quickest, bounciest track around.
Yeah.
But we are lucky though to have an indoor facility.
It's a good shot there from Amor Deshmukh, who just a little dab down to beats third man for a single.
At least somebody's still looking at the game.
I think one of the lovely things about the ladies' side is that on the social side, like gotten so involved in the club straight away. It feels like a very big part of the club from as soon as it started. It's a really nice shot there, although beats the fielder, finds the gap at extra cover. Just
quite.
going to hold
Just
short.
right.
Ooh, just a couple there, but a nice shot from Oliver, who's struggled to really find the middle, but no.
Found something there.
But he found something, yes. Probably still not quite the middle,
No,
somewhere
no.
closer to it.
No, yeah, but a lot of people came to women's training and really pushed the club mentality. So
Good
they'd all,
shot, that might be out the middle.
I think that might go.
Oh no.
Nah, just short.
Oh. But we were very much encouraged to get involved with the actual club side of things.
Yeah.
It makes so much of a difference, doesn't it? If you have like a good like sort of family feel when you come and you feel like you're part of something rather than just coming to training.
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons a lot of people are attracted to West. A really diverse club, and really, people who are such cricket tragics that they want to sit and make a live stream of entire first team cricket matches and get people involved. So yeah, it's a lovely club to be part of.
But we feel we've been welcomed as a women's side.
Definitely, yeah.
Sometimes if you play in other teams, it's not so similar,
Yeah.
But we feel you've really
Part of the family, I think.
Yeah.
Good shot there from Amol. Steps back, opens up the offside, and another couple. Quite a few twos in this over.
Not quite going over the line.
Yeah, bowler just dropping his length back just a fraction and allowing a few easy twos and the batsman to open up their arms. This is the first team I've played for, actually, because we have the ladies 11 and you guys play separate games. It's the first team I've ever really played for that hasn't had ladies mixed in with the teams.
Okay, yeah.
So when I was growing up at Stirling, admittedly I only had one, but Carrie Carswell, who's probably met, grew up playing with her, and then I played at Carlton in Edinburgh. Obviously have a very strong ladies team, so we usually in the sort of 3s and 4s had a few good players from the ladies team in there as well. It's always been really nice. I think that has bowled him. He's gone to sweep it, he's missed it, he's bowled his leg stump, and he looks very grumpy at someone else, but I don't think he's got too many other people to blame. But a good knock there from Amo. I'm afraid we don't have the exact scores for every batsman at the moment, but
Roughly, do you know what he's gotten?
Well, he came in with almost nothing on the board, so I imagine he must have got 30 odds. We will try and find out. It's funny now because I'm checking the comments and they've got no timestamp on them. So the last comment is shot Amol from Kev Singh, which I don't know if that's referring to that missed sweep or a previous shot. Kev will let us know.
I highly doubt that, yeah.
We've got some viewers from upstate New York, which is, and possibly from downstate New York as well, or New York City, so that's exciting. Cami from Mexico already had a Canadian viewer on, so reaching far and wide.
Didn't know we had so many fans.
I know. And one guy from Abu Dhabi whose son is playing for Uddy today as well, so getting a good reach in.
Are they all relatives spread worldwide, or are they actual viewers?
Yeah, well, I don't know. People will have to write in, all these people writing in from various bits of New York. Tell us how you've come across this live stream and who you're related to.
Yeah.
Particularly if they're actually playing in the game, not just random relations. So, who has come out? That is the question. Junaid, who is new at the club this year, originally from Pakistan, but came over here to study architecture at the Glasgow School of Art. Not played much cricket up until this year. He has got all the new shiny pads and gear and bat, so we're expecting big things. Hoffman continuing, who comes up the wicket. Oliver slips, just trying to dab that through backward point, and there's no way around. So one of the opening batsmen, who is now out and has a stake in this, has reported back to us the pitch is a little bit sort of tacky and just holding up in the surface, so not the easiest, but West doing okay here.
Good job he's here at the game, so he's got the view.
Yes, exactly. Hoffman finding some good lengths here. Still got very solid action after all those years. Got somebody tuning in from Bermuda. Ellie from upstate New York says, got a friend playing today. Kev is basically commenting 4 comments for everyone else's. Kev, just come down. What are you doing?
You could come have a wee chat.
Exactly. We could interview you about the world's best cover drive. Great shot there from Oliver off the back foot through cover.
Not quite gone there.
Again, another one just held up, a very nice push off the back foot. And a tidy bit of fielding.
Wallet.
It seems we may have lost a wallet.
But Ben, you need that to buy me beer.
That's what I'm trying
I'll
to get.
take a pint as well if you're up.
Yeah, I'm about to go get cash so I can buy everyone beer, but I can't do that without a wallet.
Well, you can get, if you want to get people around, you're welcome to use some cash from that.
Can you check under the bag?
A little bit of a change in the field here. Bringing in Gully. Where's that come out from slip, I think, and into point just to reinforce that offside. I think that's going to be a leg by as Hoffman just pushes that into the pads.
He seems
Leg
a bit stressed and a bit angry, Oliver.
Yeah, I don't think he's really got one out the middle yet today, and he's obviously a very talented player, used to hitting the ball well.
Yeah.
So just a bit frustrated. But if he sticks in there, bats long, I'm sure he'll find his touch.
Has he played much this season?
Not a huge amount actually. Maybe a sort of handful of first team games, 3 or 4, and a few odd evening games.
Yeah.
And there's not really been much regional stuff either. But obviously a very talented guy.
Yeah. He plays with Lauren for the Glasgow Uni, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he's currently or used to be our first 11 captain. So
Good captain to have. Knows his cricket.
yeah, it's just a shame that we weren't able to play this year.
Yeah.
Check your pocket. Not your pocket.
And Lauren, Nadia, is it back to uni for you too shortly?
Yes.
What does the rest of the year hold?
We've just got ourselves a flat so we can come watch the cricket and also go to uni.
Are you guys staying together now?
Yeah, got a flat
I
together
see.
just over the road, so
Very
nice and
convenient.
close. But yeah, we're both back to uni.
Yeah, I've already had my first week, so
Sinead off the mark there with a little dab down to third man.
Found
Look,
it.
little bit fancy.
It was in
And
the top pocket of the shirt.
listeners, I have to inform you that after a 40-minute search, Ben Cole has located the wallet that was in his pocket the whole time.
But it was in the shirt pocket, which I don't normally put stuff in.
Okay. Heights
Leave
will
me
be
alone.
flowing now.
Oh, Paul Jacobson has written in, who's obviously a relation, an uncle in fact, of Sam Jacobson, who hopefully we'll see later on with the bat.
He's got his pads on at the end.
Yeah. Well, we wouldn't mind if we didn't see him later, as long as that meant that these two saw out the rest of the game. So the off spinner, whose name we still haven't quite worked out, to continue. Maybe Ben can work that out when he's going outside. Or if any Uddingston fans want to write in, it's up to wicket bowls.
Oh,
Janae just runs that down. Might even get a couple here. Hoffman after it, but catches
Just a
up with it
single.
quick enough.
Is there any you get some sort of video of Rachel Bank? Because there's loads of people out there and loads of comments. Then if you look at the camera, would you be able to just to kind of can you pan around a bit?
Off spinner ball's getting a dot ball into Oliver there.
I think it would be really good to click people on the Instagram page as well.
shows that people are watching.
yeah. Socially distanced, of course.
Yeah.
Off the wicket again. Oliver goes for the big sweep. Doesn't quite connect.
Sort of.
Been the story of his innings, really. Really managed to get hold of anything.
Group. It's fine.
We'll Photoshop it.
Yeah, this is really like stretched out piece of grass. But like, that doesn't look right. Oh.
Oh,
Right, it's back in.
Oliver gets it out to a point where it's well fielded. Just not quite finding his straps here, Oliver. Not finding the gaps. Not able to get his big shots away. You can see he's very frustrated, but he's hanging in there.
yeah.
Looking to come good.
Have Uddingston brought out a good team today, are they?
Well, they were meant to have. There was meant to be a Western Warriors game today, so about 3 or 4 there. As Oliver comes down the wicket,
Oh, he's got.
doesn't quite find the gap again, but it's a comfortable single
Quick
still as
single, yeah.
Junaid dives in for his ground. So yeah, some of the top players aren't playing, but obviously it's the same for us as well. You know, we've been missing 4 or 5 at least. In fact, there's only really 3 first team players from last year. There's a big appeal for LBW there against Junaid, but I think going down. Yeah, so both kind of very mixed 11s, probably a kind of mixture of twos and 1s. So it should be a fair contest, and
Yeah.
we're about halfway at the moment in terms of keeping up with the rates. Get my scores updated.
What's the score?
We're 99 for 3 off 18 overs, chasing 2-4-1 to win. So
Might need to tip on a bit.
yeah, I guess we've got a few who can hit it down the order. So if these two keep us going at there and thereabouts, it should be okay.
we're waiting to see Dave come on. Dave's our coach, we know him very well.
Yeah.
Yes,
We want
Angry
to-
Dave.
Yeah,
who
Angry
He
Dave.
dropped a catch today, so he's
Yes.
definitely going to try and hit the ball very hard when he comes on.
We didn't realise it. We thought it was somebody else.
He's
That's
got, he's
not
got
a good
his cap
example
on.
to set.
We could see a shiny head.
Yes, well, we were saying that normally he goes the same colour as his shirt if he
Yeah.
starts to get angry enough. So
Then you can spot him quite easily.
Yeah.
I was watching some of the. We have highlights in a couple of games we played against Uddingston in the last 2 years, and you can tell he's getting angry because in the background you just got Dave chipping away like, oh yeah, what do you think of that one? So we don't really have much of a feed to the outdoor sound at the moment, but maybe the same thing's happening outside
Yeah.
at the moment.
We'd just like to say to a woman who might want to join, Dave isn't angry at coaching, he just brings it out for the matches.
Yeah.
Excellent.
He's
He's a
he's
very
lovely
reassuring
man.
coach.
Yeah. One of the best coaches I've had, so
Definitely.
I would recommend.
He knows his cricket, does
Yeah,
Dave.
definitely.
Very
Yeah.
good bowler. And a
Yes.
Yeah.
decent hitter of the ball as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very
lucky.
knowledgeable.
We're very lucky at West to have a good array of coaches for both the ladies and for the various senior and junior teams that we have here. We start from quick cricket age for any youngsters who want to get involved, or any parents listening who want their kids to get involved in cricket. Adult beginners obviously an option as well, as we've discussed, and yeah, all levels. And after the third Watson wipe down of the innings, we're back with Hoffman, who's back into Oliver's. We tried that run down to third man again, but just hasn't quite been able to find the gap with it so far this innings.
They've got an extra fielder in there as well because they've seen that he keeps playing that shot. So
Yeah, I think they've sussed him out a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, they've got a third man, a gully, and a backward point to him at the moment. So, and pretty strong offside field. Hoffman, obviously, experienced bowler, able to just hit that line and length ball after ball. And Oliver cuts one, gets an outside edge, and goes very fine, just down to
just sure.
third man for 2. And that's the 100 up for West of Scotland. Light applause, ripples around the commentary box. Be interested to know how many Oliver's on actually. He must also be really. I don't think he's hit boundary yet, but
He's
been out
run
there for a
lots
long
of
time.
He's got
singles
quite, and quite a few
doubles.
twos as well. So
Yeah, he is very quick between the wickets.
Yes. He's got.
Gap there, so I'll have to be sharp. Throw comes in, misses stumps. Single.
we've had quite a few like quick singles. I think keeping the score tiding over. I think.
It's a really classic sort of one-day game where you're just sort of chipping away through the middle overs, trying to keep wickets in hand, and
Yeah.
But one is
feels-
better than nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like the game's maybe just sort of ticking over. I'm sure Uddingston will want to take another wicket here and put the pressure on the middle order of West.
I think we're so used to watching the 2020s and the big
Yeah.
hitting, and when you come and sit and watch this, it feels a little bit slow, but you understand the
What I call
gameplay.
proper
Proper cricket.
proper cricket.
Yeah.
None of this just
Slapping
straight
the
up
ball.
and down,
Yeah, no.
throwing the hands through it. Got to play proper shots here.
Yes.
Although I'm
very-
sure that the people with their cars parked beside West are glad that nobody's heading over the boundary this year.
There were a few missiles going into Peel Street early on when
Yes.
Ross Lyons was batting.
Oh
but
yeah.
It's abated for now.
Some proper cricket being played.
Kev Singh's having his own personal conversation on the YouTube stream, so we just left him to it at this point. Milma, I noticed you left earlier with my wallet to get beer, but neither the beer or the wallet have come back. What's going on? Okay.
I was going to say, there's a video of the crowd.
Okay, to get beer. I understand.
You guys want to do it?
I'm fine.
I'm okay, thank you.
End of the
What
over
work
West
to
of
do when I get
Scotland.
home?
102 for 3 off 19 overs.
Are you confident in this side to get the
I was
run
just about to
from
ask you
no,
that.
I'm not sure.
I get to be the one who asks
No.
the difficult questions.
I flipped it.
I think it does depend how deep these two go with it. I think John Oliver now needs to kind of bat for a good stint and be the one who kind of glues the innings together.
Yeah.
Because we've got some good hitters, but I think if he's still there around the 32nd, 33rd over, it's unlikely he still won't have found the middle, and could do some damage because he certainly can hit a big ball.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing to
Yeah.
the gap at mid-wicket there.
He's a classic player. He's got some good shots on him.
I think they need to dig deep a little bit to try and get that last metre to get to the boundary, I think.
Yes, they have been falling short up there.
Yeah, quite a few, about 3 or 4 at least.
Right in front of our eyes.
Definitely.
It's interesting they put 2 back leg side very early on. Junaid plays a nice sweep shot there, but just one out to deep square leg. Junaid, a new player here, West of Scotland, who not really had a big score yet, but someone who looks like should be a very good cricketer, very good in the field, very adept player of spin as you'd expect from someone coming from Pakistan. Oliver tries to find the square leg gap, but just gets it too
It
straight.
seems all the balls are going to the right players.
Or the
It's just
wrong
not
players.
got that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just failing to find the gap a little bit too often.
Yeah,
See the frustration building.
that will be
That's
weighing
short.
down on him as well.
Should be a couple there into the gap. Runs hard. Just one good fielding out there.
Would have been a very risky double, I think. Double, 2.
Yeah, too. It's been a long time since you
Yeah,
played.
it's been a while.
Yeah, me and Lauren have been trying to remember all the fielding positions.
We've been teaching Milmo throughout the day
Yeah.
where they all are.
I think we need a top up as well. It's a
Shot there
great
finds
shot.
the gap. That's lovely placement. There should be another 2 for Junaid, who does have a surname that I do not know. That's what you need in the middle over from the spinner, just chipping away, trying to go a runner ball, keeping us up with the rate. No need to do anything crazy. Plenty of gaps out there.
Oh, I
It's
don't know about
very
you.
full.
I don't like facing spinners personally.
Are you not a fan of it?
I'm not a fan.
Have you ever batted to Mike's spin though? I find that enjoyable to bat against.
That's
Yeah.
spin in inverted commas though, isn't it?
That just floats up for you.
I mean, like the likes of Abtaha, her balls are so difficult to face. She's a very good bowler.
Yeah, well, she's
I've-
top notch.
Yeah, I've still never faced her. I've heard
Oh.
legend of how tricky she is. but-
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've played so much of her. You start to really know, like your players' ticks and what they do
Yeah.
to try and suss other players out. But no, never been a fan of spin myself.
Abta's a young leg spinner, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Here at West
Very good.
Scotland, and also for Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hoffman continuing from the pavilion end, comes down the hill back of length there. Oliver knocks that into the gap and a good quick single. Seems like these two are running quite well together. Seem to have got, they won't have played much cricket together, but seem to have got a good feel for each other's games.
We've got a very good young spinner called Sophie, and she just floats them up, and it's so nice to see a young player who's got a grasp of spin so early on. And you
Yeah.
just know she's just going to get better and better.
Very good batsman as well, young Sophie.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And most importantly, has an excellent dog that comes to every game that she plays to be the team mascot.
I
No,
don't think
no.
I've met that dog before.
Her father baked us a delightful cake, wasn't it, Lauren?
Red velvet.
Red
It was
velvet.
the best
3
cake
tiers.
I've ever eaten.
And yet cream, it had pretty good icing on it as
I don't
well.
know.
West Match Special, we're all about the cakes.
All
That's what
about
cricket
the
commentary is all
food,
about.
yeah.
This was pre-lockdown, so it was all okay at that point. But no, I remember that very vividly.
Yeah, it was very good.
He's a man of secret talents. Do you know he used to be a very good percussionist? Used to play with like
Really?
brass bands. And a great cut there from Junaid for 4 to bring us back to the actual cricket. Very nice shot.
It's reached the boundary at last. That's good
Yeah.
news.
Yes, that will be the first boundary in quite a while, I
Yeah.
think. We've
Got
been needing
distracted by
that.
the cake,
Yeah,
didn't we?
that'd be a relief for them.
We found if we get distracted long enough, then good things tend to happen for West of Scotland. So
Yeah.
let's keep the dog and cake chat going.
Are you missing the teas? I do remember West have a very good
Oh,
tea.
best teas in Scotland, I'd say.
And
Yeah.
the teas in the showers, the 2 best bits of
Yeah,
cricket.
yeah.
I don't think I ever showered here.
No, I wouldn't recommend it.
If you want to have a shower at the moment, it's got to be a hose pipe out on the hill, unfortunately. So it's a bit revealing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The locals might complain.
Yeah. But talking about teas, here come the beers.
Thank you, James. That's Hoffman's into bowl and Junaid. Looks very wristy there. Classic subcontinental style. No run. Somehow the scorecard is one behind me. Made up a run somewhere. Everyone loves a bit of creative scoring. Get your team a few extras by just adding in random ones.
As a young girl, I was always put to do the scoring, and obviously it takes a long time to learn how to score. But I'd put the odd run in there now and again.
Oh, you cheater.
Oh,
Do you like a score? Do you enjoy that part of the game?
I like it's quite methodical. You get into the.
I find it, quite mindful in a way, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I like it as long as nobody's talking to me.
No,
because
it's-
I get very ragey when I'm scoring.
The Dave McNulty of scoring.
But it means you don't have to umpire, so I always
Scoring
got
over
out of that.
umpiring any day.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
I always end up umpiring, playing a lot of cricket with the youngsters and
Yeah.
with a bit more experience, and I hate it because no one ever wants to have to give their friends out at any point, and
Yeah.
obviously no batsman in the history game ever believes that they're out, so you can't win.
Oh, we didn't really get a hold of that one.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's come down the ground. There's a big gap over at wide mid-wicket between the square mid-wicket and the long on that Oliver there looking to get after the spinner. Hasn't quite got hold of any today. Good sweep there
good
though.
shot.
He's going to hit the man for a single. I feel like he just needs to not try and force it too much, and
Yeah.
these two going well.
But isn't scoring here electronically done now? Or is
Well, ooh, good shot there, straight to the fielder. We do have the electronic scoreboard, but it's been very temperamental.
Okay.
But yeah, our scorer today is using an iPad, so the dream is that one day we can hook that up with the live streaming service and get the
Ooh.
big shot from Junaid. Sweep, very straight, just one out to the sweeper on the boundary. Yeah, so it'd be nice if we could get all that. Oh, buzzers as overthrows come in. You can
Buzzers.
see coming down towards us there. And an extra couple. So I think they've ended up with 3 there
Oh,
for that
oh,
shot.
more
And it's gone back
buzzers.
again.
Oh, oh.
Unbelievable scenes. Not the strongest moment of the game from Uddingston, it has to be said, but an all-run 4 there.
Also, I did tune in. I really enjoyed you slating Mike's bowling.
I believe
That was him. That wasn't us.
we've got the umpires making fun of the fielding team over the intercom for that level of overthrows. I don't think I've ever seen the ball go back the other way again. I think not in a first team game.
Oh,
Junaid sweeps
that's
really
a
well there,
swap.
gets that fine. Should get a couple here as the square leg sweeper comes around.
Ooh, ooh.
Oliver a little bit
Risky
reticent
one.
to take the second, but it's comfortable in the end.
It's always fun to see some buzzers.
What I've moved on to there in the confusion is we're on 21.7 overs, which I'm pretty sure is not correct.
Okay.
Not even in the decimal system.
We think we could do in like a one
Another
day
fine
the day
sweep.
saying, you know, this game,
Just
I
for
think
one
having
this
people down
time.
there, let's see what we do.
Junaid really looking down to get down a sweep almost every ball to the
Yeah.
spinner.
It seems quite natural playing that shot.
Yeah.
It seems like it might be his shot.
Yeah, good player spin. And we've got to what I hope is the 22nd over, having gone via the 21.7. Yeah, these two going pretty well here at the moment. They'll want to see this through. Hoping to go through to the last sort of 5 or so ideally, and then have the big hitters come in to back them up. But
Do we have a deep batting lineup to do that sort of hitting?
so we've got Sam Jacobson, who's very much not a big hitter but is a very good batsman.
Okay.
We've obviously got Dave, who can hit a hard ball. Graham Etheridge, who is a very good striker of the cricket ball. So
Yes.
if Dave and G come in together, so we get a leg by there, I think. So yeah, if those two got in and got going, and of course it depends how well those two Uddingston bowlers come back, if they're going to bowl at death. The young guy opened up, started really well, but as he got a bit tired, sort of lost his length, and yeah, maybe he'll come back stronger as a second spell. Oliver again just pinned back on the crease there.
I think the lack of training over lockdown must affect the game, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see in those kind of little game awareness things, like those overthrows, the level of fielding, the intensity of the fielding, I think as well, like
Yeah.
people just not quite game.
General fitness as well, I think, might be a bit down, but
People drank a lot of wine and beer over those first early months, and it's all
Yes.
taken its toll.
Yeah.
I think everyone's only human, and there's a lot going on this year.
Oh,
and
definitely.
You can forgive people for having more important things than cricket going on in their
Yeah.
lives at the moment. So,
I like to think it's a nice distraction.
yeah.
absolutely.
Especially on a day like this, it's pretty perfect.
Yeah.
Pretty lucky in what is the 19th of September to have
Sun.
glorious sunshine.
Definitely.
And comes in. Oh, I still just can't quite find these gaps. Slightly. Looks like he's bowling a good back of the length, heavy ball, hard to really get hold of. And there is a big gap here at mid wicket, but they're just not managing to get it quite straight enough. Up here, it's very hard to tell what movement is on the ball, so
Yeah.
It's
it
very
may well
easy
be-
for us to say
yeah,
there's a
may
good
well be
gap.
nibbling around.
Yeah.
Experienced bowler probably hitting the seam.
Oh.
Oh, no.
It's come back and hit the stumps, but no touch on the ball from the bowler, so no danger of run out. Another dot ball.
Very straight drive, though.
Yeah.
Very true.
Very tidy over this.
Has any runs been scored?
I don't think so. I think it's a maiden so far with one to go in the over. So to the wicket. Bowls shortish, and Oliver does get
Ew,
hold
he
of
found
that
the
one.
gap.
Found the gap we were talking about.
Not going to go all the way though. It's going to pull up short and just pick up another two. That was there for the hitting though. That was
Yes.
dug in and sat up. And as the bar staff show their displeasure by flinging another round of glass into the tub. So 123 for 3 then off 23. Lots of threes in there for West. So we'll do a quick. Yes, we did have a 1-2-2 off the 22'd over. If 22'd is the correct number. So yeah. Yeah, going on at about 5.3 and over at the moment, so a little bit behind the rate, but they won't mind too much if they can keep it down to 3 wickets down, and these guys can keep going, keep some wickets in hand. The off spinner continuing up the hill here. Junaid goes to his favourite sweep
Sweep.
again. Might get a couple. He's got that quite fine if he wants it.
He's a good runner.
I mean, if you're good at sweeping, just sweep. if the shot's there.
Yeah, that's advice people always give us. Just sweep it.
Yes.
I mean, if the shot's there.
Get the
not
broom
just-
out and just get sweeping.
Just sweep. Pretty
Spin
safe.
again, back this
Oh.
time. That is a nice shot. And there's Spaniels on the pitch.
oh.
There are Spaniels on the
No.
pitch. This is. We don't have streakers, but we do have 2 English Spaniels that have taken to the field for a bit of a frolic. Their owners hastily called them back. And in all the commotion, I have no idea how many runs were scored.
Just the one. Just the one.
Glad someone was watching the cricket. It's the kind of commentary that I would expect the great Andy Zaltzman to be adding to these proceedings. So again, gets the front foot there. Can't quite find
He's
it.
getting forward, but he's just not finding it.
I think he will look to come down and get on the front foot again. He's,
Yeah.
especially mid-offs come up now, tempting him over the top. Tries the
Oh.
little paddle, and he gets it
Seems
very
effective.
fine. Should get 2 here with his pace between the wickets.
Seems to be copying his partner in that shot.
Yeah.
I mean, if it works and gets the runs.
They've taken our advice. Just sweep it.
I guess maybe if it is sticking in the pitch a little bit and it's harder to drive, just waiting for it onto bat for those sweep shots is a good option.
Yeah.
A little change in the field here now. I think they're going to bring in a man on the 45 to try and cut off that little dab sweep.
Yeah.
It has opened up the offside, huge gap. They have got a deep point, but lots of runs in the offside if you can access it. Full toss there, which just trickles to mid-off. Shouldn't really be a run, and it could be out here.
Nah, Justin.
Oh, he's
no!
given him- He's given him. That looked. It was a bit slow off the mark there. And that's not what was needed. So Junaid falls, run out. We'll probably get the run out fielder over the intercom at the moment, but yeah, disappointed Junaid. You
Yeah.
can see he was feeling good there, looked good, was playing the spinner really well. And I think it's Sam Jacobson whose uncle is tuning in on the old live stream, so you get to see a bit of your nephew coming out to bat.
Have you seen much of his game?
Yeah, really good, very technically correct player. Bowled him in the nets a few times, who's definitely smacked me all over the place.
I see, yeah.
But no.
Who hasn't?
Yes, indeed. Valid points from all over the commentary box here. But no, a very good player. So, going. Not a big hitter though. Both these two probably going to look to nudge and nerdle a little bit. And I'd imagine we've got a bit of Graham Etheridge lined up to come in the not too distant future.
Do you know the lineup, or are you just seeing?
No, I don't know exactly what's going to transpire.
I can see G with his pads on.
Okay, so.
Graham, we didn't get bowled today, of course. A very useful in-swing bowler. But
I was wondering why he didn't get a bowl. I was looking out for
yeah,
him.
just lots of bowlers in the team. I guess lots of seamers anyway. I think we've taken the opportunity for another Greg Watson wipe down while the wicket has fallen. So another chance to catch a view of the ground here at West. Lovely day in the west of Scotland. Don't get too many, but this is one of them.
I'll be the only one that we'll have until
Yes,
next year.
until June the 13th of 2021. This is the first time you'll get some sun.
Have a lot of games been cancelled? I've not seen many on.
A lot of junior fixtures seem to have been cancelled. They've been unlucky with when the rain has fallen. But I think in the main we've been quite lucky to get.
We've been a bit more lenient with the weather, with the lack of cricket. It's been possible. It's been a fair night.
Andrew Strong, our official win viz on YouTube, says it's now 45-55 now on the percentages, presumably 55 to Uddingston. I don't know if any of our Uddingston viewers are still on and want to chip in with which way they think the game's going to go, or indeed if someone wants to tell us the name of the off spinner that I've been unable to name for about 40 overs now. That would also be very useful. Amel running out a beverage to his comrades in the middle. Give some suave tactical advice.
Yeah.
Hoffman
Keep
getting
sweeping it.
Yeah, keep sweeping.
Just keep sweeping it.
Hoffman getting the umpire's ear. That's the experience.
It's always good to be nice to the umpires, I've found.
Definitely.
Playing cricket.
Well,
Befriend the umpires.
As we said earlier, we desperately tried to bribe Craig with an eclair over the break, but he wasn't having it.
Is there a spare eclair going about?
Oh, there should be, yeah. You've commentated for enough overs now that you've qualified for an eclair.
Classic students, we're looking for
Nadia and I
food.
can share one.
Yeah, we'll share one.
The eclair's,
We'll take it out of the box.
the eclair's courtesy of one doctor, Tony Lewis, who very kindly dropped them off over the...
We might go silent for a minute.
Yeah. We'll try and make these one day and bring them down to West. Some chocolate eclairs.
Yeah. I don't know what the COVID regulations about sharing cakes are. I wouldn't want to have to sanitise the cake. It might not add to the taste. I don't know if you guys have this, but I always end up in cricket matches where there's, at the end of the day, you've got so much sanitizer stuff on your hands. At some point, you'll just wipe your face and you'll be definitely just got alcohol, pure alcohol in my mouth now.
You were saying you just got sanitizer which smelled of tequila and it took you back.
I was in I was in a hotel the other night and the hand sanitizer smelled like tequila. It just made me feel sick.
Oh, student days.
Smells of salt and lime.
And regret.
And regret, yes, exactly. Younger viewers, please turn away now.
Yeah, I mistakenly drank some tequila on a Zoom call with all the team, and I think it's what I'm known for now.
Oh no.
So it could be worse things to be known for, obviously. But
Oh, definitely.
I think we've got our first opportunity for BAM cam at the ground as a series of the local BAMs marauding around at now deep long off. Not at the moment causing any trouble, but I'm sure if you stick with us, they'll soon be causing chaos and destruction as the off spinner continues up the hill and Jacobson faces first ball and staunchly defends it back down the ground. How are the eclairs? Or how were they?
Didn't last very long. They were very nice. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Is this the perks of doing a commentating? You get some drink.
You get
and some
snacks.
We don't really know yet, but we're hoping it is.
Okay.
After it's 5 hours and 40 minutes into the stream,
Yeah.
I'm starting to
I
see
mean,
shapes.
I heard you got some Greg's sausage rolls earlier on.
We did. We're very, very grateful for those.
By
great
an
sausage rolls.
unnamed benefactor.
Yeah.
Nadia.
For those,
Thank you, Nadia.
Yeah.
those that don't know, the Greggs round the corner from west of Scotland does a very, very good trade on a Saturday, particularly the moment when there's no teas available.
Yeah.
Most of the cricketers pop round the corner to lend their patronage to the local Greggs.
If we took 5% of all the money that players have spent in Greggs, we could buy ourselves a new clubhouse.
We
Yeah.
could buy ourselves our own Greg's.
They should definitely sponsor us, I think. We give them enough custom.
If anyone from Greggs is listening, please feel free to get in
There
touch.
are sponsorship opportunities. If you see the bottom left of the screen where there's no sponsor at the moment, you know, that could be you.
Greg's.
Greggs,
Yeah.
which may well be occupied by our official West of Scotland sponsor, McRae's Financial Services for next year. But as a slightly unofficial trial run, we haven't got all the logos in place yet. So,
Will you be keeping this as a fixture for next year if it
yeah.
goes well?
So the plan is that we will try and do a lot of Sunday games because obviously we want to continue playing on Saturdays as well.
Yeah.
So a mixture of the Scottish Cup games at home for the first 11, and we would like to do some of the ladies' games as well. I think if you guys are at home on a Sunday, it'd be a nice huge swing there from John Oliver, who I think misses everything altogether and runs down to the backstop position. And they pick up a couple of what is about to become buys.
I'll give you some sun. I don't know if you want to trade commentary. I'll be sat on the bank getting burnt.
What I've worked out is that this chair is not quite a good enough chair to sit in for 5.5 straight
No.
hours. So
I think we need someone to sponsor us with good chairs.
or sponsor us with a. We used to have a rate with a local massage place. So
Oh,
if they want to
okay.
keep
Oh.
that going.
Yep, yep.
Get sponsored with free post-commentary massages,
Yeah.
or maybe in-game commentary massages. Maybe that's the way forward.
Definitely. Or a
Perks of
massage
helping
chair.
out. Yeah.
Mix both of them
Ooh.
together.
A massage chair, as Laura said.
Ah, yeah, that would be good.
Mm.
Well, yeah, so if anyone wants to sponsor us a new camera and some massage chairs,
Yeah.
I've noticed that since the talk of massages has started, we've had a huge spike in our number of viewers. So obviously it's come up as a search term on YouTube and everyone's signing in. Kev's thing is going on about sanitised cake and Greggs, which
okay.
you can probably do in a wanna, really. Big Noodle Sama, whoever you are, you're off to Greggs. Let us know what you get.
What's your favourite thing to get from Greggs?
I am a big fan of the classic steak bake, but I've also had many a Mexican chicken oval bite in my cricketing time, as Oliver gets hold of a good pull shot there. He might even actually got one out the middle there. Still not got all the way to the
Still
boundary,
gone.
and it's just another 2 to Oliver.
Have you ever dabbled in the vegan side of Greggs?
Do you know, I never have actually, and I should do because I'm really intrigued. And I'm sure it's a great innovation. Have you guys tried them?
I've not, no.
I think I've stuck to the classics.
I feel bad taking vegan food if I'm not vegan. Because what if somebody comes behind me and only eats?
Surely at Greggs their supply chain is up to keeping a good supply of.
No, because remember when the sausage rolls kept running out, the vegan sausage rolls? So I felt
Vegans
bad
can
stealing
use it.
food from vegans when I wasn't in fact vegan.
Well, it's an enthusiastic
Oh,
environmental
hiccups,
campaign.
spaniels.
Oh, the spaniels are back! Quick, we need a special spaniel cam.
You need a spaniel like buzzer when the spaniel
Yes,
comes on.
special theme tune that comes
Yeah.
on. Do
you not have any noises?
Yeah, do you have any noises?
We don't have the. Do you know? I do at home have one of those MIDI controllers where you
Yeah.
can assign different noises to different buttons. So we could get some radio show style noises for the when we get
next season?
Yeah, for those Masala Twist maximums.
Yeah, for some
Um,
fours, you've got a different buzzer.
What I was going to say is that enthusiastic environmentalists, it's great to see the whole veganism movement being taken up in such a big way by a big company as Jacobson gets a full toss that he happily pops into the leg side with a sweep for a single to get off the mark.
I feel like we should challenge Greggs to provide us with a tea which is entirely vegan.
Yeah.
And that would be a way of bringing them in and also giving them a challenge, which they'll probably be up to.
They probably just give us 50 vegan
Vegan
sausage rolls.
sausage
Yeah.
A vegan steak bake? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Ah. What, with tofu or? If anyone from Greg's wants to write in and describe the makeup of your vegan steak bakes, please do. The off spinner there, firing one through a bit quicker and past Jacobson's outside edge. I've said Jacobson, maybe I've made him a bit more Danish than he actually is. Maybe it's actually Jacobson. I do apologise.
When you ask his uncle how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, ask.
Yes, if Sam's relative wants to chip in with the actual pronunciation of Sam's surname, please do. So we've got a change in bowling that I didn't quite catch, but I will check my notes and see if I can find out for you who it is. I think this is the chap who made all the runs at the start of the innings. Whose name was... Oh, so Sabri. I think that's who's on the bowl. Again, if there's anyone from Uddingston tuning in who wants to correct us.
Sounds like a handy all-rounder.
Yeah, indeed. He really got them off to a flyer. 71 off 41. Very, very attacking start. Of course, it was dropped second ball of the innings, which wasn't ideal. It might have made the game look quite different.
We missed that one, so...
Straight through John Oliver first.
Okay.
So it looks like it's going to have more spin. We've got a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket, and a man splitting them in at normal mid-wicket. We've got short 45, I guess a long on. I can't see for the cue at the bar. And men at extra cover point and backward point. First ball slightly down the leg side. Oliver tries to, I'm not sure whether he got bat on that, whether that's pad, but it's nibbled down. Craig looks like he's about to signal a leg by. He is. So you guys tell us about you as cricketers. What are you, batsmen?
Oh no.
Bowlers?
Lauren,
what's your favourite shot? Give us the lowdown on your cricket. No, you should do each other actually. That'd be fair.
Okay. So Lauren, great bowler, just a bit of medium pace, just on the stumps, nice and straight. You don't really move it, do you?
It depends.
Depends if it's a pink ball. If it's a pink ball, you'll get some swing on it. But Lauren's just nice and straight. Just keeps you in your crease, don't you?
Keep the batsperson honest.
Yeah. Batting wise, just pretty honest batter. Quite classic, I think. You love the cut. Your cut.
The cut
is
cut
quite
and
good.
pulled. I'm better on the back foot, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having grown up on that gravel pitch where it either shoots straight up in the air or straight along the ground.
Yeah.
So I would say Lauren's great for the middle overs.
Yeah.
And
this could be a catch here. It's in the air. Has he found the gap? He has. Two fielders going to collide and it's gone for 4.
Good
Much needed
shot.
boundary for West of Scotland there, and a good shot actually.
Yeah.
Got a lot of elevation on it, but picked the gap pretty perfectly there. Did Jacobson, stroke Jacobson, depending on how Danish we want him to be. Oh, we have got Kyle Hanna's written in to say Jacobson. So thank you very much to all the Jacobson family. Glad to see that Sam's hit a good shot there.
Yeah.
Tries to follow it up with a little single, but it's not on.
No, but Lauren is pretty steady batter. I would
I think
trust
it
her.
depends on
we
the
should say
day.
the captain of our ladies team
Oh
as well,
yes,
right?
yeah, definitely.
I was last year, but I think we've got a bit of a leadership committee going on at the
A
moment.
leadership
so.
group,
Yeah,
as
so
the very corrupt Australian batting line used to call it.
so there's 3 of us at the moment because I think it's more likely that one of the 3 of us are going to be there than one person specifically.
Yeah.
I think
And
it's a bit
who-
different to men's.
Who are the captaincy
So
team at the moment?
at the
for
moment
ladies?
it's myself, Abtaha, and Charlotte.
Okay.
So yeah,
Some
a lot of
experienced heads in
expertise from
Yeah.
Scotland.
I think we find it hard to pick one person to stay for the entire
Yeah.
season.
Because
Yeah,
we have the
well,
Scotland
it-
games and
yeah.
I go home, and so yeah, it's just better to have a group of people that we can call upon to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So Lauren, give us the lowdown on Nadia Tolliver as a
so
cricketer.
she swings the ball a lot. She's very fast.
No.
She's quite fast for a woman. Yeah, for a woman bowler, you're quite fast.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really like the bowling because it swings quite a
Pass
bit.
down the wicket there and has finally got hold of
There
one
he
out of the
is.
screws
Ooh, yes.
through extra cover, and he has hit that well, and that's nice to see, having toiled away and hung in there for so long.
He's finally got his reward. But no, I love bowling to Lauren. My favourite thing to do is put it on her legs.
Oh no.
She hates it so much. But that's what
Yeah.
happens.
Everyone hates a niggly ball on
Yeah.
a length.
I know.
But when
You
you
get a bit of swing as well, don't you, Nadia, when you're bowling?
Yeah, definitely. But then when I bowl, she comes out of her crease to make fun of me.
like
it,
to keep Lauren humble.
it annoys me so much when she comes out of her crease.
Good to see a bit of competitive spirit
Oh.
going on between the...
Definitely.
Flatmates.
That's how you improve though, isn't it? By like pushing each other to be
Absolutely.
better versions of themselves.
Oh,
Oliver goes for the
now,
sweep there. and
our
doesn't
advice
get
of just sweeping it didn't work that time.
See, but the bowl has changed, hasn't he?
Yeah. But no, you find out very quickly what people don't like, and you just learn to just put it there, and they'll get really angry with
Yes.
you.
I
But I
do.
feel like in the end it helps.
Yeah, it does.
I guess that's the thing with the women's game in general, is it's quite a small pool, so you must get to know even
Oh,
the
yeah.
opposition players pretty well, right?
Yeah.
And most of the girls play with each other anyway, if that's regional or with Scotland. So
Yeah.
Abda will come up to us and say, right, she always hits it there. This is how you get her out. So we've got like little spies in our team to just tell us.
I wouldn't go putting that
Oh.
on YouTube, would I?
There is the
No.
sweep again from Oliver, just out to the square leg boundary for one this time. I always find it funny playing a lot with some of the juniors. You see the difference between guys and girls at that sort of high school age.
Yeah.
And the very much the difference is the girls always want to do the right things. They're always walking in, like, ready to go. And the guys are just like, just
Yeah.
don't want to be seen to be trying. It's
Yeah.
not cool to see to try.
Yeah.
And you're yelling at them every ball to just do these basic things right. But it's very hard to encourage. Robbie Walsh, if you're still listening, I'm looking at you.
Is he a junior?
Robbie is a very talented junior here at Western Scotland, one of our
Oh.
under 16 players who's starting to play a little bit of adult cricket. Can be a very good player.
We were chatting to Sophie before we came on, asking her sort of what's her opinion about potential questions we were going to be asked, because me and Lauren haven't played we've not played women's cricket for a long time, so
Yeah.
we're sort of trying to get answers together. But she was saying she finds women's cricket a little bit more serious than juniors. You find the juniors are still quite young.
Yeah, they're a
Teenage
bit more
brains.
immature.
Yeah.
So
And that is part of the job of coaches here, or any big club, to help manage young kids going from junior cricket to adult cricket. And one of the things you find is that people, even quite like confident young players, get very shy when it's just one or two of them into an adult team, and it takes a bit of time for them to feel they belong there.
Yeah.
Short ball there that
Well
Jakobsen goes
fielded.
back to and nicks a comfortable single to short 45. So West we have, saying earlier, quick cricket teams for the very, very beginners, for the youngest one, which is mixed girls and boys, and all the juniors is mixed, but you can then start to go into the ladies and the men's team. And we really only mix the men's teams up because the ladies get so much cricket in, don't you? There's not much
Yeah.
opportunity to come and play in the
No.
what otherwise would be mixed 11s on Saturday.
I've played a couple for the men's and I've just thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, that's it.
He's come down the wicket there, jolly, and thrown it away, really. He was in a good position, a good bit of bowling, fired it in. And that is the end of a decent, but ultimately a little bit frustrating innings.
Do we know how much he got? He must have been in the 30s, maybe?
Yeah, I guess 40s. Maybe we can find that out from our scorers. Send a run around to the people where the scorers are.
We're almost gone.
our
Yeah.
runner's on his way.
He came in about the
Oh.
He came in
Bit
in
of
the
an ahead.
first over, I think. So he's batted for 27ish overs now.
Here comes
West,
Graham.
West of Scotland 148 for 5, so they need 90ish to win off 11 overs. So they're going to have to go some. Graham Etheridge sporting Western cricket's greatest ponytail.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's with the women's 11 here to represent.
Yeah. it's glorious.
He
Just
does
gonna
hit
say
a
that.
very, very good ball, but it does need to be in one of his two zones, which are very full or short and wide. So we'll see if he can get going here. It'll be very, very interesting.
Yeah. What do you reckon his mentality is? Just swing?
Well, No, he knows his game pretty well, I think. So more than just swing, he'll know if it's in his slot, he'll swing.
Okay, so he'll hit the bad balls or the ones where he knows he can do it.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of knows where his areas are, and that's another good lesson to any young cricketers watching. Is you don't need to have many shots, but you do need to know where your big shots are, and it's just learning as the ball's coming down if it's in your area or not, and whether you want to play a big shot or just nab it back. So we've got John Oliver was out for 48, so just shy, as Graham gets straight underway and hits one out through deep extra, just picks up a couple there. So just got some batsman scores for you if you're interested. So apparently ham, salad, tuna and cucumber made 100. John made 48, Amal made 30, and Sam's on 6, and G has just got his first couple there to get underway. Brings up the 150 for West of Scotland. Polite applause.
To make fun of us a little bit, considering we couldn't pass.
I know, I didn't want to upset the umpires though.
He asked us, we were there. He was like, "What was he up?"
So yes.
Do any of you want to jump back on the commentary?
I'm happy to jump back on.
I mean, I've got work to do. I gotta go.
Got better things to do. All right, that's fine.
I've got uni stuff going on. I've already had a week of uni.
Lauren's
I'm already
going back
behind.
to diligently work towards.
I've got my
degree.
priorities straight. I'm staying.
My second degree.
Second degree. What are you studying?
Currently, medicine.
Medicine. What did you study before? Something related to medicine.
Biomedicine, and then my masters, and now I'm here.
Excellent.
She'll be quite useful when
Don't
you
ask my
graduate.
age.
Well, I don't think I'm in the position to ask anyone anyone's age, so I'll just keep quiet as the secretly old man of West of Scotland.
Yeah. He does not look old at all.
Thanks.
Let's play guess the age.
Let's not. Let's move on as we've got a change of bowling from the Borough Hall end with someone who looks even older than me.
Looks like
Coming
spin.
up the hill, more spin. He's firing darts in as an outside edge from Jakobsen. But he'll pick up at least one here. He's coming back for the two. Long legs.
G does like a run.
Couple possible buzzers here. Possible buzzers? No.
Saved.
152.
See, G has quite long legs, so he does like a run.
Now we've got the off-spinner's G, which is always interesting. I always think he's someone who prefers pace on the ball, but if it is in his area, he will just really bowling fast darts into the pitch here, just trying to make it awkward. Oh, sorry, this is Jakobsen on strike still.
He's got a short run up, so it makes you think it's not going to be that fast, and then he just whips it
All in the arm, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Plenty of them around in Scotland.
Yeah.
Tried and tested. Oh, Jakobsen again looking for that little run down, bowling a tidy line outside off stump here.
Would you say it's time for them to crack on now, or just keep sticking there?
Well, I think with these two at the crease, if Sam just keeps trying to, he needs to get some ones and keep knocking it around, but I think Graham will back himself to be the one to try and, if he can get a quick 40, that'll put us in a very good position. So again, leaves that. We'll give him the leave there. Marcus Trescothic leave with the bat down the line of the ball.
Yeah, so Graham does not like to mess about or hang around, so he will come out swinging.
Good time, not a long time.
Good time, not a long time, exactly that.
Has he got some runs under his belt this short season?
Yeah, he was the one guy who scored some runs in the reverse fixture actually against Uddingston to save us from complete embarrassment. He's been in decent nick actually.
As he would say, not technical, but just hitting hard.
He's got very good eye.
Yeah.
Again, another guy who played a lot of hockey, so good wrists, good bat speed. We've still got the indomitable Gav Lynch to come, the king of bat speed.
He has actually just got into the twos for Clydesdale hockey, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he within like 2 training sessions, he's now in the twos, so that's obviously a good sign.
He must be a natural player.
Yeah.
So 10 overs to go. West of Scotland 152 for 5, so still needing 81 runs to win the game. I think if I can do maths. So we're having another Greg Watson wipe down, the penultimate Greg Watson wipe down of the game. So see some people stretching out there in the field.
He's not having a good time out there.
So yeah, West of Scotland needing to get a few big overs here to get back up with the rate with 10 to go, but still in with a good chance. All the people on the live stream can let us know what they think the percentages are at now. Andrew Strong's our master of the WinViz percentages. Is he still thinking 45, 55? The last thing he said was 241, but I guess, that's what we're chasing. See so many comments on the old live stream.
Change of commentary.
Ben Cole
So
coming back to join
you
us. Thanks very much, Nadia. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Been a pleasure.
Clouds in the September sunlight in Scotland starting to creep across the ground, as you might expect. So it's one of the issues we face playing late in the year here. Really, evening games now are not possible. So it's starting to get dark earlier and earlier. But we should, with only 10 overs to go, we should finish comfortably in the daylight here. Ben, back into the commentary stick. What do you think of West of Scotland's chances from where we are now?
Poised on a knife edge, I'd say.
Interesting little combo at the crease here, isn't it? For very different batsmen.
Yes, the classical technique of Sam Jacobs and the raw power of Graham Etheridge.
He's very much someone who has a friendly to the batsman zone, which we would need the bowlers to bowl into quite a lot.
Yes.
In order for us to get some quick runs. So this will be an interesting over from the slightly loopier of the two spinners who's on at the moment. I'm afraid we haven't got all the bowlers' names. Andrew Strong thinks it's 60-40 in favour of Uddingston at the moment as the keeper just positions his back.
I'd probably agree with that. We're going along very nicely. The wicket of Jolly, I'm sure you've mentioned on commentary, was really imperative to the chances of Uddingston. He was key batsman to holding it together, as there is just tickles that to the man at 45.
Only 2 away from his 50, unfortunately.
Oh.
For 48.
Someone who made 1-4 in that 48. He really did struggle hard and tried to hang in there, but it's not really his day. So it's flighted up, and he's tempted the batsman there. He's gone for the big shot down the ground and has entirely missed it.
A lack of conviction in that, I'd say, is the downfall that was there, but lucky to get it away with.
Tall enough to keep
with
his
his
back
wicket.
foot in, luckily.
And this is a key point in the game. Couple of big overs, and it starts to get very interesting. Uddingston, I'd agree, are on top here. Have the control.
Really depends on Graham getting going, or if possibly McNulty's coming next. One of these big hitters getting a decent score. You know, it needs more than a light cameo, doesn't it? It needs a good 40 really to.
Do you think Sam will be able to up the tempo a bit and get there?
Oh, well, as you say that, he's put one into the leg side, but there are 2 fielders out there. One comes around, handles the ball well.
Yeah, despite his what would seem like a rather controlled technique, he does have power behind him. He does, he's got relatively long levers, and he does time the ball
he's got good
very
eye,
well.
hasn't he?
It's not part of his natural game, but he's very capable of doing.
Sam's family eagerly watching on, hoping for big things.
But you'd think that, despite Uddingston having the upper hand, they'll all experienced cricketers. They'll all know that they've not won this game yet.
Couple of good overs.
They've worked out that pace off the ball though is the way to go. We haven't seen seam up for a long time, have we? Just been an array of different types of spinners. This is very loopy, and that.
And it's Chips not going for the catch, just.
One, I think. No, they're coming back for the second. He's going to have to hurry here. He's going to have to get the dive in, but it's not
good throw.
Cleanly, it was a good throw, as Ben says. Could have been a chance there if the bowler had taken that one.
Graham had to get his legs on there, I think.
Very tidy over. Yeah. Every ball being important at this point in the game.
In typical fashion, the West of Scotland scoreboard is slow to update, but I think we're 157 for 5 with 9 to go.
Batsmen still in the middle.
Have a little chat.
Plot their attack for the next 9 overs. discuss the areas, touch the gloves,
Get
back to
themselves a bit
business.
hype.
I think both these players have played enough cricket. They'll know what they need to do.
Yep. Graham back on strike here.
Yeah. See,
Think he'll go for it? I'd imagine he will.
I think there's little doubt that Graham will show a higher level of intent than Sam's been showing. Oh, and now he's gone.
But he's bold.
Kept low. A bit of an inside edge, and that's really the key wicket there for Uddingston.
He's not happy with himself.
Desperately disappointed. Graham's fully aware of the role he needed to play over the next 9 overs. And that really does shift the balance of the game strongly into the hands of the Uddingston 11.
Is it going to be a straight swap with McNulty in next, or who do we think?
So actually, it's John Strachan who's coming out next. I would have perhaps gone for Dave as well, swapping power for power.
Yeah,
John is
just straight
probably
swap.
more akin to the style of Sam, to timers of the ball, more akin to being part of the middle over and having time to get in. It's always the problem with having players who naturally would bat at sort of 3, 4, 5 coming in these end overs. It is it's very difficult to get going when it's not your style of play.
Yeah, you haven't got the time that you normally would have.
Duncan returns after Graham. No, you missed a wicket.
You missed
Oh,
a
no.
wicket.
Sad.
Etheridge bowled.
Who has joined?
So
Sam
it's
at
John
crease.
John Strachan is coming in now.
That is unfortunate. Could have needed some big runs quickly from somewhere. And Strachan's another decent all-rounder, good with the bat, but probably more sort of a nudger and a nurdler than a big hitter.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Whether you did a straight swap from Graham and Davo, just power for power. Then
Problem
they
with
obviously
Dave,
changed.
he does hit a good ball, but not normally for an extended period of time. Doesn't also not a great fan of the spin. I don't think much prefers pace on the ball.
But I guess the question for the West batting lineup, as the odds are increasingly not in their favour, is whether they really try and go for the win and potentially get bowled out, or if they
I think they need to try and transfer some pressure back a little bit. I mean, for most of the game, Uddingston have felt a little bit ahead, haven't they? And just to try and transfer some pressure back to put some doubts in the mind. It is worth a dart, but obviously it's very easy to say that from the commentary box. It's hard to hit good balls.
Yeah, there is
that happen.
There is a reason why we're all commentating and not actually taking part in the game.
It's because of our sheer lack of natural ability.
Well, speak for yourself, Duncan. But no,
Or natural ability that we did not fulfil.
No, I really didn't. But I think, as we discussed occasionally through the day, there are a lot of new faces in this team. Strachan and Jacobson being two of those. It's just it's a good opportunity for both of them to, show what they can do, show their technique, show they've got a bit of, got something about them. And perhaps
They need to find a few runs here, though, don't they? It's not middle wicket practice. It is, after all, the last game of the season.
So you two talking about your cricket skills, I thought you were going to use that as an opportunity to throw in some of your stats you were talking about last night.
Well, Duncan does have a rather fun story about an Australian international, if you want to share.
Well, I was very lucky. I was over in Australia for a summer in a proper middle-class boys gap year, just playing some cricket out in Brisbane.
It's a good single there, tucked into the leg side.
I got to bowl at that great Australia team of 2004, so just before that famous 2005 Ashes series. So Hayden, Langer, Ponting, and I remember bowling at Hayden and Ponting for quite a long time, and the ball was coming back very, very fast. before they were playing New Zealand in the first test of the year, and much to my so I always tell the story, which I get made fun of, but I did manage to knock Michael Kasparich off stump over with a ball that was far, far too slow for him to possibly comprehend, and he played about 4 minutes too early.
And yeah, knocking over a man who's well known for his batting prowess.
But he had that very niggly.
Ooh, I'd say that's a missed stumping chance, for only slightly dragging out, but with the quality of keeping it's been on show, he would have expected to take that. It's like bend down and perhaps a little bit of an apology.
But obviously the end part of that story is that then in the 2005 Ashes he had that very niggly partnership, didn't he, at Edgbaston, where they almost got them home. And I could spend the whole time saying, Michael Kasparich, even I could get him out, and know that it was at least partially true.
I'm sure that was wonderful to have to listen to.
Really appreciated.
Yeah, I'm sure did.
Yeah. Sure, you were phoning and saying, just get me in.
Get me on.
Get me on there, I'll do this for you guys.
Yeah, Strachan slightly struggling to get the slightly loopier off spin away. A couple of inside edges, onto the pad.
They need an outshot here, don't they? One of them needs to find a boundary and transfer some pressure. The nudges and nurdles are not going to
just manage to
be enough as they nudge that into the...
They weren't quite sure about that single, but there definitely was.
Well, I think the state of this game, you've really got to be pushing those fielders and taking the risks. There's no point wasting balls.
This is where I guess you find that difference in quality, isn't it? The first team, admittedly these are middle order players, but in the first team, ideally you want people who can come in and even with quite tricky bowling on, just nurtle the ones, find the odd boundary, and not get too stuck down. But these guys are new to this like highest level cricket. Uddingston a very good side, even with missing a few first teamers, and obviously one of the best teams in the West over the last few years. So a real challenge for these two batsmen.
Got some work to do.
This gentleman's head, lovely and shot, beautiful. So, darty off spin it in, and that's off the pad, I think, and
big appeal.
The offside.
Umpire Watson seeing incredibly disinterested in that. I think he's probably given his allotted dismissals for the day, and he's got nothing left in the bank.
Is he flicking a coin in his pocket or something?
But
as we've discussed many times, Greg Watson actually does not know the LBW rules, so it's always just picking a random outcome and.
It's good full ball, good death bowling into the block hole, squashed away for no run. And Graham Etheridge has come to join us in the commentary box.
Have we got the G joining us?
Bowler comes in. Good line of length, pushed into the deep point boundary, looking for two. Should be better throw, and that could be a little bit tighter, but a good two there. I think you seem very comfortable running between the wickets. As Graham Etheridge joins me on commentary.
Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, G.
You've missed some great puns and jokes and segues across the course of the day that I think you would have appreciated.
I thought segues went out about 15 years ago.
Tidy keeping again.
Segway tours are still very much a thing. We maybe should offer some Segway tours of West of Scotland.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary.
No.
But yes, as we enter the closing overs of the game and some serious cricket taking part, it seems only appropriate we have some terrible humour from our own Graham Etheridge, just to balance out the situation. So the bowler comes in again.
So, G,
on the spot, into the pads.
As someone who's been out there in the middle, what did you think of Uddy's score? Above par?
I would say, I think certainly it's a good score, and it was always going to be a tough score to chase, especially going from sort of, what was it, about 190 with 6 or so overs to go. For them to get up to 240 was very good from them at the end, so that was always going to make it difficult for us.
Got hold of it, didn't he?
He did, rather. And so that gone down to a fine leg, I believe. A nice wee glance off the legs there.
But I think it is. I think we've referenced it. But it's one of the. I think the slight difficulties of having an inconsistent selection of the first 11 is you have people like Sam and John who would be more comfortable in the middle order, batting out of position. Whereas I think having, Ross Lyons coming in the day, later into the innings, with that power to finish off strongly,
Yes,
just gives a great level of balance. And should we have had perhaps Don Oliver batting longer, you having a bit more time at the crease, it make things interesting. But
how's the wicket been playing when you're out there?
Obviously, well, as it turns out, I wasn't out there too
It was
long.
a big shot, but the
that's
man
a pretty
is
dreadful long hop. Not going for the catch though, saving the boundaries.
Single. Sorry, G, continue.
No, of course. It's not the quickest wicket, of course. Obviously, it is the back end of September, so it's been slow. I would say it's not coming on as badly as it might do for the time of year, certainly. Getting very dusty at this stage, though.
And you think taking pace off the ball, these 3 spinners in a row, good move from Ardita?
Certainly an option. Even the chap bowling at the Borough Hall end at the moment, obviously not a spinner, but just sort of gentle, medium pace, a lot of cutters. Those seem to be rather effective.
The value of the experienced campaigner.
Indeed.
Just knowing exactly what to do, just putting it on that spot every ball. It's
Were very different types of attacks, weren't they? Because we are obviously quite up and down, but like quick bowlers in both Gavs.
Yes.
And they've had a lot more kind of.
I
Hoffman obviously hits a length, and then all these spinners and cutters in the middle overs. The openers looked pretty useful, particularly the guy coming up the hill after his first over.
Yes. I think we certainly could have done better there in terms of taking the pace off the ball at various points throughout their innings. I think that might have helped us constrain the score a little bit. And that looked like some rather sharp glove work there, but it's not out.
There's been some very good keeping throughout this game from I don't know the name of the Uddingston keeper.
It's Brian Clark.
Oh, Brian Clark behind the stumps, and then our own James Newdall. There's been there's very few poor examples of keeping which you might expect from a club game. Is that?
Oh, and
got to go.
He'll have to
could
go,
be out
but
here.
he's done well there in the end.
Throwing to the far end always gives you a chance of getting in, but
that looked like it might have been a dangerous run, but he's got there quite comfortably in the end.
But I think at this stage of the game, you've really got to be pushing all of those runs.
Well, we're needing a lot of runs off 5 overs now, so and that should be gone. I think yes. Yeah. Watson's put the finger up, and it's had to be done really. The rate was climbing, and very unselfish there, trying to get the big shot away, but ultimately doesn't make contact. At the end of the 35th over, West have got 167 for 7, chasing 2-4-1 to win. And Jakobsen, I'm sorry to the various Jakobsen family members tuning in, but Sam has departed for an unknown score. They've actually made about 10 or so.
Well, there's been some fine shots, but I think once again he seems a player much more comfortable against pace, being a man who times the ball very nicely.
Yeah, probably not his situation really to have to come in and force it like that. And is this McNulty? Angry Dave McNulty, fresh from dropping that absolute sitter in the.
I suspect we might see a few large shots here, Duncan.
I don't think he's gonna, dab around. I think he's gonna see if he can get us somewhere close. But at the moment,
I would say really at this point in the game, he's not being.
It's a biggish shot. Finds the gap. Should probably get a couple.
It won't go, but they'll get a couple there. And will a chance one for the arm? No, it looks like they've chosen not to.
I think perhaps let Dave get his aged hamstrings a little bit looser before they start pushing for the quick 3.
As an aged person, I condone that attitude.
But I do think at this point in the game, with it's not being a league match, just trying to get a good score on the board. We've as a club, we've struggled batting wise this season. We've always been full of bowlers, as that's just flicks to a square leg. So I think really getting a good score on the board will just add some confidence in our batting lineup that we've rather desperately needed. Perhaps just going into winter nets. Should we be able to have them indoors and into next season? Just the mental perspective of knowing that we can get runs on the board.
Brian Clark, just a little word in the ear of McNulty there, who's probably said some things to him over the years that we couldn't repeat on air. Gets a full toss first ball, which he tries to bunt down the ground, but it's straight a bit on, and he returns to his batting crease a little redder than he was a second ago.
I must say the famed McNulty D on the back of his head has come out rather nicely with the sun today.
He's obviously a very good striker of the ball, Dave, if it's in his area, and he gets one there.
That
but
is
there's
crashed through the offside.
Deep cover comes round.
Nicely picked up though.
Yes, the only problem with the McNulty power is that those twos off the bat of Strachan and Jacobson would turn into ones with the power of McNulty, so he's really need to make sure he's finding as many gaps as possible, otherwise he's not really going to be able to add much to this total. That's just tickled to the man at mid-wicket.
You feel we needed one of our pinch hitters to really come off, either Jesse or yourself, G, to get like a decent score in quick time to match that 71 off 40 that obviously set Uddy off on such a good start to the game. And we've done the nudging and nurdling bit pretty well, and Jolly in particular.
Speaking of a nudge and a nurdle there, I'm not sure it's entirely an intentional nurdle, but that's what it's resulted in.
Single to end the over, but I think it's I think what we've shown is that what we haven't quite managed to do is what Uddy did very well. They did have the power up front, which was able to go along for a good length of time and really get them off to a rollicking start, and the power at the end. And I mean, I think we batted pretty evenly during the middle overs. They maybe found a few more boundaries, but I think West have rotated the strike slightly better than they were able to do, but it's just almost the bookends of the innings where we've fallen short. I think we go in for our final Greg Watson wipe down of the day.
Of the day, yeah.
Of the season.
Yeah, for anyone who who's tuned in slightly later in the day, so this is the final Saturday fixture of this rather odd season. We do have one Sunday game going ahead tomorrow, which is our Sunday 11 away to Milngavie, and that caps off the cricket for the year. I think we're all rather glad to simply just had any cricket play. We've managed to get a good 10 weeks of fixtures in, a mix of friendlies against other clubs as well as some intra-club friendlies we managed to arrange early in the season, and it's been very pleasant just to get everyone out on the field for whatever cricket's been possible.
Absolutely, and great to see all you guys over the course of the year, and all the guys playing out there today. Such a lovely atmosphere here at West of Scotland, one of the great clubs, and great to just have that chance to hang out with other people out with our own homes, really, given the state of the first half of the year.
And it is always lovely as well, especially we've been blessed with this rather nice September sun to have quite a few spectators from the bank as well, which is always a very nice feature of cricket at West.
Yeah, we can't quite show you the full camera angles, but we can assure you that the terrace has been full, the bank has been full of patrons and spectators and sunbathers alike.
As play resumes, another full ball, which is almost caught, but just finds the gap for a single.
Just found the fingertips there, I think, but not quite managed to grab on.
It just seemed to be fading away from him the entire time, just not able to really put in that full height to advantage.
We've had some feedback from Mexico City from one Cameron Gibb, who thinks that these guys need to get a move on, which I think
I think he could be right.
Fairly self-evident. Yes, thanks. Thanks, Cammy. Oh, that's a good shot, but there's a man out there. Should field
well
it.
Fielded.
Does. Good connection, though, from McNulty. Not seen a lot of that today. Lots of mistimed shots from the West batsmen. Not so much from Ross Lyons.
No, but I guess what we were saying earlier about us going for, or West going for pace over slow bowling is that in a slightly slower pitch, even if with a pace on the ball, even if you get it slightly wrong, you're still going to get a decent enough connection for it to go to the boundary. Whereas with this, the amount of slow bowling that the Uddingston team have employed is really being the better option.
Flights out there. Oh, another possible stumping chance there as the back foot lifted. As we were saying earlier, I was watching some of the highlights from recent Uddingston West games, and they've been very spin heavy. I mean, I don't know if I've never really played at Uddingston. Maybe you'll be able to tell us, but those recent games we've had sort of three spinners aside for a lot of them.
Yeah, I'd say certainly the
that's
game.
Just chip straight back to the bowler from Strachan, trying to force it away. A little bit too full to really get onto that ball, and it's a pretty comfortable catch straight back to the bowler. Didn't have to move, and that's Yes, another nail in the coffin of this West of Scotland innings.
8 down now. Sorry, G, what were you saying?
No, I was just going to comment that, yeah, indeed, it does tend to be rather spin heavy. Certainly the game earlier this season, I think that's where most of the wickets came from, apart of obviously from Gav Main ripping through our upper order, which didn't really help things hugely. It's interesting to note actually that this bowler here, Sabri, would normally be opening the bowling with Gav Main coming in bowling medium pace. But apparently today's decided to bowl off spin, and
Well, it seems a wise decision.
Indeed, certainly on that pitch, as we saw from the West bowling attack, outpace and pace isn't necessarily the way to go.
Yeah.
No, but I think we are beholden to our availability, and if you look at last season, we've lost Kieran Chance as our spinner. There's no James Fenner.
Saying
Tony
that I was
Hewlett.
watching those games, it was Fenner, Hewlett, and Farndale were the three spinners, none of whom are available today. So, just reinforcing that really we've only got about 3 of our regular first teams from West, and Uddy as well, without a few of their top class players. And who have we got in now?
Gav
Smith,
has
who
come
has
to join David Nolte.
one shot, the cover drive. And if they put it on a half volley outside off, he might score some runs. Otherwise, I don't think anyone should hold their breath.
But Gav's been around for long enough to know what to do, and what he needs to do is just get Dave on strike if he's ever given the opportunity.
Indeed.
And see if we can get anywhere near this.
With
pretty imposing
3 overs
Uddingston
to go,
total.
It's going to have to be a hell of a 3 overs.
What is the score
I
at
think
the
we've
moment?
got.
We're 174, so we need 66 off 3, something like that. So it would have to be enormous.
I think we've got a new bowler here, chaps. It looks like we've got a change from the Borough Hall end.
I think this is the opener,
I
isn't it?
believe
The
it's
young guy.
Wilmot coming back
Yes,
on.
the opener from the Pavilion end is now a changed end for the back end of the innings.
As the shadows grow long over Hamilton Crescent, creeping on towards the square. McNulty on strike, who will very much look to enjoy these last 3 overs.
I have a feeling that he may well be trying to put this into the car park at the bottom end. So anyone who has parked their car outside those flats might want to check their insurance premiums.
Wilmot comes in.
It's very full.
and that's
McNulty
been
gets hold of it.
deposited.
Long off's in the game. No, he's not. It's over his head and into the bushes.
Well, there's a very large McRae maximum from Dave McNulty.
He will have enjoyed that. Likes getting runs against Uddingston.
Indeed. And yes, all of the M's there, and yes, that was very much in the batsman-friendly zone on the pitch, particularly for Davo, who does rather enjoy putting his arms right through it.
We haven't had
off that length.
a chance to discuss the ball going to a small town in Western Austria so far, but that was definitely on its route there.
I kind of remind that we would like to abide by Ofcom regulations, chaps.
Is Austria not allowed in Ofcom? Is this the new EU-centric rules going on in the Ofcom?
This is a slight problem with not having a highly professional broadcast and starting to become patrons of the bar at about 2 o'clock, is actually the quality of the commentary does slightly degrade throughout the day.
I am offended.
Personally, I think the word is not degrade; it becomes more refined. Perhaps the sort of refined you get after a port and cigar in the drawing room after dinner.
And this is the sort of time filling we have to engage in, as the ball seems to have been lost into the...
Let's get viewers a wide-angle view so they can see the umpire running into the bushes at the local housing estate to try and retrieve the ball.
Yeah.
A sight that's well known to people of West of Scotland Cricket Club.
Do we know what sort of hedge that is, or are we? I don't know if we've got.
No horticulturists present to comment on the type of hedge. Unfortunately,
other than a large green one.
We should have got the garden centre involved to.
We should indeed. They would definitely be able to tell us.
Exactly.
Yeah, so anyone who's listening and needs to perhaps add a few plants to their collection, at the West of Scotland ground, if you walk in and turn to your left, there is the West End Garden Centre, which is open, I think, 7 days a week.
I believe you're correct.
There's an excellent collection of indoor and outdoor foliage, so do pop down if you...
They have located the ball now.
Oh,
We've
wonderful.
looked
After amusing calls from the umpires to get, and I quote, an old totty, which I don't think is an expression I've ever heard before, but presumably refers to a ball that's quite worn down.
Yeah, it must be an Antipodean thing, I think. And yes, the gentleman who was on top of the hedge has now extricated himself rather skillfully, I thought, with a nice wee jump down.
Yes, it's quite like playing at Prestwick, isn't it, where you have to jump into the huge thicket of nettles and brambles to get the ball in the very short boundary.
Yes, fortunate to Hamilton Crescent, we seldom have to deal with a gorse bush.
Yes, exactly. Gorse is not a field.
Goodness for that. Right, well, we'll have to see what the reply is here from Wilmot.
I have a feeling that McNulty here might try and do the same thing again.
I think you might be right there.
So I think, certainly hold on to your hats if you're fielding at deep mid-off, which I see is that Mr. Lyons down there.
If I was the bowler, I'd be pulling my length back here, but let's see what he does. He's gone full again, and he has beaten McNulty.
And
past the outside edge.
once again, there is a little bit of up and down bounce. That one just slightly skidding through.
Yes, that's certainly kept a little low there. It's not so much tennis ball bounce as maybe a punctured tennis ball bounce.
Yeah, it's been, especially for a September pitch, a very good track. There's been a bit in it for everyone. It's kept the batsmen honest, but for those slightly wild tacks, it does make it slightly hard to connect. As Wilmot's in again, pitched up, and once again, Dave.
I think we've got a carbon copy of the previous ball.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, maybe should have gone back there. Really. He's very keen to get on the front foot, isn't he, to try and get under those balls, but maybe going back and going for a traditional cut there would have been...
I think with the pace of this bowler, it might be worth Dave trying to back out of his crease slightly. Obviously, he's in no danger of being stumped there, but
No,
it might...
keep her plenty far back, then even if it does go through, he's got ample time to retract himself into his crease.
That might just give him a bit more impetus as Wilmot comes in again, and
That's
that
short.
is a bit
It's
shorter,
short.
and that's played away through the covers.
Straight.
It'll be fielded about 10 yards off the boundary, that is, and come back in, so that's just the single for Davo there.
So it dribbles to the keeper.
So now we've got Gav Smith back on strike, and let's see what he can do. I think we might be looking for the same sort of result as Davo from the first ball of the over.
I
I
think
think
you're
he'll be
looking for that.
stepping away and looking to open up the covers, I think is what he'll go for.
Well, we do in fact have the covers at deep cover, so that might
Appropriate.
potentially be an option.
And that's really intentional as a reference point for dear Milmo.
Yes.
Method behind the madness. As,
Tried to get some bat speed there, has Gav Smith, but has not connected with the ball. Surprised they haven't sent Gav Lynch out as a bit of a wild card. For if he does connect, he does get some bat speed.
I believe that was discussed earlier, but obviously the prevailing wisdom was to stick with a more traditional batting lineup, insofar as we could call it a batting lineup at West.
As we pull into these last couple of overs, just the last ball that's over coming up now. Ball's up to the wicket, ball's back of a length, and Gav does
just,
get underneath it.
I
He's
think he's
spiralling.
just that would have been a very good catch if he'd got there, but
I think at this stage of the game, there's no need to risk any sort of injury of
No,
hand or
indeed
teeth or there's any point.
or indeed dignity.
No.
So at the end of the 38th over, West are 182 for 8, and really honestly out of the game unless they somehow pull 60 from the last 2 overs, which seems unlikely. So any viewers who are tuning in, this has been our first ever West Match special. We'd really love to hear any last feedback you have about how you've enjoyed it, anything we could do better, anything we could change. Thanks so much for tuning in throughout the day and for giving your comments to keep us going. I'm glad some people from far and wide across the globe have got to watch their relatives play. That's a really nice aspect to this. As the spinner comes in and tosses it up, and Gav just pops it into the covers for none.
So I think Gav probably looking probably towards us here.
Oh, there he goes, and he's gone. One big shot, one dismissal.
And he's walked past the ball there and rather neglected to hit it, and has been stumped as a consequence. So
I'm not a professional coach, G, but when you walk towards the ball, should you not in fact try to hit it.
You should indeed try to. I suspect the intent was there, but unfortunately the result wasn't quite there.
And Gav Lynch has already arrived at the crease, and that's about the fastest I've seen him move all day.
He is a very keen man. Loves to bat. Doesn't always love to bat for a long period of time.
No.
Which, I mean, it's probably a perfect situation for him.
Yeah.
Yes, Gav, much like a few of the players in our team, has one mode, and that is purely attack.
It's fair to say that if he hits every ball he tries to hit, we are still in this game.
Oh, 100%.
It's that is just a very big if.
Yes. But yes, I think the scorers on the players' balcony might potentially be in danger if Gav does manage to connect with
Yeah,
one.
especially
as might we, in fact.
Especially as he's practicing his golf swing.
His
Going for
aware of.
a wooden New Balance rather than a metal 3-wood. So that's always a good sign.
10 balls left in the game as the off spinner comes down the hill, and Gav gets huge bat speed but absolutely no contact. But that's not what we're looking for now. It's all about just what bat speed can Gav Lynch get, and that was impressive.
Yeah, I think one thing we'll be looking at for next season is to get the bat speedometer, just to make sure we can keep track of.
On a 0 to 100,
speed.
that was definitely a 96 on the Gav Lynch bat speedometer.
And so we've got Sabri comes in again and loops up. And
he's tried the reverse.
That was surprisingly pleasant, actually.
Just dribbled.
I mean, it wasn't exactly out of the MCC coaching manual, but he has got a single and he has got Davo back on strike.
To be fair, it's better than I could have done with a reverse sweep.
And he did so on his feet.
Yeah. Let's not bring that up, G.
We've had a review of the tech that the stream is quite passable, which I am taking as a huge win, given that we are very unprofessional.
Naughty has just pumped that down to the deep mid-on for a single. Good connection once again, but the men placed into very correctly strategic positions in this stage of the game as Lynch is back on strike, bowler's in, and that's...
Oh, he's managed to somehow French cut that behind into the backstop position. McNulty backing himself to hit the required 60 runs off the last over rather than looking for the single. And should be the... Indeed, as you might have heard from the umpires there over the intercom, it's the last over of the first team season in the West of Scotland for these two teams, for Uddingston and West of Scotland. And a good game. Uddingston a little bit ahead, and maybe that big burst at the start and the end, as Ben was saying, the bookends of the innings, those two big knocks from Lyons and what was the opener's name?
Mr. Sabri.
Sabri.
Indeed.
Really got them ahead of the rate, and West of Scotland didn't quite produce that special innings that could keep up with that, although chipped away admirably, and 184 for 9 off 40 against a decent attack. Not a bad representation.
I think had that edge from Sabri in the first over been taken, then it would be an exceedingly different game.
Huge moment in the game, wasn't it? Yeah, big miss from usually a very safe John Oliver at first slip, as the last over comes in here. And Damon Nolte's got a lot of height on that. Where's it going?
No, I think he's actually...
Oh, that's not a great throw back in. No. Allows them to sneak 2.
I think Davo's got away with that one there. He's got that by looking right off the toe end, which I think has saved him there, because I think he'd middled it. That was straight down the throat of... I think that might be Mr. Sabri again at deep mid-on.
Always keeping himself in the game.
Indeed. But obviously we're seeing the intent here from Davo, and I think we'll probably see that again.
I mean, there's no point in playing for the average at this point.
So that's another full pitch delivery.
Oh, that might go for 4. Oh, it's poor fielding.
It's through the fielder there. I think we call that a slap over the covers. I think we can describe that as the ball. Oh no, he's retrieved the ball from under the covers. He's done well there in that part, but the prior fielding wasn't quite as much.
He's very much dived over it.
He has rather.
We've got 4 balls to get another 10 and get up to a respectable 200. That's the 190 up.
I would say that's certainly on the cards with Dave batting here.
I think this is actually not a bad score, right? It's just that they probably got above par for this deck for a 40 game.
I would concur, and then that's another full ball. That's just a low full
he's got hold of that. Is he going to get there?
He's
another 4 there from McNulty.
Once again, underneath the covers, that's a very nice shot. A bit more controlled, that one.
Where's he been this innings? Should have come in at 3. Controversial opinion.
I'm not sure he'd thank you for that one, Duncan.
I understand the logic of that, but I'm going to say that's an entirely wrong decision.
And that is why I'm here. I'm for the wrong opinions.
Yes, there's certainly logic there, just with a slight flaw in it, i.e. all of it.
Yeah.
But in modern understanding, I mean, you don't need to be right. You just need to be loud, right?
Yes, let's not go
Moving
there.
on, Wilmot
Anyway,
comes into
so
bowl.
Thanks for all the comments that are coming in as this last over concludes. The ball comes in. McNulty does a big hit but doesn't connect with that one.
That's a slightly agricultural heave there, and not getting the desired result.
Tariq Sharif has been enjoying himself from the UAE and watching his, I can't remember what the relation is, but watching his relation have a good game, and Sam's relations as well, enjoying getting to tune in and watch their nephew from far away. And good to see Stuart Brown, my first ever captain at West of Scotland, captain of the second team
Lovely
when I
gentleman,
joined.
as we've got another full ball there, which Davo again fails to connect with. Looks like that just got to him on the full, quite low down. Always difficult to hit the low full toss.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good over, this last one. After that first one got put away, he's found a decent areas for the death bowling. We've now been on live stream for 6 hours and 40 minutes, which feels like a huge marathon for anyone's first live stream. You'd think you'd dip in with a little 5 minutes as it comes in.
I think that's off the cue end there, I think, and a bit of chalk for Davo after that one. Just ambling through for the single.
And that is the end of the innings. So West of Scotland finished on 195 for 9, trying to chase down the 2-4-1 set by Uddingston. Really their opening bat, and then Ross Lyons at the end with those big scores, making just too much of a task for the West batsmen. Ben and Milmo, who's back in the seat, any last thoughts on the game?
Slide in quickly. It was great fun. I think we've enjoyed ourselves, especially back here. Especially since the beer started flowing as well. It's definitely improved the performance back here. Obviously, ridiculous target, as we always knew. When we started the day saying 180 was good, I mean, we've done well to get up the 195.
195, yeah, we finished on.
But yeah, just that miss in the slip, different game.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think it's been, in the end, I think a very enjoyable game of cricket. I think realistically, Uddingston were on top really from about probably the fifth over of their innings through to the end of the West innings. But there's been some very enjoyable fight backs, nuances of the game, very interesting little sections of the game, good innings from various people, good bowling from both sides, and yeah, right. That I think we said that Uddingston very much bookended their innings far better than West were able to do. But I think that's been a very pleasing way to end the season. I think that's probably our best batting performance so far this year. It's we've saved it to the end, we've saved it to the cameras.
Milked it through the middle overs very pleasingly, which is something we've not been able to do actually for a long while.
So I think, though it's been disappointing to finish the season with a loss, I think there's plenty of positives that the team can take away over the winter. A good opportunity to see some new faces show their worth.
Yeah.
And it's been very enjoyable to broadcast to all of our viewers for the day, to be able to commentate on a fine game of cricket. And though I said that you can't see with our camera angles, there's been plenty of people who've been able to sit out in the sun and enjoy a day at West, which is really what we're here for.
Yeah, I think just as a last thing to say, for our first ever broadcast, it's been really lovely to have so many people tuning in and giving us words of encouragement, bringing us occasionally snacks, and it's been lovely to get everyone involved. And yeah, a really positive first broadcast, and we hope to be able to bring you more next year. We can just say a very quick goodbye from us in the commentary box. We'll strip everything down and go to the bar, but.
Not that we haven't already been to the bar.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed it. And yeah, maybe we'll see you again next year for some more cricket. And yeah, everyone keep safe.
Cheers.
Right. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey.